Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their court.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the film. Dati mihi Anglican po, he's verbal floppy.
Is that correct?
That's literally not true. Oh, for Trump's sake. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Alrighty, I'm here. I was sort of here before, but let's see. All right, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you very much for being here today. Let's see. What are we doing? Does anybody know? Oh, I know. It's the David Swift. The David Swift trial, the hot tub cold case trial. It's our part 7, which is day 5, I think, if we work this out correctly. But super excited to be here today. Thank you very much. I'm looking for a chat. That's what I'm looking for. There's our chat. Nice. It was my problem. I got it fixed. It's here now. So if we can get it on the screen, and we'll be good to go. Yes, Greenas, congratulations first in chat today, Greenas. Congratulations. You've been working for this one. Howdy. Greenas has a courthouse today. Greenas has, he has an orange courthouse, but I was reading Virginia Little. My courthouse is gone. But Greenas has the internet today. I'm just going to read what I'm saying instead of reading what other people are saying while I'm talking, and that would be easier. It's a rough morning for some reason. I don't know why. I think I got like 9 hours of sleep, which is too much for the record. It's too much. But here we are. I'm going to try to just, scratch that. It's terrible. I'll start over again. Here we go. Good morning. Welcome, Greenas. You have the internet today. Congratulations. We're sentencing you to internet ownership for breaking the silence of chat this morning, and which I assume you will continue doing throughout the day. It's a weird morning.
Scratch all that. That was terrible. I apologize.
Something's weird about this. I don't know.
Someone with more
Can anyone?
Experience.
Is like a change in the stars or something. What happened today that was so weird? Lee, wow, 16 months. Thanks for all you do. Lee, thank you for all you do. One of our great OGs
How does
here,
he do that?
as well as a great court watcher. You and your wife both. Appreciate you on the channel. Thank you very much, Lee. Good to have you here. Congratulations on the 16 months. Would not be the same without you, by the way. Let's see. Biometric pressure, barometric pressure.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
I don't know what it is. There's mercury in the Gatorade or whatever. That would be bad. Fun little fact about mercury. First of all, it's bad for you. If you didn't know, that's why you don't pass around mercury hand to hand like they did back in the old days in school, so everyone could play with it. Which is cool.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Mercury in your system, there's only
This
really
is
one.
not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
No, they don't. There's only one way to get it out of your system. You have to sweat it out. And that means, you have to like sit in a sauna forever. It's no fun. Let's see, Mrs. McGuire. Yay, I don't know how I lived without the channel before. Mrs. McGuire, thank you. 4 months. Congratulations. I see that green courthouse. Congratulations. Yellow courthouse is in your future too. I believe it's 6 months that'll happen or so. Is that right? I think I remembered. A couple people are reminding me that we have a celebrity amongst us, a celebrity birthday with Adam. Adam, here's to you, bud. Appreciate you. Adam helped us out a huge amount over on the Top Mark Media channel on Saturday when I had to, it was terrible. I had to go to the beach and Adam had to stay home and work, and so he stayed home and helped us out. My phone is ringing for unknown reason.
And what?
I just missed a call. Who was it? Nope.
Call from
Brian.
Hey, Brian. This is Scott. Sorry, I just about missed your call. How are you doing?
Howdy there, Dwayne. Is this the man with the green dreams, Dwayne Bourne?
It is. In the flesh. Brian, what's happening?
Hey, Dwayne, my man, it's your lucky day. This is Brian calling from the grass is greener on your side. How's life on the lawn front?
Well, the trees are trimmed and looking good, just for you. What can I do for you?
Wonderful. Wonderful. Well, Dwayne, let me tell you, we're here to turn your lawn from meh to heck yeah. Picture this. You lounging on a hammock, sipping lemonade, while your neighbors turn green with envy over your lush green grass. How does that sound?
You don't know my neighbors, do you?
Well, you can tell me about them. Would they like to see you on that hammock outside?
They would sabotage it. I can't outdo them. I'm the house that brings the neighborhood down. I think in my neighborhood.
Okay, Dwayne, listen, Dwayne. We offer everything under the sun: lawn mowing, fertilization, weed control, you name it. Hedge trimming. If it's green and needs care, we're on it like a squirrel and nuts.
Wow, this is hard. I have a squirrel problem. Can you handle that as well?
It's as easy as pie, Dwayne. We'll send over our crack team of lawn wizards to work their magic on your turf. And before you know it, you'll have the greenest lawn on the block. You won't have any squirrels. You won't even have to lift a finger. Well, maybe just one finger to sign the contract.
That's it. How much will this agricultural utopia cost me? Yeah,
I'm glad you asked, Dwayne. We're running a special promotion right now. We can get your first lawn treatment for 50% off. It's a steal of a deal, my friend. And listen, I'll shoot you over an email first, and then we go on a roller skate. And if you have any questions or want to chat about your lawn goals to improve your foliage, you know where to find me.
Gopher on roller skates. I have a gopher problem too. Now that you mention, every time you mention a little analogy, you're pointing out a flaw in my yard.
Did I mention our birthday special today on succulents?
Really?
You know, like succulent friends with a birthday this month.
Wow, Adam would be thrilled. Adam is our succulent friend. Adam. Is this? Can you put me in touch with Adam? I can put you in touch with Adam for sure.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Dwayne, for considering the grass is greeners on your side, Dwayne. Have a wonderful day.
You guys are hilarious. Okay, who in the world? Greeners, the grass is greeners. Adam, succulents. Who just called? Is that Brian? Was that really Brian? Oh my goodness, that was hilarious. That was pretty good. It wasn't me, says Greeners. All right, that was funny. I don't know whose husband that was, or who that was. Brian was Brian the real name? Call me Dwayne. Knew Adam. Knew Greenas. Knew all about my lawn care problems. You got your birthday wish. All right, wonderful. I'll watch for the email and can't wait to sign that contract. It was Greeners. That was Greeners. All right, here we go. That was hilarious. We don't hear from Greeners much. My vote is Greeners. I think so. All right, it is time to celebrate birthdays. And then we're going to kick off court because we have to go fast because we're behind, which is wonderful because we're in the Swift trial, which is actually sort of slow. So we're going to do that at 1.25 speed today. But first, we're going to celebrate birthdays because Adam has a birthday and May has a birthday. Both. We're going to celebrate both of them today. Greeners and Adam were out of chat for that. They had Greeners all over it. Who was the accent? That's going to place where they're from. It's so easy to prank when you don't know our voices. Yeah, one of you just did that. I don't know which one. Greeners, was that you? Greenus admitted to it. Greenus, that's amazing. I couldn't keep it straight. Thank you, first-time caller, long-time listener, Greeners. Awesome. All right, let's do the birthday stuff first, and then we'll kick off court. Is there anything I'm forgetting? I don't know. Warm up with me. We're gonna sing to Adam and May.
Kick back, taking it easy.
Adam and May. All right, here we go. Wait. You can't. Don't start singing yet. Don't start singing. It's terrible. You guys haven't warmed up. I can tell. You guys haven't warmed up. Hang on 1 second. Ready? Warm up with me. La 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 la. There we go. Now we're ready. It'll change the tone. It'll be more crisp, clear. Blend your voices with mine. Raise them. Blend them with your neighbors. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Adam and May. Happy birthday to you. Adam and May, happy birthday. And for your birthday, we got a prank call from Greenus, which was absolutely amazing. Greenus, you need to call more often. We'll do the whole bit. I'll roll with it instead of mocking you during it and calling you out for what it is. We'll do the whole bit next time. So let me know. All right. Oh, wonderful. Happy birthday to those who are celebrating. Realize there are a million places you could be, and a million people you could be celebrating with, but you're celebrating here with us today, and that is our pleasure. And hopefully it's for your enjoyment. So wonderful. Well, help yourself to pancakes at Denny's before they too go out of business like Red Lobster. All right. Thank you, Adam and May. Have a wonderful birthday. Karen Reed is not in court today. Because of that, we're going back to our trial in Tennessee, which is the hot tub cold case. A hot tub cold case trial. And that's going to be where we are today. We're at 1.25 speed because we are now like 2 days behind in this trial. We're going to watch this every time Karen Reed is not in trial during that day. We're going to catch up on this trial. So we're going to have to like split our brains.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Keep track of both. But, man, Adam, I don't know what it is about your birthday in May. I don't know. Something's weird today. Like my head it's like I'm live streaming for the first time today. It just feels like I don't know what I'm doing, which is sort of true.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
But, man.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
I don't know. Here we go. Let's get ready for court anyway. Let me see if we've got some. I think we've got some audio coming in just a second.
Bring the jury.
If we go to camera 3, what happens? Oh, I
This
disappear.
is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
Let's try that. Let's go to camera
Because
2.
he's the guy.
There we go. All right, little sidebar to start off this morning. Back in Tennessee in the hot tub cold case trial, which for those that are working on that,
Murdoch stole it.
I've had a trouble in Canva. I can't download the latest version, and it seems to relate to two icons or two graphics. So check the notes on there if you guys can help me out. Let's see. Dr. Bullbutter, member for 7 months. Thank you very much. Says RA in chat. I love you. Thank you very much. Good to have you here. Would not be the same without you. Also, let's see. We had Miss McGuire, Lee also. Well, Lee was for 16 months. Miss McGuire for 4 months. Dr. Bullbutter for 7 months. Anniversaries are just rolling in here, which is wonderful. If you've never used an anniversary message, this might be a good time to point out. On a computer, it's probably the easiest to use. You can go down on the bottom right-hand corner of chat and see that you have an anniversary message to share. And that's how you use it. You should get one a month. Little animated discussion here. Ooh, went with the polo shirt today. A brave look for the defendant. Also dressed in black, which, interesting choice. I got deneuralized from the men in black, got brain wiped. The good guys dressed in black, remember that.
The jury is not present in the courtroom at this time. Mr. Bach, you want to go ahead and call your witness. The court's going to conduct a jury out hearing with respect to portions of the witness's testimony.
Ooh, we're starting with the proffer.
State calls Special Agent Joel Wade.
Not sure why it's so quiet here. We'll see if we can get the audio tweaked.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Now you say this.
Just briefly before we get going, sir, you're Joel Wade, Special Agent for TBI.
Correct.
And I forget what it is now, but it used to be Technical Services Unit.
Now it's the Cybercrime and Digital Evidence Unit.
Okay. But basically, just for the purposes of this brief hearing, part of your job is you examine cellular devices and computers and the search to obtain usable evidence off those. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, we're going to jump ahead in your testimony for the purpose of this motion. I asked you at one point, you were prepared for me to ask you at one point, did you also look at user named David's internet search history?
Yes.
Okay. And did you discover that the user logged into that account, visited sites that would indicate romantic interests outside of the home?
Yes.
Okay, and tell us what sites these were.
Uh-oh.
Adult Friend Finder and Match.com. I'll pull those up real quick.
You're just going to search those on your work computer, sir? Adult Friend Finder and Match.com. Apparently, adult dating websites. It's like the web version of Tinder, I think. Having some more messages roll in. Melpoy, 4 months. Hey, oh, wow. Hey, welcome. Also, we've got Zimmy from the bus stop, 8 months. You only have one stream to watch today. Love to be here. Love to have you, Zimmy. Regina Crawford, also 10 months. Happy to be part of this amazing community. And Emily Ahrens. Did I say that right, Emily? Happily be in Tennessee instead of Massachusetts. A lot of these questions are giving me the Canton brainworms. I'm forgetting everything. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you. Thank you for your support. So I've never seen this before. We literally have a witness who's logging into Adult Friend Finder on the stand on his laptop, which he then may screen share with us. Oh my goodness, this is going to be great. This is from yesterday. We're catching up.
So we have in Record 101, chat.adultfriendfinder.com.
What date was that accessed?
11/9/2011.
Did you have any earlier than that?
I have 11/7. For Match.com, it's a thumbnail image. There's another 11/9.
The website.
Adult Friend Finder.
What event number?
104 is the record number.
He was just looking for friends.
Of the record, the officer from the state line just stating what event number 104.
Well, there's 280 of these at least. Are we going to go through every single one?
Well, that's why I'm asking about the timing and the relevance also, and when.
Dodie, thank you very much. Welcome back to the gallery.
I'm not sure I understand the 104 reference. Is that a self-assigned record number?
Yes.
Oh, okay. If he'll just identify the record number there.
Sure.
Okay. So moving down, 105 is Match.com thumbnails. It's 11/7/2011. All these times are still in UTC -6, so they're accurate times, local time for that date. Record number 106, Match.com. It's a thumbnail. It's going to be 11/7/2011, 8:10:44 p.m. Record number 107, it's a Match.com thumbnail image. And it's 11/7/2011, 8:10:44 p.m. Then another Match.com, record number 108, it's a thumbnail. 11/7/2011, 8:10:44 p.m. Record number 109, Match.com. It's an additional thumbnail. Date and time is 11/7/2011, 8:10:44 p.m.
Oh, now we get to watch.
Record number 110, Match.com.
Welcome, True Crime Kitty.
Thumbnail.
Thank you so much.
Timestamp is 11/7/2011, 8:10:44 p.m. Record number 111, Match.com, thumbnail image as well, 11/7/2011, 8:10:44 p.m. Record number 112, Match.com, thumbnail image, 11/7/2011, 8:10:44 p.m. Record 113, Match.com, thumbnails.
Mary Tedeschi with the super
Timestamp
sticker.
11/7/2011, 8:10:44 p.m.
Thank you, Mary. That's very generous.
Record number 114, Match.com, thumbnails. It's 11/7/2011 at 8:10:44 p.m. Record number 115 is Match.com's thumbnails. Date is 11/7/2011 at 8:02:39.
So when they say thumbnails, I think they're saying that's an image.
Record number 116,
someone.
Match.com.
That's like a dating
thumbnails image. Date is 11/7/2011, 8:10:44 p.m.
Which means that you might be able to type in that
Record
URL.
117 is to the domain site of Match.com. The date is 11/7/2011 at 7:51 and 26 p.m. Record 118 is Match.com thumbnail. Timestamp is 11/7/2011 at 4:28:07 p.m. Record 119 Match.com thumbnail. 11/7/2011 at 4:28:07 p.m. Record number 120, Match.com thumbnail, 11/7/2011 at 4:28:23 p.m.
A lot of these might have been images on the same
Record number
loading
121,
screen based on the time.
Match.com thumbnail, 11/4/2011 at 1:14:22 a.m.
Oh, that's different.
Record number 122, Match.com thumbnail, 11/7/2011 at 8:10:44 p.m. Record number 123, Match.com thumbnail.
Mary Kay, thank
Date is
you.
11/7/2011 at 8:10:44 p.m. Record number 124, Match.com thumbnail.
Mary Kay also with a super sticker.
Date and time
Thanks
is
for being you.
11/7/2011 at 8:10:44 p.m. Record number 125, Match.com thumbnail, 11/7/2011 at 7:53:04 p.m. Record number 126, Match.com thumbnail.
I think I have that same shirt he's wearing.
Date is 11/4/2011 at 1:14:40 a.m. Record number 127, Match.com thumbnail, 11/7/2011 at 4:27:45 p.m.
This is being admitted to show that
Record number 128, Match.com thumbnail.
the defendant
Date is 11/4/2011 at 1:13:57 a.m.
was pursuing other romantic interests.
Record number 129, Match.com thumbnail. Date is 11/6/2011 at 10:34:45 p.m.
Remember, his wife went missing on Halloween
Record
night.
number 130, Match.com thumbnail.
So this is the week.
Date is 11/6/2011 at 10:34:45 p.m.
Nikki gifted a membership. Thank you, Nikki.
Record
Went to
number
Cheryl C.
131 is a Match.com thumbnail. Date is 11/6/2011 at 10:34:45 p.m.
11/6. Now we're going backwards. Okay.
Record 132, Match.com thumbnail. Date is 11/6/2011 at 10:34:45 p.m. Record number 133, Match.com thumbnail. At 11/6/2011 at 10:34:45 p.m. Record number 134, Match.com thumbnail. 11/6/2011 at 10:34:45 p.m.
These are all the same time.
Record number 135, Match.com thumbnail. Date is 11/6/2011, 10:34:45 p.m.
Chris Wallace, congratulations.
Record number
Almost
136, Match.com.
You're so
thumbnail.
close. Thank you so much.
11/7/2011, 7:56:40 p.m. Record number 137, Match.com thumbnail. 11/4/2011 at 1:01:43 a.m.
Going back in time.
Record number 138, Match.com thumbnail. At 11/4/2011, 1:01:43 a.m.
We're going back in time towards her disappearance.
Record number 139, Match.com thumbnail. 11/6/2011 at 10:28:31 p.m.
Work at Home LLC Tina, thank you very much.
Record
Another
number
great super
140,
sticker.
Match.com thumbnail.
Appreciate you.
11/6/2011, 10:28:31 p.m. Record number 141, Match.com thumbnail. Date is 11/6/2011, 10:28:31 p.m. Record number 142, Match.com thumbnail. Date is 11/6/2011, 10:28:31 p.m. Record number 143, Match.com thumbnail. 11/6/2011, 10:28:31 p.m.
Martha Ivy, I'm moving up.
Record
Happy
number
to be here. Love you
144,
already. Thank you,
Match.com
Martha.
thumbnails.
Congratulations on 5 months.
11/6/2011, 10:28:31 p.m. Record number 145, Match.com thumbnail. 11/6/2011, 10:28:31 p.m. Record number 146, Match.com thumbnail. 11/6/2011, 10:28:31 p.m. Record number 147, Match.com thumbnail. 11/6/2011, 10:28:55 p.m. Record number 148, Match.com thumbnail. 11/4/2011, 1:07:18 a.m. Record number 149, Match.com thumbnail. 11/4/2011, 1:07:18 a.m.
Selena K gifted a membership and it went to Chris.
Record
Bus
number
Stop Juror.
150.
Congratulations. And thank you.
For 149. 11/4/2011, 1:07:18 a.m.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Record number 150.
We might zoom through a little
Match.com
faster
thumbnail.
through this. I'm just not sure how long it's going to go.
11/4/2011, 1:07:18 a.m. Record number 151. Match.com
Give me just a
thumbnail.
second. We're gonna set the speed a little faster.
11/4/2011, 1:07:18 a.m. Record number 152. Match.com thumbnail. Date is 11/4/2011, 1:07:18 a.m. Record number 153.
It goes for an
Match.com
hour and a
thumbnail.
half.
Date 11/4/2011, 1:07:18 a.m.
Are you
Record
kidding
number
me?
154. Match.com thumbnail.
We're gonna go faster.
11/4/2011, 1:07:18 a.m. Record number 155. Match.com thumbnail. Date is
We're turning it all the way up
11/4/2011,
to 11.
1:07:18 a.m. Record number 156.
Prepare for the
Match.com
chipmunks.
thumbnail. Date is 11/7/2011, 7:53:04 p.m.
There we go.
Record number 157.
Zoom.
Match.com thumbnail. Date 11/4/2011, 7:36:15 p.m. Record
Thanks for
number
the happy
158.
birthday to my mom, May.
Match.com
Her
cookie.
90th, says Lynn the Print. Thank you,
Date
Lynn.
11/6/2011
And
at
happy birthday, May.
11:31:59
90.
a.m.
That's awesome.
Record number 159. MediaMatch.com. Matt Girls webcams. Date is 11/6/2011 at 11:32 a.m.
That doesn't seem like a dating
Record
website.
number 160. Match.com thumbnail. 11/4/2011 at 5:22 p.m. Record number 161. Match.com thumbnail. Date 11/6/2011, 10:44:50 p.m.
I'm listening closely to the
Record
date
number
that
162.
happened.
Match.com thumbnail. 11/6/2011, 10:44:50 p.m.
A week after his wife went missing.
163 record number. Match.com thumbnails. Date 11/6/2011, 10:44:50 p.m. Record number 164. Match.com thumbnail. Date 11/6/2011, 10:44:51 p.m. Record number 165. Match.com thumbnails. Date 11/6/2011, 10:45:52 p.m. Record number 166, Match.com thumbnail. Date 11/6/2011, 10:45:52 p.m. Record number 167, Match.com thumbnail. Date is 11/6/2011, 10:45:52 p.m. Record number 168, Match.com thumbnail. Date is 11/6/2011, 10:45:52 p.m.
I think this was pre-OnlyFans.
Record number 169, Match.com thumbnail. Date 11/6/2011, 1:45:52 p.m. Record number 170, Match.com thumbnail. Date 11/7/2011, 7:56:40 p.m. Record ID 171, Match.com thumbnail. 11/7/2011, 7:56:40 p.m.
Apparently,
Record
he
number
viewed the entire
172,
website.
Match.com thumbnail. 11/7/2011, 7:56:40 p.m. Record ID 173, Match.com thumbnail. Date 11/7/2011, 7:56:40 p.m. Record number 174, Match.com thumbnail.
Chris Wallace gifted a
Date
membership.
11/7/2011, 7:56:40 p.m.
Marianne R. was the
Record number
recipient.
175,
Thank you, Chris.
Match.com thumbnail. Date 11/7/2011, 7:56:40 p.m. Record number 176, Match.com thumbnail.
We're going to fast forward.
Date 11/7/2011, 7:56:40 p.m. Record 177, Match.com thumbnail. Date 11/4/2011,
We're going to fast forward.
7:39:02 p.m.
Just give me a second. I'm going to have to turn the speed down.
Record number
when we
178,
stop.
Match.com thumbnail. Date 11/4/2011, 7:51:19 p.m.
Okay, so now we're going to just fast forward.
Record
Ready?
number.
Let's see. He's still going. Let's see. Is this?
Okay.
Oh,
And it continues.
hang on. I want to hear the discussion here.
42 a.m. Record 274, Match.com thumbnail. Date 11/4/2011, 1:14:22 a.m. Record 275, Match.com thumbnail.
This lawyer. He's like,
Date 11/7/2011, 7:56:40 p.m. Record 276, Match.com thumbnail. Date 11/4/2011, 7:36:15 p.m. Record 277, Match.com thumbnail. Date 11/4/2011, 1:14:40 a.m. Record 278, Match.com thumbnail. Date 11/4/2011, 1:09:50 a.m. And record 279, Match.com domain. Date 11/7/2011, 7:51:26 p.m.
all right. So what does all this
That
mean?
all of the dating sites that were accessed
Correct.
during the relevant time period?
During that time period, yes.
That's the end of my examination for the purposes of the motion, Your Honor.
Can I ask some questions?
Oh, he just dropped something. It was his phone.
Related to these records.
Yes, sir. You examined the laptop.
Correct.
This is the laptop from the house.
Correct.
That was the extent of your knowledge of it.
Correct. Yeah, that's all that was on the property receipt as far as where it was located.
The local, I guess, Dyer County Sheriff's Department sent it to you for examination.
Incorrect.
How did that work?
It was the VCRT, our Violent Crimes Task Force, was asked to come out and assist in processing the house pursuant to the search warrant that Nation Bishop had issued and got signed. And from there, the Violent Crime Task Force collected evidence and brought that to me.
So it was, as a result of the search warrant, this laptop was received by that team, and the team conveyed it to you.
Correct.
Was it the only laptop in the house?
No.
Okay. And to your knowledge, you don't know what room the laptop was located in? When it
I've
was
never
seized?
seen the house,
Okay.
sir.
You're saying the daughters
And
did
you
it?
don't know if it was a common laptop that was used by the people in the house, different users?
The user that was established in this was David, and it was password protected.
Did you establish other users that are listed?
There is not any other users outside of the local administrative accounts that are built into the operating system.
So
it was your
it could
client.
possibly be a laptop that's being used that other people are using as password. Is that possible?
If the password is shared, it is possible, yes.
Yeah. And is that sometimes common in households if there's one laptop or a laptop for common usage?
That is possible, but there again, this one was password protected and it was changed on 10/24.
Okay. 10/24.
The password was changed. Would you like to see that artifact?
Show us.
But you don't know if there were other people living in the house that possibly knew the password.
I don't know that, no.
Okay. It's possible, though.
Sure, it's possible.
You just know what you see on the site.
I know what account was logged in and what was accessed through that particular account.
Now, these Match.com thumbnails, what's the difference between a thumbnail and just looking on a site?
So all this is in private browsing, which is different than just browsing over the regular domain. So they've made a step to try to protect their browsing history, whoever was viewing it. And so when you load that initial page, all those images get cached. Right. So that's why when I read through a lot of those, it was the similar timestamp because that was when that image was viewed.
Okay. But just from looking at it, if people are sharing a password, it's possible that more than one user had it.
It's possible.
Access to sites.
It's possible.
Now, if the divorce occurred October the 10th, 2011, what you have on here is after that date. Are these after October the 10th, 2011?
It starts at October 10th, 2011 and goes to 11/14, which is when we took possession of it.
Okay. So it started the day of October the 10th, 2011?
Correct.
Okay. And it continued until, what was the last date?
The date that I took possession of it was 11/14/2011, so that's the date that I ran it through.
But the last of these events?
I would have to
yes, if you need to
filter and give you the last date.
The start and the end. So you're saying it October?
The earliest was 10/31, and I believe the latest was 10/7 without filtering on date.
The day she went missing.
10/7 or 11/7?
11/7, sorry, sir.
Okay.
For a week
so
after.
You're saying 10/31 through 11/7?
Is that date range for these websites.
Okay. What did you say about October the 10th, 2011?
That is that time frame window for the search for this particular work product.
Okay. All right. Now, let me just make sure I'm almost finished. You did a lot of reading, and I appreciate that. A thumbnail versus a data, what's the difference?
I don't think I understand your question.
Explain what a thumbnail is.
A thumbnail is a cache version of the image.
Does that mean clicking on it, or
So as soon as you hit the site, it's going to cache that thumbnail. If you click on it, it's going to cache multiple versions of that image.
Okay. Now you said something about a cookie.
Cookie those are artifacts that allow you to go back to that site readily quicker. So it kind of remembers your settings and versus things like that.
Okay.
Most websites use those because they want to target their audience.
Now let me make sure. I guess from October the 10th, 2011, you examined these are all dating sites. That's what you read this long list.
I didn't hear your question.
These are all dating sites, what you term as dating sites.
Correct.
Okay. The prosecutor asked you to read all the dating sites, and that's what you just read, right?
Correct.
And you're saying that the access to this dating sites started when? On what date?
10/31. For this time frame, we're only looking at a snapshot of the entire computer. So if we were to look at the totality of the computer, we may find more, we may find none.
All right. Let me just ask, did you look at the time frame from October the 10th until your first event on this?
Correct.
Dating sites?
Correct.
All right. And did you identify any then?
That popped up was 10/31 was that time frame.
The first one? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for him, Judge.
I don't have any further questions. The chain of custody, Your Honor, Agent David Howell, the TBI testified Friday. We admitted into evidence a picture of the laptop that he personally recovered and had it transported to TSU where it became in the custody of Joel Wade. I believe the serial number from that gateway. So if there's any question about what he examined, that's already been established by the proof.
I think the motion to exclude does not encompass the chain of custody.
Okay, I was just making sure.
Yeah. Okay, I'll hear you, Mr.
Judge, do we need a witness in here?
I need you to get to a microphone so I can hear you.
I guess, do we need the witness present, Judge, or?
I don't think it makes any difference.
Okay, yes, sir.
In this instance, this is an admissibility question, not a content issue.
Yes, sir. Judge, for the record, I state my objection for the following reasons. We did file a motion in limine. We did file a motion under 404 and 608. It's been filed several months ago. In addition, we have issues of relevance that we're concerned about. There is some computer data that is on this that we did receive, and this case has been going on for I guess since 2022, and I came into it sometime after, several months after he was indicted. We did receive discovery material. We received these searches. I want to state this for the record because I stated it on May the 14th when we were last in court, and I made the court aware and raised the issue that we had been told that there was forthcoming discovery material in the form of all of these web browser searches, and I informed the court that we had not received these and that we were going to object to it, and we needed time to review this with our expert. And we were informed on May the 14th, the state indicated that they would convey that to me, and we can go back and look at the record. I know Your Honor probably remembers that they would give it to me that day. And we left that day and we asked, and we did finally receive on May the 17th, a downloaded version on some media on a disk. So we had it about 4 p.m. on May the 17th, these web browser searches. That was on May the 17th. And so we've had it during that time. And I made the court, I think, when we first started this case, we started this trial on May the 28th, aware that we had received that and that I needed my expert to look at that. And we have done our best to meet the time frames and to be ready, but we did receive that, and I object to the admissibility of this so late. And
they just got it last month.
The other thing is these are searches, and I would say this: you heard from the questions I just asked Ayden about, is it possible other people use this? And he indicated that it is possible that if they knew the password, it could be. You can imagine a situation, or it could be testimony that other people besides David Swift use these, this laptop. The agent just knows what he sees on the search. I would point out that for relevance purposes and prejudice purposes, the divorce was October the 10th, 2011. She filed for divorce. She left for a week. She's gone, but she comes back. They are in the house, but the divorce is still ongoing. She's gone on October the 30th of 2011. It's not apparent that it's a murder. It's not apparent. It could be that she's gone. She just left. And as far as that's the information, you heard the interviews of David Swift. She's gone. I don't know where she is. If there are web searches after that date or before that date, how is that relevant to who killed or things of that nature? It doesn't show anything other than trying to prejudice the jury against Mr. Swift. Now, if there were web searches or browser searches, how to clean up after a murder, how do you kill your wife and get away with it, how do you do this or that promotes some act, and that would be relevant. This is none of that. This is somebody going on and looking at dating sites. Now, what does that really prove?
Morning, Jen.
What does that really prove? It doesn't prove that he killed her. It's used as to prejudice the jury against him. And to be honest with you, Judge, there's issues of sometimes people are married. Sometimes people look at sites, whether they're married or not. There's obviously some things going on in this marriage that are non-traditional, shall we say, on her part and perhaps. But even if he did look at a web search, even if he did do that, what proof is that he killed her or had a motive to kill her or got some information to further a possible killing? So I object to it. It's speculative. It's being introduced to prejudice Mr. Swift in the eyes of the jury. I would point out that it's possible that other people had access to the computer in the house, and because of the late notice, we also object. 404, 608, other acts. What other act is this? It's not a criminal act. It's not a bad act. It's somebody looking on sites at information. Two people could be married, but they both look at dating sites even though they're married. Does that mean that they killed somebody or that they had a motive to kill somebody? I've seen studies, and we can use our common sense, that people sometimes, even married people, look at sites that are of this nature. And it doesn't mean that they had a motive to kill or to do anything. For the reasons, all these reasons I've stated, I object to this. I object to the late notice. I object under 404 and 608. I object to keep, this jury has been here for a while. We need to hear relevant evidence that proves that David Swift committed a murder. That's the burden the state has. This testimony does not do that. It shows that somebody looks at sites. If I'm looking at sites of Civil War sites or something, or if I'm looking at lawyer sites, how does that really prove it? What's the difference with dating sites? She's filed for divorce. She's indicated she doesn't want to reconcile. He's gotten a divorce lawyer, and so before she's gone, and he knows that she's wanting to divorce him. So how is this relevant? Even if he did look, it doesn't mean he did anything to date somebody. It doesn't mean he carried any act, but I submit that it doesn't establish motive. It doesn't establish anything other. It's irrelevant, and I object to it.
Okay, let me hear from the state.
You know, the defendant's state of mind is always relevant. And the state's position in this is, no, it doesn't absolutely prove that he killed her. But it's very interesting to note that he accepted service of the divorce on October 10th. The visits to the dating sites didn't begin until 24 hours after she went missing.
Okay, well, let's stop right there and check that. For what purpose, then, are these dating site searches offered? I mean, what's the purpose of it?
The purpose is, Your Honor, the state should be allowed to argue the inference that within 24...
That's what I want to know. What is the inference that the state wants the jury to make from this?
The inference is, Your Honor, that within 24 hours of his wife going missing, he is hot and heavy on dating sites. So he knows she's not coming back. He didn't get on them when the divorce was first filed. He waited until she was disappeared.
It's the guilty knowledge.
Yes, sir.
Really, you want the jury to infer guilty knowledge from these searches?
Well, and you know, Judge, the jury has heard him tell the investigators, "Oh, I want her to come home. I just want her to come home." In both of those interviews, yet at the same time, he's engaged on the October 31st adult friend finder. He's actually chatting with somebody, looking for an outside relationship. The jury should be able to hear that he had moved on, that he was not concerned. He was certainly not concerned about his continued relationship with Ms. Swift, and they are entitled to wonder why. Now, as far as the lateness of this, Your Honor, the defense was entitled to examine this computer at any time they wished. All they had to do was file a request. It's going to be just like the state or the defense's tire expert who's going to claim, well, the tire wasn't available for inspection. Well, they never asked for it. So what the defense is actually complaining of, Your Honor, is that we kept probing the evidence available and found that there was a newer tool that was available that we could extract more information from the evidence that had been. If the defense wanted to examine this item, they could at time, and their expert would have found the same thing that our expert did. Now, and talk about the burden upon them. We did. As soon as we found out about it, we conveyed that to them. We tried to get it to them. We got this information. At first, it was tried to email to us. It was too large for email, so we had to get a thumb drive overnighted. We tried, again, to email. We tried different ways to email the defense. We had to overnight them a thumb drive. So we did everything we could as soon as it was in our possession to get it to them. We did that. But I submit that ultimately, Your Honor, as far as the lateness of it, it's the defense's own problem because they didn't ask to examine evidence that was available to them.
I don't know.
And
I'm not making that argument.
Okay.
Judge, can I say just one?
I think court's ready to rule.
Court should enough. It means they're probably going to side with the defense on this one.
Can I say one thing? I will be very...
I'm ready to rule. I don't know what you need. I don't, you know. Go ahead. Well, I've heard from you. I've heard from them. Go ahead, though, Mr. Taylor.
And I'm just trying to do my job, Judge.
I understand that, but you only have to do it once.
Yes, sir. I would point out, they said it should be relevant for motive to show guilty mind because he started searching after she left.
Okay, we're going to see if we can fix this.
Speculation, because she's filed for divorce. Going to reconcile. We've heard that in the proof. She's gone. He didn't know. He told the officers in the interview that the state played, I don't know where she is. I don't know if she ran off. How does that prove that he had knowledge of it? And maybe it was a realization that she's gone and it ain't going to work. And he just starts looking online. So I would just point that out. I think it requires speculation. You're asking the jury to speculate. It is not conclusive that it shows guilty mind. It may show that she moved on. And I appreciate you listening to me, Judge.
Yes, sir. First off, there are other results of the examination of the search or drive of the computer that the state's already agreed it will not attempt to introduce in front of the jury. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And those would be, and I'll tell you, I can look at the agent's computer screen and see what else is there. Pornography URLs. I assume that's the information that you're not going to attempt to introduce.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
Or be displayed in front of the jury during this.
I wonder if there's a way to delete that, both that and anything else that the court may exclude here.
And Judge,
we need to make sure the jury doesn't see that.
Since the state said that, and is there anything else for relevant purposes so we'll know now that we can make it easier? We don't have to come back and have another jury. Anything more relevant on the computer that's going to be introduced for relevance purposes?
Well, certainly there is also going to be testimony that night around 3:30 in the morning, the defendant plugged in an external device to his computer and was viewing a large number of pictures. Now, one of those has already been disclosed from our supplemental report, which the defense has had for years. These two pictures were accessed from an external device.
Pictures of the victim's tattoo?
Yes, sir.
Right, and they're already in.
And then also, shortly thereafter, he accessed an external device, which he's unable to tell if it was a digital camera or a cellular telephone. But the state will submit, or the state's going to argue after we see the pictures, that a large number of the pictures on there are of landscaping jobs. And so the state, in closing, will argue that the inference is that was Miss Swift's iPhone that the defendant was accessing at 3:30 in the morning. The photos are all of the children, sporting events. I cannot recall there being a single picture of the defendant on there, but there are, if I remember correctly, 28 pictures of landscaping events. And certainly that is relevant, Your Honor, because if the defendant is accessing the victim's iPhone at 3:30 in the morning when he claims he's asleep, the state should be able to explore that.
Okay. We'll, if there's an objection to that testimony, I think we can take that up as it develops. The defendant has moved to exclude testimony or other proof at trial of the defendant's activities on the internet in the days up to, I showed the last date. There was one file from November 10. I don't know who that is.
That's your court
That's
audio.
the one I show is the last time. Anywhere from October 31 to November 10, and we're speaking specifically at this point about the files that have been identified thus far as the TBI file number assigned to it 104 all the way through 279. Those appear to be the matters at issue before the court. So that activity on the internet as revealed by the search there, although the defendant has expressed some concern about the late production of the search results, court tends to agree with the state here in that the defendant could have made the same examination of the computer files at any point during the pendency of this case. The defendant has not requested a continuance of the case in order to to do further research on that. So that's really not the court's problem. In order to determine whether or not this evidence is relevant, though, the court has to first determine whether the evidence has any probative value for the jury. The state asserts that the evidence tends to demonstrate guilty knowledge by the defendant. And assuming for a moment that the evidence has that probative value, the court's got to determine again whether the probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, and if not, whether there is a material issue under 404B other than action in conformity with the character trait or the action, however that denominated. I don't think the evidence is prohibited by 608 at this point because there can't be a credibility attack until the defendant has testified, and so it's not admissible under Rule 608.
It's not coming in. I'm not as surprised about that, but
if there's some material issue under 404B other than the defendant's action in conformity, then again, is the probative value, if there is any, is it outweighed, not substantially outweighed like there is in 403, but is it outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice? So what is the act or character trait sought to be communicated here by these activities? The state wants to prove that the defendant was looking for a girlfriend within several days, within one day up to almost 2 weeks, not quite 2 weeks, maybe 11 days after the disappearance of the victim, with the logical deduction or the inference that state wants the jury to draw is that the defendant knew that the victim was dead and that he could only know that because he had killed her. That's the inference that the state wants the jury to draw from this information. So it's a bit of a reverse. The state wants to show this activity to demonstrate that the defendant had acted in conformity with getting on Match.com and AdultFriend.com and whatever other sites were represented there, to demonstrate that he knew that. 404B prohibits the introduction of a character trait, evidence, or other acts of the defendant in order to demonstrate that he acted in conformity with the trait or the activities. So if the evidence is designed to demonstrate that the defendant must have killed the victim because he was looking for a girl on the internet at the time when, if innocent, he should not have been doing that, or could not know that his wife was deceased, then the evidence is required to be excluded because its purpose is to demonstrate that he had acted in conformity with that activity, that he had acted before, that is, that he had killed his wife, and this activity shows that he had done that his actions had conformed with this internet search. One other thing, there may be different explanations for the activity on this end. I don't know what the explanation might be for the pornography sites, and this activity, if correct, may be in extremely poor taste, but it could be that the defendant may have been looking to see if his wife had a profile on a dating site, or if there was another potential suspect who may have contacted her through that site. I don't know. But we're asking the jury to make some guesses here.
Whoa.
And we're asking the jury to pick one of, choose a reason for him to be on there. And so because of that, the court thinks that there is a high likelihood of confusion on the jury's part. So references to the activity that is represented by files number 104 through 279 is going to be excluded. And to that degree, the motion is going to be granted.
So once again, the judge is...
Should the defendant testify that we are prohibited from cross-examining?
That would change the applicable rules.
Oh.
And would also change the court's analysis.
Yes, sir.
That means
this applies, I'm sorry, to the state's case in chief. Okay?
that means
right.
that if the
ready
defendant
the
gets
jury?
up and testifies in his own defense, suddenly this might come back into play.
If they're ready, I'm ready.
All right, so while they're bringing the jury in, we're going to try to speed it up one more time, see if the internet can handle us watching it faster than normal. 1.25 would be great. If it gets glitchy again, we'll deal with it.
When they come in, sir, I will remind you that you've previously been sworn. I just like to do it in front of them so they know.
This judge has excluded a lot of information which members of chat have felt has been relevant. And some of the reasoning for excluding the information has been not as strong as I would have hoped. Greenas.
All right.
I have my Blockbuster rewards card. I carry it around just in case the company comes back and we start renting DVDs again.
All right, let's be seated. Good morning to all of you. Well, first, I owe you an apology. We've kept you back there for almost an hour and a half. I'm going to have to take the blame for that. You could have slept another 30, 45 minutes or an hour, and I accept the responsibility for that. I did not make a connection on Friday when we parted that we may have to do this morning without you. So I'm sorry for that. Let me ask all of you first. Everybody feeling good? We got everybody here this morning. During the weekend, did anybody discuss this case with anybody else? I understand that one of you, and I don't need to know who it was, one of you had just an attempted contact from a friend wondering whether the trial was over, and you didn't respond to it. And whoever it was, thank you for being that careful about it, because responding to it might have started a conversation about it. And I appreciate that very much. Did anyone attempt to contact any of you over the weekend to discuss the trial? Okay. Did anybody visit any location mentioned last week at all? Did anybody review any video footage or streaming or anything else connected with the trial? I want everybody to tell me yes or no. Okay. Did anybody give an interview to any media person? No. Did anybody post anything on an internet site or social media?
Wow, they just turned on his mic.
Did anybody do any additional research of any kind? No. Thank you all so much. I appreciate the integrity that you had about this over the weekend. All right. Mr. Fox?
Pickles, Special Agent Joel Wade.
Sir, you had previously been sworn. Okay. All right, sir. Thank you.
So you are Joel Wade?
Correct.
And you are the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations?
Yes.
And what is your position with the Bureau?
Special Agent.
What unit in the Bureau are you at?
Cybercrime and Digital Evidence Unit, previously the Technical Services Unit.
Okay. And what are your duties in this position?
At the time, I was a digital forensics examiner. Now I currently am in communication intelligence, where I assist in locating missing persons.
Audio is awful.
Okay. And how long have you been in that position?
Since 2007. I've been with the Bureau since 2005. And was promoted to Special Agent in 2007 and been in that unit ever since.
Okay. And in layman's terms, what does your job entail?
At that time, we would take in any digital evidence that came in, whether it be a computer, a hard drive, a thumb drive, flash media from a camera, a USB drive, compact disc, DVRs, video cameras, all such things like that, to include cell phones. It progressed where we would take in drones, anything that's going to have a digital footprint that a user could create. We have some sort of ability to analyze that.
And what is your educational background, sir?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Psychology with a minor in Sociology from Tennessee Technology University out of Cookeville, and a Master's of Science in Criminal Justice from University of Tennessee at Chattanooga.
Okay, do you have any certifications pertinent to your current position?
I have over 1,800 hours of specialized training in computer analysis, to include CompTIA A+ training, as well as DSTEP and SCRS certified through FLETC. The DSTEP course is the Digital Evidence Acquisition course, so that's where we learn how to take the evidence from a computer, plug it up to the right blocker so that we don't make changes to that, and then image that piece of media, regardless of whether it's a hard drive or it's a thumb drive or the like. And then the seized evidence recovery program, or SCRS, is where we learn to analyze that, use the tools that we can use to analyze that. Then I have in-depth certification, which is mobile device investigation program through FLETC as well. And that allows us to learn the different operating systems that a cell phone would have, from your feature phones that are typically proprietary or a Brew type operating system, all the way to Android and iPhone, and then in this particular case, BlackBerry's proprietary operating system by RIM.
They're messing with the audio constantly. I can't adjust it.
Sure.
So they're changing it recording.
Anyway, I imagine this is a rapidly changing field. How do you stay up to date with technological advances?
I attend conferences. I do peer review article analysis. I am an adjunct professor at Cumberland University in Lebanon, Tennessee, where I developed and teach digital forensics and mobile forensics courses.
Okay, have you previously testified in court as an expert?
I have.
Do you recall how many times?
Roughly 17 times.
Mr. Taylor, you want to ask some questions about?
Just briefly, because I hadn't more. Agent, let me ask you, the 17 times you testified before, has it been Tennessee State Court or other jurisdictions?
All Tennessee State courts.
Has it been in preliminary hearings or circuit court? Or
it's been a variety of those. Some of them have been motion hearings, some of them have been in an actual trial.
And did you attend an actual digital training school?
Yes, I've attended several digital training schools. So FLETC is the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, where I got those 3 certifications, and then I've been through numerous programs through vendor certifications, as well as tool agnostic programs where we learn, ISP, which is in-system programming. We're touching the board with probes to identify different taps, then all the way to chip off, where we're taking the memory chip off of a board to then put it into a reader to read it like we would any other thing.
Right, I understand. Now, the first thing that you said you attended, you used an acronym. I just want to make sure that we all understand.
Yes, so DSTEP is Digital Evidence Acquisition Program, and so that's through the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia.
Okay. And did you mention any other acronyms?
SCRS, Seized Evidence Computer.
Okay. If you'll explain it.
Yes, so it's Seized Computer Evidence Recovery Program, and that's where we go through and do the analysis. Once we've acquired it with the tools that we learned in DSTEP, or Digital Evidence Acquisition Training Program, we take that knowledge, apply it, and use the tools to create the work products.
Just a couple more questions. The first school you mentioned at the Federal, how long was that?
2 weeks.
Okay. The second school that you mentioned, what was the name of it? How long did it
last? It was 2 weeks.
And any others?
They vary from a week to 2 weeks, then some are... You take a class for that week, then you continue along where you're working on the evidence, and then you get proctored at the end.
All right, so the FBI will be a 2-week school, the federal school?
The federal school is a 2-week school.
And then the next school is this, you say SCRS?
Correct, it's at the same facility, it's just it's a building block, right? So the first one only allows you to image the evidence, right, to create that forensic image so that there's no changes made to the data. The next allows you to learn the tools and the skill sets and all the scripts to analyze the data.
In addition to those two, have you been to any other schools?
Yes, I've been through FTK. I've been through
FTK.
FTK.
What does that mean?
It's Forensic Toolkit. It's gone through several different buyouts. External currently owns it. I've been through Magnet.
And how long was that?
Each of the, so that was a series. It was a boot camp series. So I had a whole year to take roughly, 20 plus courses.
Okay.
So anything from Windows artifacts to registry artifacts, where we're looking specifically at the registry inside of the computer.
Okay, I'm almost done. Are you required to update with updated technology training each year?
I have because of my academic stance, I have to maintain continuing education credits every year, yes. And then the Bureau requires us to maintain that as well. There's not a standard in the policy, but anywhere from 40 to 80 hours every year I have attended.
All right, what is your mandatory attendance requirement?
40.
Okay. Thank you.
There's a lot of opportunity in this field.
Mobile device and computer forensics.
Mobile device and computer forensics.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Taylor, you have any objection?
No, Your Honor.
We'll accept the witness as an expert in the area of mobile device and computer forensics.
Okay, he's an expert.
Anyway, in your capacity as a special agent, were you ever asked to examine evidence relating to murder appearance with?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did you prepare reports as a result of your examinations?
Yes, I did.
And did you bring them with you to that?
I did.
Okay. Tell us how you first became involved in this case.
Special Agent Nation Bishop had created a search warrant at the request of Dyer County Sheriff's Office to assist in an investigation, and the violent crime response team was called out. They deployed. That team collected the evidence at the residence, and from there, Kevin Warren brought that evidence to me on 11/14/2011.
Okay. And is it normal procedure for the TBI, or of the TBI, for seized items and searches to come into your possession for analysis?
Correct. At that time, there were no digital forensics examiners in Jackson that were fully trained.
Okay. Did you examine all the items Agent Warner provided to you?
That's so much better.
Correct.
Okay. Were all of them, did they all provide useful evidence to you?
Not all of them, no.
Okay. Can you tell us why some of them may not have?
Some of the digital camera cards were outside the scope. They were pictures from 2007 to 2010, so did not apply to the scope of the investigation. A couple of the cellular phones, the batteries were swollen, so even when I applied power to the device, to a power supply, it was not enough to bring the phone back to life, if you will, in order to examine it.
On Friday, Agent David Howell, are you familiar with Agent Howell?
I am.
Okay, Agent Howell testified that during the search of the 65 Willie Johnson Road property, that he personally took possession of a Gateway laptop serial number, and it's very long, but it ends with 91601, and brought it to the Technical Services Unit for processing. Did you perform a forensic examination of that Gateway laptop?
Yes, I did.
Okay, can you describe the process you used to perform that extraction?
So with laptops, typically when they come in, and in this case when they came in, it was powered off. So we remove the battery from the laptop, then we take off the bottom plate to remove the hard drive from the laptop. Once the hard drive is removed from the laptop, then I place that hard drive behind a piece of hardware that is a write blocker. So what a write blocker does, it allows me to have a stopgap, right? I can read the data, but I can't make changes to the data. When that is plugged up, then I can create a forensic image of that particular hard drive. Once that forensic image is created, then a computer mathematical algorithm number or a hash value is created, kind of like a fingerprint, so that we know that that computer image has not changed, and we verify that image hash value at the end of our analysis.
Okay, can you describe the types of data you obtained from such extraction?
So on laptop computers, obviously you're going to have email, you're going to have pictures, videos, documents. You may have tax documents or privileged information from lawyers or whatever. You also will have internet activity and different things in the registry as far as programs that got installed or removed, various things like that, etc.
Okay, and after you originally performed an analysis with the computer, did you perform another analysis?
I did perform an updated analysis using a newer version of IEF, which had then been rebranded as Axiom.
And what was the purpose of that updated analysis?
To be able to look at the data in its totality. There were more artifacts that were being able to be processed at that time.
In layman's terms, you can see more things?
Correct.
Okay. When you were examining this computer, did you focus on a specific time frame?
I did, from 10/10/2011 to 11/14/2011, because that's when we took possession of it.
Okay, and what's the significance of the 10/10/2011 date as a start?
My understanding is that is when Mr. Swift was served with process.
Okay. We've heard previously in the trial the defendant tell officers he went to sleep on October 30th, 2011, shortly after 2008, and slept until around 10 o'clock that morning. Did your examination of the gateway...
I don't object to leading. He can ask a question.
I don't believe it's leading. I think it's setting the foundation for the question. So objection to be overruled.
Do you mind? Let me repeat my question.
Please.
Okay. We heard earlier in the trial the defendant tell officers that he went to sleep shortly after 2:08 a.m. on 10/30/2011, and he slept until around 10 o'clock later that morning. Did your examination of the Gateway computer reveal anything that would call the truth of that statement into question?
There were internet searches and activity where devices were plugged into the computer at that time, yes.
Was there anyone logged on to the computer?
The user account David was logged on.
Okay, and can you tell from your examination if logging on to the username David required a password?
It did.
Okay, and were you able to tell what the account logged into was viewing during that time frame?
It had gone to yahoo.com and then immediately started looking at pictures from a removable device.
Okay, when you say removable device, does that have another name?
So it's digital camera images is the folder structure, but it's going to give it a drive letter that's not typically associated with like the operating system drive. It's typically drive C, right? The user can go in and change that, but typically in the install it's drive C. So when you plug anything into the computer, it has to give it a drive letter. It's not going to give it the same drive letter, or otherwise you'd have conflicts, right? So this one is drive letter E. It could have been F, right? But in this it is E.
When you see DCIM folders, is there external devices you typically associate those with?
Digital cameras, right? So it could be a Canon digital camera or Kodak, EasyShare, but it also can be a cell phone because we have digital cameras on our new cell phones.
Were you able to see whether or not the defendant was viewing any images of what appeared to be a female at around 3:13 that morning?
Correct.
Okay.
What exhibit are those? You know, sir, which exhibit are those?
They're not an exhibit yet, Your Honor. I'm just asking if you recognize them.
Yes, I did.
Okay, can you tell us what those are of?
It's a picture of a tattoo which would appear on the right side of this individual's body. And it's a second version of that, but the hand placement is different.
Okay. And do you have a time that the defendant was accessing those pictures on the gateway? Or the username David, let me be clear. The username David was accessing those pictures?
I do. I need to pull it up to recall them.
Okay.
Good luck, Mel. That doesn't sound like fun, but hopefully it gets feeling better.
It was accessed on 10/30/2011 at 3:13:34 a.m.
Okay, is there another one?
The second picture was accessed at 10/30/2011 at 3:13:41 a.m.
Okay, so at 3:13 on October 30th, was that the only time the username David accessed these tattoo pics?
No.
Can you tell us when?
Let me go with that.
Is he going to go through all 280 here again?
So these are in UTC. I misspoke. Yes, it is the only time for those instances.
Explain. We're seeing 8:13 a.m. on.
So this report was a supplemental at the request of the Dyer County Sheriff's Office, and at that time I did not convert from UTC to UTC -6, or in this instance it would be UTC -5.
So what was the local time?
Local time here would have been 3:13:41.
Okay, have you checked the Internet Explorer weekly history on this?
So then we have 10:30 at 3:13:02. If you'll look back, just so you have the file name reference, file name is 101_1624 and 101_1626. If we look at the weekly history for 101_1626, there was 10:30 at 3:13 in the morning. Then you've got 24 at 10:30, 2011, 3:13:44 in the morning. And you have 101_1626 at 10:30, 2011, 3:13:02 in the morning. And then you have 101_1624 at 10:30, 2011, 3:13:44 in the morning.
Ayden, would you make those pictures of exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Vehicle is 33. They haven't been identified. I know we've seen them earlier. I don't think they've been even identified.
I think at this point, Your Honor, the only identity is they are pictures that were on the gateway seats from the house at 65 Willie Johnson.
I thought they were admitted as 19.
Well, there are pictures. I would object to being introduced as an exhibit at this time. They can be introduced as ID purposes. But if you can't, there is one earlier. If they're different.
There's two photos.
There is another photo that has been introduced of that same tattoo, Your Honor. These photos are being introduced for the purpose of showing that username David was accessing them at a time when he claims to be asleep.
And these are different from number 19.
I think one of them is the same, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, the court's going to admit the two photographs. That's Exhibit 33.
Teresa, that's great
Right,
progress.
anyway, did the username David access any other photos that morning?
Awesome. You got this.
Yes, he did.
Around 3:30 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay, can you scroll down for those for us?
So we have some, looks like kids' soccer photos. There again, still around the 10:30, 2011, 3:30 a.m. Picture of a Volvo sedan. Back to some kids' soccer activities. Still within that 10:30, 2011, 3:30 time frame.
Can I stop you for just 1 second?
Sure.
Now, it appears that all of these pictures have almost the identical timestamp on them. They may vary a second. Can you explain to the jury why that is?
So when a device is loaded in, right, when we insert a thumb drive or some other readable media into the computer, a lot of times it auto defaults for that window to pop up for File Explorer, and it's starting to display all those images to us. So that's why those created access timestamps are all very similar, because it's the process of that computer is displaying multiple images at once.
So it would be fair to say, for example, if an iPhone were plugged into a computer and their photo gallery was accessed, would that account for the same time?
Correct.
On all of these? Please continue.
Now there's a picture, it looks like maybe a prom or a dance, still about the same time frame, 10:30, 2011, 3:30, 14 a.m. Sorry. Some cheer competition pictures, still around the same time frame, 10:30, 2011, 3:30, 15 a.m. Still looking at pictures, we've moved to 10:30, 2011, 3:30, 18 a.m.
Matter of seconds later. Is that correct?
Correct. Now we're into 10:30, 2011, 3:30, 19 a.m. Back to some school activities, soccer. Some beach pictures or playing at a park. We're at 10:30, 2011, 3:30, and 23 a.m. October 30th, 2011, 3:30:25 a.m.
Okay, now slow down on these.
This is a picture of a side house with some landscaping, 10:30, 2011, 3:30:26 a.m.
Please continue to scroll.
Picture of the house at 10:30, 2011, 3:30:29 a.m. Back to some landscaping, 3:30, 2011, and 3:30:32 a.m. This is October 30th, 2011 at 3:33 a.m. This is October 30th, 2011 at 3:35 a.m.
So that's sufficient. Thank you. There are more photographs from 3:30. I just
Yeah. You just go to the last one, it's access.
continue to.
You don't have to.
You're at 10:30, 2011, 3:36 a.m. You're at 10:30, 2011, 3:30,
Defense won the
39
proffer.
a.m.
Now they're scrolling through a lot of pictures from her phone, I believe. Thank you, Samantha. Appreciate that. Oh, you're good. I appreciate it. You were typing it before I started talking, I think.
3:41 a.m.
What the testimony was that he loaded up his computer and connected this external device and started looking at pictures on it, and it was her phone. I believe this was when she was missing, right?
Okay. That appears to be, or does that appear to be the end of the 3:30?
That is the end, yes. So the last one would be 2010, or correction, 10:30, 2011, 3:30 and 43 a.m.
Okay. So just to be clear, it was user named David that was viewing?
Correct.
Did user named David connect any storage devices to his computer during this time frame?
Yes. A Kingston Data Traveler USB device.
AC just kicked on
connected at 10:30, 2011 at 3:22 and 08 a.m.
Okay. What function does a Kingston Data Traveler USB device?
You can store documents, pictures, PowerPoints, videos, audio, a variety of files. This one was associated with some pictures.
Did you determine whether or not the user account David was active on the computer later that day?
Yes.
Can you tell us the time it was active?
Sometime around 7 o'clock into roughly 8-ish.
Let's change gears. And did you receive a Voyager LG VX with that or 10,000S cell phone to examine?
I did.
And who provided that to you?
It was received November 14, 2011 from lab technician Susan Clark.
Okay. Was it assigned an inventory number?
Correct. The inventory number for the Voyager is 2011-0626.
Okay. And did you perform an extraction or examination of this phone?
Correct, I did.
Okay. Now, first, I'd like to ask you, was the phone password protected?
It was not password protected, or I would have noted that in the report. It did have a user code with the last 4 digits of the phone number being 4110.
Why would whether or not a phone is password protected something you would want to document?
Because the tools that we use would have to either brute force that password or we would have to social engineer that password. A lot of times passwords are birthdays, anniversaries, things like that. But you risk the chance of changing data by guessing, so we have to use techniques to know that password or to sideload a dictionary in for that password.
Yeah, that was not necessary in this.
No, it was not.
Okay. What tool or program did you use to perform that extraction?
Celebrate.
Okay, and can you describe the process involved in performing that extraction?
So unlike a computer that we talked about earlier, where I had to remove the hard drive out of the computer in order to extract user data and system files and operating system, a cell phone has to be alive. It has to have a two-way communication with the tool in order to get that data. So the command is sent from the tool, say in simplistic terms, what contacts do you have on your phone? Then the phone will respond, I have this many contacts, here they are. With phones, before we ever turn them on, if they come into the lab powered off, we document that this phone was powered off upon our receipt. We immediately place that phone into a Faraday box, and all that does is block the radio frequencies from getting out. And then as soon as we turn it on inside that box, we immediately put it into airplane mode. And if a SIM card, in this case the SIM card was not present because of the technology that this phone carried, but we would have removed the SIM card as well. So in this particular instance, we placed the phone in airplane mode, brought it back out of the box, plugged it up with a cable associated with that type of connection for that particular phone, and then processed it with Celebrate.
Okay. And how would you describe the Voyager that you were examining? Is it what's called a smartphone?
It was a feature phone with smartphone capabilities. So it did allow you to get on the internet, you could receive email and text message, but it did not have the app libraries or the Google Play Store or the Apple store that we have now for apps and the like. So it was on the verge of wanting to be smart, it just wasn't, so it was classified as a feature phone.
It previously testified that a Voyager phone was given to Karen by your friends and opponents. Did you find evidence that Karen solicited use of that phone in your extraction?
I did.
Can you tell us what that was?
So in this particular phone, the phone number for the iPhone was stored as Karen S.
Clarify when you say the iPhone, which iPhone are you referring to?
So the very next item number that I received was an iPhone from Susan Clark as part of the... Then we get to the phone text messages. The first sent text message does not have the prefix, but it does have 796-1910, and it's a outgoing message. Didn't mean to call from my other phone. If my husband calls from an 870 number, please don't talk to him. Say you must have the wrong number. Period. Karen, sorry.
Are there more texts that would lead us to believe or might lead you to believe that Karen was utilizing this phone?
The next one is an inbox receipt from that same number. Okay, but I want to talk to you. Then immediate response back to that number. Give me some time! Exclamation point. I filed a couple of weeks ago! Exclamation point. Karen. And then immediate response. Okay, please call if you can. I do want to see you. Then another one from that number. Call me. Collect on a payphone. And then she responds back to that number. I can use this phone. It's an extra line of Kathy's, period, and then there's a star, Kathy B, a star, FAW star.
Are there any text messages with this number on even before she went missing? Hold on, if you will. There's a couple messages there. We just passed. Go back up. And that lines 9 and 10, they appear to be identical. Who are those?
The first one is sent to a 676-3420. And it's, hey to you too, by Monday or Tuesday I'll have 500 cash towards the loan. Along with that, after I work this next Monday, October 24th, that will be 5 weeks, 200 period total, 750 exclamation point. I will have the remainder of 1250 in a couple of weeks, if not before, exclamation point. Y'all are the best, exclamation point, thanks again, exclamation point. Give me my total monthly with taxes on this phone and I will go ahead and pay for October. And then it's star Kathy B, star FAW, star.
Okay, can we scroll down to item number 13? Tell us.
Item number 13 is communication received from 731-796-1910. Good afternoon, beautiful. Then another response, outgoing.
Director Cheney, would there appear to be a response to the good afternoon, beautiful text?
Not immediately, no.
Okay, when is the next text associated with that? 1970?
10/29/11, 8:25:29 p.m. Sorry, silent, got a lot going, exclamation point, Karen. Then an incoming response from the number ending in 1910 at 10/29/11, 8:26:47 p.m. Just call me sometime, I would like to get to know you. Then a response at 8:34:08 p.m. on the 29th, 2011 of October, headed to the costume party now at the farms, Karen. Then a message received from the 1910 number at 8:35:44 p.m. on October 29, 2011. Okay, have fun. Call me sometime if you can. I would love to take you to dinner.
Okay, are there any more text messages, either ingoing or outgoing on this particular device?
The last one was the 11/14/2011 at 12:59 p.m.
Okay, and that obviously was well after it appears to be some sort of business.
Correct.
Did you find any calls of an injury going on the Voyager?
Yes.
Can you tell us what they are?
So any of on the incoming calls, there was no, the activity stops like at 3/26/2011, but the outgoing calls pick up roughly around 10/3/2011 at 6:21 p.m.
Okay. Direct your attention to the number 2 on that line. 442-9451.
Correct. It's an outgoing call to that number. There's not a name in the contact list or it would have populated there. And the date and time is 10/27/2011 at 1:52:05 p.m. for a duration of 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
Okay, with your total involvement in this case, were you able to determine the owner of that number?
I believe it was...
Girl with the animals, what's your daughter's name? It's easier to do a shout out with the name.
I believe it was listed as Jamie on another device.
I didn't understand you, sir. What did you say?
It was listed as Jamie on another device. Jamie.
And that was at 10:27. Now, just to be clear, are these times that we're seeing here, are they in UTC or are they in local time?
They're in local time.
Okay, would you describe what you see in line 1 there?
Is it Jessina?
It is a call to voicemail, dialing the number of the phone, and that's 10/30/2011 at 9:57:37 a.m.
Okay, the phones like Voyager call voicemail on their own?
No, it's a manual process. You would have to hit either star 86 or dial into your voicemail box.
Okay. And did you examine the voice or the phone records, the Verizon phone records for this Voyager phone?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and were you able to determine whether or not the Verizon records show a call to voicemail at 9:55 on October 30th?
They did not.
Jessina.
How long after Karen's iPhone went off the network extender did the Voyager make this call to voicemail?
I believe it was...
Well, he's looking. Jessina, congratulations. Graduated from high school on
roughly
Friday.
5 hours and a few minutes later.
It's like
Okay.
4 days.
And do you have a professional opinion why
Congratulations.
the voicemail would show up in your extraction yet not be found in the Verizon records?
To my knowledge of the case, there was a network extender or for all intents and purposes, a cell tower in the home, right, to kind of simplify it. And that provided coverage in and around the immediate home. So if that phone was connected to that network extender, it would go through the data side of the house rather than the voice.
Just, life just gets better after
Like
high
we
school,
were
you
used
know
to now
that.
with Wi-Fi calling.
And your mom really does have all the answers.
Direct your attention to line
You'll
3.
learn that eventually.
Do you recognize the phone number?
Congratulations, that's awesome.
That is listed as 870-740-1577, and contact name is David S.
Okay. Were you able to determine if there were any connections other than this one between the Voyager phone and the defendant's BlackBerry?
I was.
Okay. Can you tell us about those?
On the BlackBerry, it was given an evidence item number of 2011-0638A with the number of 870-740-1577.
Were you able to examine this device?
Correct.
Okay. Did you also perform an extraction?
Correct.
Now, is the BlackBerry more or less advanced than the Voyager phone?
At this time, it would be considered a elementary smartphone, if you will. It did have its own app store, had other third-party apps that were included there that you could download and use, so it would be classified as a smartphone.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were going to. Were you bringing up the contact? Or you? We'll go over that when we get to the BlackBerry.
Okay.
The other phone Ms. Clark brought you on November 14, 2011 was an Apple iPhone 4, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, did you assign an inventory number to it?
I did.
Okay.
The inventory item number for that one was 2011-0627.
Okay, were you able to perform an extraction on that phone?
No, I was not.
Okay, can you tell us why?
The phone, when it was received, the screen was cracked. You could tell the frame was a little bit bent. So when we tried to remove the printed circuit board, or the logic board in this case for Apple, to put it into a donor phone. So in essence, I would take the board out of that phone and place it into an iPhone that is operable, replacing the logic board so that we could power it on. Upon looking at the logic board underneath a microscope, there's capacitors around the processor chip, and the processor chip itself was cracked.
Okay, were you able to retrieve any useful information from your physical inspection of the phone?
The plate that covers the battery so that the battery stays intact has imprinted on it the serial number of that particular iPhone. From another piece of evidence that was received from the original proceeds of the search warrant at the residence, there was an iTunes backup that identified that same device.
So, make sure I'm clear. You obtained a serial number or ID number from the physical iPhone that you found?
Correct.
Okay, and that you were able to look at another, do you recall what device it was you were looking at?
It was a Dell Dimension desktop, I believe.
Okay, and what information were you able to glean off that computer?
So on 10/18/2011, and the time slips from me right now without looking at the report, there was an iTunes backup, right? So the phone was physically plugged into that desktop. Apple iTunes was launched, and then a user created a backup of their device at that time.
And were you able to match that iTunes backup? Was there information on that iTunes backup that confirmed that it was done by the same device?
Correct. The info.plist gives that serial number that is tied to also the imprinted serial number on the battery cover plate.
Now, included in the items that were obtained from the search warrant was listed BlackBerry phone. Did you perform an extraction on that device?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you assign it an inventory number?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell us what that is?
The BlackBerry phone is 2011-0638A.
Okay. And can you describe the process you used for that extraction?
So similar to what I did on the Voyager, the phone goes into the Faraday box. At that time, we remove the battery, check this, in this case, the BlackBerry is able to have removable storage. There was a 2 gig SD card that was there. We removed that. That's a separate, just like I would do with the computer. I would plug that up through a right rocker, image it, and then combine it with the cell phone. So powered on the BlackBerry, put it in airplane mode, brought it back out of the box, connected it with its USB cable to the software, and then performed the extraction.
Okay, were you able to identify a principal user of that phone?
Correct. It appeared to be Mr. Swift's work cell phone.
Okay, did he appear to use it solely for business?
There were some communications back and forth with family and the like.
Okay. On the evening of October 29th through the whole day of October 30th, did you determine whether or not this device had any contact with Ms. Swift's iPhone 4 device?
There were a few call logs and a few text messages.
Okay, now I understand that you're, and correct me if I'm wrong, let me ask a formal question. How is the BlackBerry listed on your extraction? I'm seeing the screen right now. Is it all chronological, or do you group things, incoming and outgoing?
It's grouped by incoming and outgoing in this method. There's not a chronological, or what we would look at now, the bubble look, right, when you can see the blue line and the green going back and forth to see the conversations. So it's at the time the tool allowed to pull that and put it in the category that it was received in or sent.
Okay, so
Mr. Blunt, we need to take a short break. If I'm not interrupting at a horrible time. Sounds like we're on the front end of it.
It's a great time for a break, Judge.
Let's take about a 10-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember, don't discuss the case in the jury room. Don't form or express an opinion while we're in recess. Thank you. All right.
This is a painful testimony, but I've heard rumor that this may be the last witness from the state. So we are nearing the end of the state's case. So we're going to skip through this break a little bit as we're trying to catch up time wise. Looks like we're back right here. There we go. Let the judge get everything sorted out. Yeah, the last witness from the state. Think of the witness, the evidence has been presented so far. And to set personal feelings aside, does the jury have enough to convict the defendant? This is a cold case. It's a cold case, and it seems like they brought the case without really anything more than what they had when it went cold in the first place. With several, I'd say 3 different times, information that might be very pertinent to the case and paint a full picture of what happened here got excluded by the judge. Some rightfully so. Especially, it's very similar to the Jensen situation, Mark Jensen. But I think it'll be very difficult to get a secure conviction in this case.
All right, let's be seated. I know you're messing with me. Yeah, and you all sat in the exact same seats this morning that you... All right. Mr. Box, you ready to continue?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we were, if I recall,
they're messing with the audio
I asked you about, did you identify, and we're limiting ourselves to the night of October 29th through the afternoon of the 30th when Ms. Swift was reported missing. Can we go through, and since your evidence is aligned and outgoing and then incoming, can we first, which is first on there?
Incoming text message. We can do the calls first if you would like.
Yeah. How about outgoing calls to Karen from the BlackBerry?
They're playing with a soundboard. Oh my goodness, that's loud. They're playing with the soundboard, trying to adjust the volume of everything.
UTC time on 10/30, 2011. If we subtract 5, we're at midnight, 41 minutes and 56 seconds. There's an outgoing call to Karen for 1 minute and 12 seconds.
Okay, when is that next one?
The next one would be at 1:41:42 a.m. On the 30th, 2011 of October for 47 seconds.
Okay, when does the next call begin?
The next call is 10/30, 2011 at 10:28 a.m.
Yes, sir. And the next one?
It is at 11:19:53 a.m. for 35 seconds.
And then when is that next one?
The next one is at 1:31:24 p.m. on 10/30/2011.
Okay, were there any more outgoing calls to Karen before Mr. Swift visited the Moron on the side of the road at 3?
No.
Okay, were there any incoming calls from, during this time frame that we've looked at, were there any incoming calls from Karen's iPhone to the BlackBerry?
So at 10/30/2011, at 1:28:37 in the morning, call from Karen lasting 1:37 seconds. And then there's not another call incoming until call from Kathy Bona on 10/30/2011 at 2:40:05 p.m.
What about the text messages? Were there any text messages during the same time period between the BlackBerry and the iPhone?
Yes, there were.
Did we start with maybe outgoing from the BlackBerry to the iPhone?
So on 10/30/2011, this will be actually on the 29th when we subtract.
That's line 82.
82, correct.
Right.
Do you want door left unlocked, comma, how late will you be, question mark. Garage doors are down, so use garage walk in door, period. Keeley is in bed with me upstairs, period.
Okay, and they were just down, all the next ones appear to be from what's in the BlackBerry is Karen. Can you tell us the time and the content of the message?
Yes, so there again, it's 3 o'clock UTC. We subtract 5 from that, and we're getting still on the 29th. And it's heavy checked on Ashley, question mark.
So that's at 10:52 p.m. on the
Correct.
29th?
Then the next one is at 10/30/2011 at 12:26:21 a.m. Are you okay? Question mark. Then the next one is not until 10:26:49 a.m. on the 30th, 2011. Where are you at? Are you bringing breakfast for the girls? Question mark. Then the next text message is 10/30/2011 at 12:01:58 p.m. Did you have to go back to clean that house more? Question mark, question mark. Then at 12:35:48 p.m. on 10/30/2011, where are you at, comma, are you with Kathy? Question mark.
Okay. Did the defendant make calls to, let's go back to the outgoing calls if we can. Okay, let's go to the morning of the 30th, October 30th. Did the defendant make any calls to the iPhone that morning?
No, they were not.
Can you go back and look up a little bit? You went down too far. Go back down to 384 and 5. Okay, so let's start on 382. When would that have been?
That is at 10:28:48 a.m. on 10/30/2011 for 20 seconds.
Okay, and then the next one?
10/30/2011 at do the math in my head, sorry. At 11:19:53 a.m. for 35 seconds. And then the next one is 10/30/2011 at 1:31:24 for a minute 59 seconds.
Okay, I want to focus on between 383 and 384. There's previously been testimony that the defendant called his neighbor. Jimmy Lamb at approximately 2 o'clock on October 30th, 2011. I do not see that on the extraction. Is there a reason why it may not appear on the extraction?
It could have been dialed from that device, but it might have been deleted, or it may not have gone through.
Okay. Just continue down. I'm interested in the calls he made. There it is right there on 387, excuse me. I was just curious. So I see we have a couple calls to Preston, then to the neighbor Jennifer Lamb, and then Kathy Bona.
Your Honor, I object to leading or testifying.
Would you tell us the calls he was making after he had called Karen for the last time at 1:30, last time that morning at 1 or
let the judge rule.
He made 2 phone calls to a contact named Preston, 10:30-2011 at 1:45:39 p.m. for 12 seconds, and then again to Preston at 10:30-2011 at 1:46:05 for 2 minutes and 16 seconds. Then a call to a contact named Jennifer Lamb, 10:30-2011 at 2:09 and 23 p.m. for 3 minutes and 11 seconds. And then a call to a contact, Kathy Bona, 10:30-2011 at 2:25:47 p.m. for 4 minutes and 40 seconds. And then shortly thereafter, another phone call to Kathy Bona, 10:30-2011 at 2:34:36 p.m. for 4 seconds. Then another phone call within the same minute, but separated by a few seconds, 10:30-2011 at 2:34:50 p.m. for 3 seconds to Kathy Bona contact. And then on 10:30-2011 at 2:35:23 p.m. called the Kathy Bona contact for 2 minutes and 51 seconds.
Okay, keep going, please.
Then called Chris, and I'll mispronounce this last name, but Nafi Sell, 10:30-2011 at 2:38:24 p.m. for 1 minute and 49 seconds. Then a call back to Kathy Bona contact at 10:30-2011 at 2:40:21 p.m. For 0 seconds. Then to Kathy Bona again on 10:30-2011 at 2:40:36 p.m. for 1 minute. Then Kathy Bona again at 10:30-2011 at 2:41:41 p.m. for 0 seconds. Then used *67 to mask the number and dialed what is listed as Dyer County Sheriff at 10:30-2011 at 2:41:55 for 0 seconds. Then dial what is listed as Sheriff's cell phone at 10:30-2011 at 2:42:12 p.m. for 15 seconds. Dial the Sheriff's cell phone number again on 10:30-2011 at 2:43 p.m. for 24 seconds. Then call the Jennifer Lamb contact again on 10:30-2011 at 2:52:54 p.m. for 6 minutes and 19 seconds. Then called a cell phone number with not a contact listed of 731-285-2208, 10:30-2011 at 2:59:31 p.m. for 6 seconds. Then called the Dyer County Sheriff contact at 10:30-2011 at 3 p.m.
And how long was that phone conversation?
4 minutes and 7 seconds.
Okay. Changing topics a little bit. Did BlackBerry have any contact with the phone number 731-442-9451?
9251 is what you said?
442-9451.
Yes, it's listed as Jamie with a Y.
Okay, and are we on outgoing still?
Let me check.
Or incoming?
Let me check real quick. It's incoming first.
Yeah. So
there was an incoming call to this number on 10:30-2011 at 5:30 and 3 seconds p.m. for 16 minutes and 10 seconds.
okay, now can you go to outgoing and determine on October 30th whether or not BlackBerry made any calls to the Jamie contact? Over there. That's incoming there.
It might have been the end of incoming. I just want to verify. his outcome. Sorry.
I'm not sure if this testimony is moving the needle at all for the jury. Seems to all be blending together for me in my mind.
So that was an outgoing call to the Jamie contact with a Y at 10/30/2011 at 5:28:27 p.m. for 1 minute and 8 seconds.
Okay, are there any more on that 30th?
Then another phone call on 10/30/2011 at 4:12:56 p.m. for 33 seconds.
Okay, and this phone number that David's phone is listed as Jamie, is that the same phone, the Voyager phone, called on 10/27?
I believe so.
Okay. Do the Verizon records, to your knowledge, show any calls between the 442-9451 Jamie number and Karen's iPhone?
I don't believe so.
Anyway, would you make reports on the examinations and extractions you performed and exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
We can plot that on a thumb drive?
Correct, it is.
And that encompasses everything that you have done in this case?
Every work product in this case, yes.
There we
To be
go.
admitted as Exhibit 34.
Pass the witness. We'll have a couple restatement of facts by defense.
Agent, let me ask you just a few questions. You received a laptop that the gateway computer laptop that you were testifying about as a result of the search of David Swift's house.
Correct.
That occurred November 14th of 2011.
I received it November 14th, 2011.
Thank you for correcting me. You examined it.
Yes, sir.
You weren't there when they did the search, were you?
No, I was not part of the violent crime task force.
You don't know exactly where in the house the laptop was located, do you?
I can read the evidence logs and tell you, but I was not present there, no, sir.
Okay. And you testified also, when I'm thinking about it, about some other cell phones and electronics that you examined in this case.
Correct.
You mentioned a cell phone with swollen batteries.
Yes.
Some of these could have possibly been old phones that were on the scene.
Yes.
No, the one that was swollen, you testified about swollen batteries, you couldn't extract any information.
Not at that time, no, sir.
It's fairly common for people to keep old electronics sometimes.
Absolutely.
And you just examined whatever they brought you.
Yes, sir.
Now, the gateway laptop, you indicated that there was a logon for David Swift.
Correct.
Now,
Well, it was the logon for David. There was not a last name associated with it.
okay, was there a logon for others?
There was not any other local account, no.
Okay. If that was a laptop that was being used by several people in the house, is it possible that they had others, if they used it, had David Swift's logon password or logon?
It's possible.
Now, when you say logon, this is 2011, is this just like a short code?
It could be digits, it could be a passphrase.
And if for example, if I share my logon with others in the house, then they could just click on it, put that in, and then have access to anything under my username.
Correct.
And you don't know whether or not that was done or not done in this case, do you?
No, I do not.
So if there had been another person in the house or children that came from time to time, it's possible they shared this logon information when they were at the house, used the computer.
It's possible.
You're processing the information you received to see what it shows.
Correct.
Now, the report that you did fairly recently is it the Axiom?
Axiom is a product of Magnet, yes.
Was that done pretty fairly recently?
Within this year, yes, sir.
Not in 2011. I guess that program wasn't there then.
It was so the program in 2011 was Internet Evidence Finder, made by the same company. Internet Evidence Finder was a precursor to what now is Axiom, which is what they have branded their forensic suite.
And you use that as far as the laptop to tell about the dates of the activity?
Correct.
And is there a conversion that's involved to figure out, you indicated a 5 or 6 hour window? Is there a conversion ratio?
So all dates are stored in UTC, and so at this time frame in 2011, we were in this area where this laptop and device was located was -5.
Now -5, what does that mean?
So we take at the prime meridian, right, in Greenwich and all that, that's absolute zero time. So then we subtract back 5 hours and we get to Central Time in this part of Tennessee.
In October the 30th of 2011, what are you saying the time was?
It would have been 5 hours behind what absolute time was.
And would that change, like, this is the end of October, and you've heard of daylight savings time?
It would have changed later on in November.
Do you know the date it changed?
I would have to look it up. I don't recall.
And how would that affect it? Would it
It would move it back 1 more hour.
So it would be the fall we fall back?
Correct.
All right. And on
Explain
October
daylight
the 30th
savings
of 2011,
defense.
you believe the time was not, you believe it was on daylight savings time?
Correct.
Now, if I could. If I could pass this to the witness. Sir, I'm going to hand you a calendar from November of 2011. Would you look on the date of November the 6th?
That's when daylight savings is marked, yes.
Now what?
The tool takes into account that date, so it's going to be -6, but if it's prior to that, it would show up as -5.
So, but were you computing it as -6 or -5?
When I was reading the UTC times and one of the evidences, I was computing it as -5. When I did that extraction, it was already set to daylight savings because it's a checkbox that we can check to have daylight savings enacted, so it knows where the calendar is without reading the calendar.
But daylight savings time would make it an hour earlier would be November the 6th of 2011.
Correct. That's when, and this year, based on what you're showing me, would have been November 6th. What I'm telling you is the tool takes into account daylight savings regardless of when that is. So it calculates that timestamp. If it's showing -6, that's the standard for Central Time for this region of Tennessee. So it's going to either be -6 or -5. If I misspoke based on saying -6 or -5, the time still would have been the time.
Did you personally check it yourself, or did you rely upon this tool?
No, I validated.
And if on November the 6th of 2011, when daylight saving times changed, that would have made it a 5-hour window, a 5-hour conversion.
No.
Or would it?
It would have been 6 hours on November 6th. Prior to that, it would have been -5.
Arguing about daylight savings time. This is funny.
Okay. And you did review that in daylight savings time. You're satisfied on this calendar as November the 6th of 2011?
Based on what you're showing me, yes.
Judge, I would just ask judicial notice be taken of that date on the calendar. I showed it to the prosecutor. I can pass it up to the court.
Do you disagree about that?
No objection. We've looked into it. That is in fact the daylight savings.
I guess that be made into it.
We stipulate that there is daylight savings time.
35.
I'm sorry.
A couple of other things.
Fan kicked on. It's loud.
You were showing, you testified, the prosecutor asked you a number of questions about the computer and the times. And you indicated, I guess through this relevant period, that you showed activity on October the 30th at 3:13 a.m. through 3:30, 41 seconds. Would that be correct?
I believe that's roughly the time range of the pictures we showed, yes.
And so, to be honest, you can show somebody used that laptop to have some activity with the pictures.
Correct. Somebody had to physically plug in a thumb drive to view those pictures.
Now, it had to be somebody that used the, I guess, the login or logged into that laptop.
Correct. There's a, and we didn't go over it, but at 2 o'clock, well, like 2:46, there is a log on of that account on that.
And so, if people were at the house, whoever logged onto it could have downloaded these pictures. You can just say it's somebody that logged on, whether it be Mrs. Swift or David.
I can't say who. I can just say that user account was used to access those images.
Now, the images were largely family pictures that you indicated were being downloaded to the computer?
Viewed, not necessarily downloaded.
And there's nothing about that you can tell which individual other than the person that logged onto that laptop viewed those images, can you?
I don't know who viewed them. All I know is that account was accessed and used to view those images.
And a lot of them are family pictures, and things of that nature.
Correct.
But you could say that at that time, whoever logged in during that period from 3:13 to 3:30:41, you don't know where the laptop was either in David Swift's bedroom or either downstairs in the living room, do you?
I have no knowledge of that, no, sir.
And it could be that someone woke up and looked at images or had this activity.
Somebody was on that device at that time. I don't know if they woke up or they were already up.
Or somebody arrived from a party and was interested in accessing images.
That's possible.
Were any photos downloaded?
There might have been some photos downloaded. We would have to go back and look directly for that.
And if a photo was going to be downloaded, would that be from a certain device, like a phone or a camera?
Or the internet, yes. Could have been from either, all three of those.
Can you tell who was downloading, what device was downloading or not?
I can tell in the metadata what device created the original image. I can't, outside of that, there's not any way to tell who was connecting it or...
Whether it was Mrs. Swift or Mr. Swift.
Or anybody else.
Yes. Now, whoever, if I take a picture and I send it to one of my family members, they'll have that image. And when they download it, if they choose to download it like in this manner, will it show that it originated from my phone?
Well, that depends. It will have certain metadata artifacts that will attribute to the aperture, the frame rate, all that of that particular picture. And it may show that it came from your phone number, right? But when it gets put on another piece of medium, it gets created, a new accessed, and modified date. It'll have the modified date as the created date of the original image.
Okay. So if I send a family member a photo I've taken and they choose to download it, would it look like it was originated from them?
Potentially, it could look like it was originated from them, depending on what is left in the metadata.
Okay. I wanted to make sure I understood that. Now, I guess the time frame you're talking about on the laptop from 3:13 through 3:30:41, it does indicate that whoever accessed it was home, was with the laptop wherever the laptop was.
Was with the laptop wherever it was, yes. I don't know if they were home or in the backyard or where.
Right. But it would indicate that they're with wherever the laptop is. If the laptop's in the home, then they're in the home looking at the laptop.
Correct.
Either in a bedroom or in a common area.
Correct.
Okay. The 1577 is David Swift's phone number, iPhone.
I don't have an iPhone in this case.
I mean, his BlackBerry, I misspoke.
I believe the last four are correct, yes.
Okay. And the prosecutor asked you about my client's, Mr. David Swift's, his phone contacting or trying to contact the iPhone of Karen Swift.
Correct.
The records you testified indicate that he did try to communicate with her on October the 29th.
Correct, yeah, it was our early hours, yes, almost into the 30th. Correct.
And she responded?
I don't believe calls, I'd have to go back and look, but I believe there was communication through text and calls, if that was what it shows.
And indicated that there was an issue with his daughter?
I don't know if there was an issue, just asked if he had checked on a particular daughter.
Okay, that's fair. And then at some point, that stops. And then the next morning, the prosecutor asked you, and you indicated that there were calls from David Swift's cell phone in trying to contact his wife or ask her questions.
I don't believe there were calls, I believe there were text messages of him trying to reach out.
There's contact.
Correct.
And there's several attempts at it.
Yes.
And there's no response.
Correct.
Okay. The prosecutor asked you some questions about Mrs. Swift's phone calls, I guess, to somebody else on the night of the evening of 10/29/11.
Yes.
Was that from the Voyager or from her iPhone?
I don't have an extraction from the iPhone, it was from the Voyager.
Yeah, all right. And you read those out, and those are accurate emails indicating some contact or wanting to see somebody else?
There were no emails, it was just contact or text messages, yes.
It was text messages?
Correct.
And it was a conversation between two phones about contact?
Correct.
What you read out earlier is
yes.
Exact word for word?
Yes.
And one of them was about seeing or getting together.
Correct.
Along those lines. On 10/30, well, let me make sure. On David Swift's BlackBerry, I guess the calls to his wife's iPhone, start mid-morning, generally.
I believe that's correct.
And they continue through that afternoon.
There are a couple, I believe, yes.
Yeah. You read them out earlier, correct?
Correct.
He also has conversations, either receives calls from others that afternoon of 10:30.
Correct.
Or
made calls.
Yeah, and they indicate trying to locate his wife.
I don't know what they indicate. I don't know what the conversation was. I just know that they were.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They weren't text messages, they were phone calls.
Well, that's what you asked me. They were phone calls.
Yeah, you can just tell who he called.
Correct.
You can't. There's no text messages to others.
There are some text messages, but I don't know in reference to who they are in reference to him.
Okay. And if these witnesses have testified previously that they either had contact with David Swift or called him, that might explain some of them.
It could. I don't have any knowledge of that.
Okay. Just 1 second. I'm almost finished. Now, in order to download photos from an iPhone, would you need a password or?
Not necessarily.
Would you need a user ID?
For the computer, in this case, you would not necessarily need one because it was not on the gateway, it was on a Dell Dimension.
Right, but if I'm downloading something from my phone, do I have to plug it into the computer?
You've got to plug it in, but there may or may not be that ability or that requirement to unlock the device or to have a login password.
But if the iPhone was used to download, and I guess every so often, do you have to, like if you don't use your phone, do you have to do something to gain access to it?
Yeah, you have to put in the password if it's set, but I didn't examine the iPhone content because it was destroyed, so I have no idea whether it had a password.
Whether it did or did not.
Correct.
And if there's been testimony that Karen Swift changed her password and username all the time, it's possible there could have been a username or password.
It's possible. I don't have any knowledge of that, though.
And you're saying the Voyager phone was not password protected?
It was not password protected. It did have a user code, which is for the operating system is pretty default, the last 4 of the phone number.
Just 1 second. I made several notes, but
we done? Might be another thing here. Ask him about this.
so on the iPhone, really, you mentioned about the state of it, Karen Swift's phone, that you just have the backup of the iPhone. Is it possible that that is all you have to indicate whether or not she did or did not save pictures or download pictures?
That's the only time that on that device, that desktop, right, the Dell Dimension, that she backed up. If there was previous backups or backups after 1018, they would have been there. Or they could have been deleted, right? So that option is there as well. But there's no indication that there was any other iTunes backups of that particular iPhone outside of 1018 on the Dell Dimension. Every other computer that I examined did not have any other iPhone iTunes backups.
I guess if you just have the backed up version, that's not, and the person doesn't back up their phone, they go 2 or 3 weeks and there's activity like taking photos or deleting photos or downloading photos, unless you can access it, you wouldn't, and had the correct device, you wouldn't be able to tell whether they downloaded it or backed it up or not.
Well, you can back up your phone in a variety of ways. You can either back it up to the computer in this instance, or you could have backed it up to the cloud. I don't have any knowledge of that. There again, I've never backed up a phone, so when it fills up, it just fills up. But people back up their phones quite frequently, and there's no rhyme or reason as to why they back them up. They may back them up so that they can get a new phone. They may back them up because there's an update coming out and they don't want to lose the content that was there in case the update messes up. So there could be a variety of reasons why that backup was on that computer. I can't answer you why there's not any more backups. All I know is when I got the iPhone, it was not in a condition to be analyzed forensically.
And if things have been saved to a cloud, you didn't have access to that?
I did not, no, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Direct your attention to the activity on the gateway, not the 7:30 to 8:30 activity, but you said that the gateway was, user David logged on at around 2:45 in the morning?
I believe so.
And stayed on until about 3:30 when we saw the scrolling picture?
Correct.
Okay, does that mean that, when you said that that user was logged on during that time, does that mean they were actively at the computer pushing keys?
Those files were actively accessed during that time frame, so they had to have, whoever was behind the computer had to have some involvement to view those files.
Okay, but I mean, if I logged in at 2:45 as user 10, and then I had to go to the bathroom, and then I come back, am I still logged on?
You're still logged on.
Oh,
Just one more question. If you log on, you're saying that they're showing that the person did some activity, they just didn't plug their phone in. They did some activity like scroll through or looked at photos.
There was a external device. I can't tell you whether or not it was the phone at one point or another. We do see in the proceeds with the USB evidence that was presented that a Kingston data traveler USB device was plugged in. Because of the way that digital camera folder structures name their folders, I'm not able to determine whether or not that digital camera was a phone or a USB device that had copied those files from the digital camera.
Right, but I'm saying the ones that you went through all the pictures at the times, you're saying that wasn't an automatic thing. There had to be somebody scrolling.
Correct. They are, as the pictures load and they're scrolling down, that's why we see the variation in timestamps, because it's taking that thumbnail snapshot of the original image and displaying it in the file view.
So there was activity that indicates that the person was using that device.
Correct.
The person wasn't gone or just simply plugging it up and gone elsewhere.
No, they were actively on the device at that time.
One more thing, and I'll sit down. Did you examine a camera?
I examined several cameras.
You can't say which device the download of the photos came from, or?
This one appears to be a Kodak Easy Share, but there was not, the same SD card was not found with the camera at the time of the examination.
Are we done? Witness is done. Here we go. Buckle up, buckle up. Let's see what happens. Is that a little horse? It's a terrible horse.
Call your next witness, please.
United States rests.
The state rests. Bingo on the horse neigh. Braxton, it was a slow morning. The state just rested.
We'll go ahead and take our lunch break just slightly early. I said lunch will be 10 minutes. 10 minutes, mark it down. Now, while you're at lunch, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not form or express any opinion. Do not agree to proof in the matter again. Okay? We'll see you back after lunch. Probably about 1.
All rise.
Jury's leaving. There should be a motion here. Generally there is. This is the point where defense would ask for a directed verdict or dismissal.
Your Honor, the state is rested. That concludes the state's proof. I would argue and submit and move for a motion for judgment of acquittal on the charge of first-degree murder or possibly any lesser. I would say this in support of that motion. Karen Swift they had marital issues. We've heard about those a lot. There's proof that my client went over to where she was. There's proof that he checked on her. There's proof that he asked her questions. There's evidence that she was eventually was doing other activities we talked about in marital situations where sometimes they grow apart. That's the case here. These continued. There were activities. My client called. My client went over sometimes. My client checked on them. There's no evidence that we've heard of any violence in the proof. And at some point, Karen Swift files for divorce. She leaves. She takes the two girls, and she informs my client that she's filed for divorce. They've been divorced before. They've reconciled before. And my client goes to the lawyer's office and picks up the papers, and he goes back home. He goes to work. She returns from the trip. He returns to their home. They live together in the same house. They continue their activities. He works, and she does some of her jobs, but they continue to live in the same house. There's proof that my client did injure his leg, re-injure his leg before she went missing on October the 30th. I submit almost a week before. There's activities going on. David Swift's at home with his daughter. Mrs. Swift arrives after midnight on October the 30th of 2011 with the daughter. The state played the tapes of my client. He was interviewed. He agreed to be interviewed. He was interviewed twice on those two tapes. He answered their questions. He said that I didn't do anything to her, in essence. I'm not sure where she is. This is the history that we've had before. They ask him all the questions they want to that first time. And the second time he comes in, they ask him all the questions that they want to. And he tries his best to answer them. And he leaves. He comes into the interview, and you hear all of that. David Swift goes home. He continues his activities with his family. The testimony, the proof indicates that my client on Sunday morning, after he got up, and it is consistent with the morning, around 10:30 or 11. I'm just going off memory, Judge. Starts trying to figure out, hey, did she go to Trimble to finish cleaning the house, or is she with Kathy Bona? And reaches out for her. Indicates he doesn't have any knowledge of where she is. The state doesn't agree with that or believe that, but that's what the proof. And in fact, Kathy Bona testifies about it. Proof indicates my client was informed by a neighbor, Miss Lamb, I believe, that the car was out there. He took his daughter and went up to the car, and then he took his daughter to the mall, or wherever Miss Lamb was, away from there, and then comes back, and the Bonas are there, and law enforcement. My client cooperates. Law enforcement asks him questions. He takes them willingly, takes them in his house. The state's alleged that there was a brutal murder that occurred in their argument in the house, and that he tore her clothes off and stomped her to death in the garage. However, when he goes from the car, law enforcement says, "Can I come with you and look in the house?" And Mr. David Swift agrees to that. And they walk in through the garage. The officer does testify that he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary or smell anything. They infer several things or suggest several things about bleach and stuff later. The officers, a couple of officers come out to the house and walk through, but and David Swift takes them through the house. He lets them go wherever they want to. He cooperates. The officers eventually come back. They come again the next day, several of them, and do things. This is the Dyer County Sheriff's Department. At some point, and there's really nothing out of the ordinary outside, there's a burn pit, which would indicate garbage is burned, but there's no clothes burned or anything of that nature. And they come back with a search warrant. He has to vacate the house, and I submit the TPI went out and did a very thorough inspection and search of the house, looking for forensic evidence. They take swabs in the garage. They take swabs for anything that they see may be a stain or possible blood. We've heard the results of that. There is no human blood in the house. The state suggests that there's bleach. It's been cleaned or whatever. There's a pool back there. You can see it in the picture. And bleach can also be used for non-homicide reasons. But it's on the property. It's in the trash. They pull it out, but they do a thorough inspection. There is no forensic evidence indicating that she was killed or murdered in the house, I submit, or the garage. They suggest that her body was loaded in her car and transported away sometime that night. The car was thoroughly examined. There is no indication of a body being transported in the car. You heard the questions that we asked. The trunk, blood, hair, prints. Prints were taken. I don't know if they've been introduced, the results of it, but the chief investigating officer for Dyer County, who already testified, indicated there was nothing of any, no results that were conclusive showing that anything occurred in the car. The state is suggesting that my client did this, and then I guess they're trying to say dump the body at the cemetery or at the Mississippi River, wherever this painting, near the Mississippi, on further out where the painting was. You saw the videos about that. We have computer activity that I guess the state suggested my client's at home operating on the computer. Karen Swift, I think that the proof shows, came home around 1:30 or 2 a.m. on the 30th, whichever Your Honor remembers. I've heard different things. And that she's at home. She didn't plan on coming back to the house. We've heard that through the bonus. And that she had the intention and told people she was going to clean the house and Trimble. So it's not inconsistent that she would get up and leave early in the morning to do things, whether it be clean or go to the gym. The state's forensic expert on the computer just testified that they believe, if you believe David Swift was on the computer, he was at obviously wherever the laptop was. So I don't know if laptops work while it's driving down the road. I don't believe so. I believe if it was at the house or in his bedroom, if he woke up in the middle of the night and looked and then went back to sleep. I don't know, but the laptop's at the house until a period around 3, if I recall, 3:32. I may be off. And then after that, all these things happened. We submit that the evidence is insufficient. We submit that the evidence is insufficient to show premeditation to support first or second degree murder. We submit that the evidence is insufficient to support a conviction in this case. We've heard a lot about them and their activities, hers and his, about following and going to. We've heard about some of the things she was doing and that the marriage was having problems. That doesn't mean that a person killed or murdered somebody. They divorced and reconciled before. And so is it possible this time that could happen? I mean, you could argue, and the state also argued that he didn't have a lawyer, when in fact their own witness indicated that he did have a lawyer. Lawyers take money, and so people don't waste money. And if you believe what the state says, he killed her because he didn't want to go through the divorce and lose his money. He was spending money on an attorney to represent him, I guess because he recognized that she might be willing to go through this. Or maybe he was hopeful that she wouldn't, but that didn't indicate he committed this crime. And so for all these reasons, we submit that the evidence is insufficient to support these charges.
There's the motion. State argues against it.
The state has provided more than enough proof for this matter to go to the jury. This is a jury question. First of all, Your Honor, as you know, the divorce was filed on October 10th, and there's been proof that the defendant had motive because of the divorce, because of the control that he always wanted to have over her. The fact that there was testimony that he wanted a perfect family, and she was going to break up that perfect family that he always wanted. Your Honor, there were numerous inconsistent statements from the defendant. There was testimony about whether he saw her or not. He told at least 4 different stories about when she came home that night. The first story was that he talked to her, but he never saw her. The second story was that he talked to her and he saw her, but he didn't know what she was wearing. The third story was he talked to her and she was wearing a gray sweater with blue jeans with holes in it. The fourth story was that he saw her, and then later that night he saw her as she was leaving the house, and that's where she was going. We've got 4 different statements from a person that occurred within a matter of minutes. And we've proven that. He talked about it in the videos. We put on more than enough evidence that's inconsistent. And he also had inconsistent statements about whether he knew there was a second phone. He told the officers in his interviews 2 different times, in 2 different interviews, that he had just discovered that day or the day that she came missing that she had a second phone. And we put on proof that that is not accurate. There are actually phone records where he had called that phone prior to that. There were witnesses who testified that he told them that she had a second phone prior to her becoming missing. And, Your Honor, we've even presented proof today that that phone was accessed and called by his number. Your Honor, the defendant also gave inconsistent statements about what he was doing that night. He told officers on more than one occasion that Karen Swift came home at 2:08 in the morning, which we know by the network extender when her phone connected. He told officers that when she went to sleep, that when she came home, he went back to bed and went to sleep, and he stayed asleep until 10 or 10:30 the next morning when his children woke him up. Your Honor, we put on proof that that's not consistent as well, because it was his computer with his name, with his password that logged in. He was on the computer in early morning hours at the time that he claimed that he was sleeping. In addition to that, he had a device that was connected to the computer that was downloading photos that we suggest was possibly Ms. Swift's phone. And we'll make arguments about that at a later time. Your Honor, in addition to that, the proof was that the defendant stated himself Keeley was in bed with him, which indicates she was upstairs. The defendant himself said that Ashley went to bed with Karen downstairs. When they woke up, they were in bed together. So someone took Keeley from upstairs and moved her downstairs. Now, why Ms. Swift would have a reason to go into the bedroom of a person that she does not even want to be around, and if she's going to sneak out, possibly wake him up just to get the daughter and move her downstairs, it's not logical. The other daughter was also moved from the bed with Karen to the bed with the other child. They both woke up in the same bed. Your Honor, in addition to that, if Ms. Swift was going to be on the computer, or if Ms. Swift was planning to leave just a few hours after getting home, why would she take diphenhydramine to help her sleep? In addition to the fact that you heard testimony that the alcohol that she had already drank would make that even worse, make the diphenhydramine work even stronger than usual, to make her even sleepier than usual. It makes no sense that she would take a sleeping aid and then an hour later or hour and a half later be up on the computer. And also within 2 hours that she would get up and leave. If she was going to be on the computer also, she wouldn't get her husband's computer, who testimony showed he changed the password a few days after the divorce, which indicates he didn't want Ms. Swift to be able to get into the computer. Also, if you on the photos that were shown, there was a computer in her room, a desktop. If she wanted to use a computer, there was already one right there in the room. Your Honor, there was testimony about the screw being placed in the tire. You heard that testimony that was intentionally done. It was manually inserted into the tire. You also heard proof about that screw that when it went into the tire, it sealed the tire. So the purpose of putting the screw in was so that it would go flat. But the testimony was it sealed the tire, so the tire had to be manually deflated. You know, the proof was that Ms. Swift's cell phone left the house at 4:38 a.m. And we know that because the cell phone disconnected from the network extender. We had proof from Mary McWaters that at 4:40 a.m., 2 minutes later, she hears a car coming down the road with a flat tire. And that noise stops when it gets to the intersection of Harness and Millsfield, where Ms. Swift's car was found. You also heard proof from the expert on the tires that there was run flat damage on that tire. He indicated that run flat damage would have been done in less than a mile. Ms. Swift's house was a quarter of a mile from where the car was found. Your Honor, in addition to that, he talked about the screw and that there would have been more wear on the screw had the tire been driven for a long period of time. At 5:04, the phone pings, and you heard from Carla Rexing with the FBI that there was an arc of where the phone could have been. And the ping, one of the pings that the Sheriff's Department thought was that it was by the Mississippi River. She showed that on that arc that it was more likely it was in what she called the area of interest, which was the house and where the car was found. But we also put on proof that where that ping was, if it was by the river, was a round trip drive of 41 minutes. You know, and it does not fit within the timeline that we have for a person to be able to drive there and back with a phone. Because we know that because she also said that the phone was moving. At 5:04, the phone started moving. But she said it was moving at a pace of a person who was walking with the phone. She said if the person was driving, it would hit more towers and different towers. And because it stayed on that same tower, it indicated the person was walking with the phone. At 5:09, the phone stops working. And we submitted that as the time that the phone was destroyed. The phone was stomped at that time and it stopped receiving data. In addition, when Officer Alexander arrived on the scene, he testified that the car was locked. The bonus testified that they were the first ones to get there and the car was locked. Officer Alexander had to get Mr. Swift to go home, get the spare key, and come back to unlock the door. He testified that when he got in that vehicle, the seat was in the position that was all the way back. Miss Swift was a small person, and it would be impossible for her to drive that car with that seat all the way back. The seat would have to be in a forward position for her to reach the pedals. The defendant claimed that he had a knee injury, and that's a big part of this case, because he claims that happened on October 25th, which was right before the incident where Miss Swift.
It's giving a preview of the closing statements right here.
It's very important because that shows his premeditation. He started planning this several days before. So he had to claim he had a knee injury so that he would not be physically able to commit a murder. We put on ample proof, Your Honor, that that was not true. We put on proof of individuals who saw him the day before this happened, who was walking without crutches. He was climbing on and off of a four-wheeler without any use of crutches and without any problems with his knee. And the day of the Halloween party, Mr. Swift actually takes that hay back, climbs up in a trailer, gets 65-pound hay bales, and either drags or hands those to Mr. Harris to help load those. A person with an injury to his knee so severe that he had to have crutches, it would be impossible to climb on a trailer and move the hay bales in that manner. In addition to that, you heard from Kerry Smith, who was a physical therapist, and he told you that the defendant did have the strength and the range of motion that was needed to drag a body 20 feet from where the car would have stopped and where the body was found. Your Honor, also, the defendant admitted that he did clean the garage with blood, with a bleach. He told the officers that he did that because there was vomit from a dog in the garage. So he used bleach to clean that up. Your Honor, the state submits that that was also a part of what happened that night. If you'll recall, the TDI agents had testified when they went and did the search of the garage that they received presumptive positive tests of blood in that garage. And they stated that when they took it back to the lab and did further testing, it did not show the presence of human blood. However, he testified more than once that something caused that to be positive. He also stated, when asked, that bleach could cause that to happen. That bleach is one of the best tools for cleaning up blood, and that it could have caused the blood to not be in the same condition that it typically would be when it was tested at the lab. You heard from the medical examiner. He talked about the injury. He talked about the possibility that he didn't know what could have happened as far as whether she may have been strangled. He could not say that she was or she was not because the hyoid bone was missing, as well as the thyroid cartilage. He did say that the fatal injury, regardless of whether she was strangled, was the wound to the head. That it definitely by itself could have been the fatal injury. He said that this was the type of injury that could have caused little or no blood. He said it could have been a closed head wound injury. He also said that if the person was strangled and the injury to the head happened afterwards, that there would be little to no blood because the heart was no longer pumping. Your Honor, so there are more than one explanations of why there may not have been a large amount of blood in that garage. Your Honor, the state believes that based on all this, we have given more than enough proof for this to be a decision for the jury to make, and we would ask that you deny the motion.
Mr. Goodman, does the state acknowledge that the state's case primarily, if not totally, circumstantial?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, thank you. Anything else you want to add, Mr. State, to your motion?
What you're asking, just a few more things.
Entirely circumstantial.
Regarding the issue of the blood in the garage, of course, I listen to and ask questions of the witnesses. Sometimes we hear things differently. Blood is used to clean up at the lab. I recall the witness testifying.
Bleach?
Excuse me. Bleach is used to clean up blood. They don't go together. And it could affect the results of the test. So bleach either eliminates blood, or it would test positive for blood, but fail to show any other results, I believe is what I understood. In this case, the swabbing of both walls and the floor of the garage indicate the presence is blood not of human origin. That means it's not a human. They can't tell if it's a dog or a cat, but it's not a human. They do have a result. It's not human. So if it's not human blood, if he's cleaned up the garage, it makes sense based on what the witness said that they could show the presence of blood, but this is so degraded, the sample, that they can't tell anything else. They can in this case. It's not human. That means, I infer, it's animal blood. They can't say what type of animal. We belabored the smell of bleach and all that, which is, nobody indicate that in the car, the garage. To say that my client, I guess the state's arguing that they're basing this plan of premeditation on my client allegedly faking an injury of himself and then staging it to make it look like he's injured so he knows he's going to kill her. We do, just from what we have right now, if you just heard the state's proof, you haven't heard anything else, we do have Dr. Smith, not Dr. Smith, but Kerry Smith, I think this is his name. He was pretty animated, but he indicated that he doesn't believe that my client, he did have an injury. He did also get the referral from a doctor that my client saw before he saw Mr. Smith. And it indicated he had an injury that was serious enough that it affected his ability to get around. And so we got a doctor referring him to a physical therapist. The physical therapist asked him what he thinks in his own mind he can do or not do. And the therapist puts him on a treadmill, and he's holding on to the sides, and he's trying to walk to show him. He indicated my client was trying to push himself to show that he was trying to get through it because he had work responsibilities and family responsibilities. There are numerous witnesses that saw my client with the crutches, and also that saw him with a leg immobilizer. You can see it on the tape when he goes and talks to the police. I guess the state suggested my client staged the whole thing so he could commit a murder. And even though Karen Swift intended on being at the bonus house that night and not coming back, and we're not clear because Karen would sometimes go and not let him know where she's going, or sometimes she would. She comes back unexpectedly, and he's planning all this with a leg injury so he could just get his hands around her and kill her on that occasion. It didn't make any sense. As far as inconsistent statements, the journalist, this is a case from 2011. They've relied upon questions of witnesses for the state and of my client interviews. The newscaster called him while he was at lunch and asked him a few questions. The newscaster couldn't remember. Well, I think he said, but I'm not really sure. You go off what you remember, Your Honor, that the newscaster that was writing a book and others. I don't know. It's just sometimes people, as a lot of the state's witnesses when they came in here, they testified for the state. And you recall how I had to drag things out of them by use of a transcript that were different or explain fully the circumstances. People over time get things mixed up. Does that mean they committed first-degree murder? It does not. The proof is insufficient. And I submit it to Your Honor.
One other thing, please. Your Honor, as far as premeditation, we did talk about the injury to the knee as part of the reason for premeditation. Another thing is, if you will recall, more than one witness testified that Mr. Swift attempted to go to dinner that night with Ms. Swift. He wanted to talk about the divorce. She refused. She told him it was over, that there was nothing else that could be done, and she was going to the party rather than doing that. You also heard testimony from Janie Helm that he was furious about that. You know, also, it could be that that was the moment that he put this plan into motion.
State acknowledges that its case against the defendant is primarily, if not purely, circumstantial. In the face of a motion for judgment of acquittal, the question for the court to determine at this moment is whether the state has produced sufficient evidence to permit the case to go to the jury. That is, could a reasonable trier of fact find guilt based only on the state's case in chief. The state's case here is circumstantial, but the law does not require the judgment of acquittal when the evidence presented is purely circumstantial. A case that is purely circumstantial is different in that there is not always the direct proof that we have in other cases, and there are a couple of older cases that deal with the criminal case being circumstantial evidence. There's a 1918 case, Webb versus State. Issue presented is whether the trial judge had committed an error by failing to instruct the jury on circumstantial evidence. The Supreme Court acknowledged that the case against the defendant was purely circumstantial. The trial court permitted the case to go to the jury. The Supreme Court reversed the conviction not because the trial court let the case go to the jury, but because the trial court had failed to instruct the jury on the law of circumstantial evidence, that is, how to weigh circumstantial evidence. An additional case is Bishop versus State, 1956 Tennessee Supreme Court case. And again, like Webb, the state's case at this trial was purely circumstantial evidence. And again, the Supreme Court reversed, and also not because the state's case was purely circumstantial, but because, again, the trial court had failed to instruct the jury on circumstantial evidence there. In the court's view, there is sufficient circumstantial evidence to submit this matter to the jury for determination. So the motion for judgment of acquittal will be denied.
denied the motion for judgment of acquittal, so we'll go to the
Mr.
defense.
Swift made a determination whether he wants to testify or not.
We're not ready to announce at this time, Judge.
Okay, can we go ahead and let's have our moment inquiry, at least so that he understands on the record what his options are.
We can.
That's for you to do right there. He doesn't have to take a stand. I just need the microphone over there a little bit closer.
You said now, so I can do that.
Yes.
He's got a bad knee. Have him sit down.
Mr. Swift, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can the record hear me? You have the right, you're the defendant in this case. You understand that it is your choice, along with my advice, as to whether you want to testify during our proof. The state has rested. They have presented their case. We will start our case in just a little while after lunch. There will be several witnesses. You understand that you have the right to decide whether you want to testify or not testify.
Yes.
And you understand that that's solely your decision with my advice, and that we've consulted about it.
Correct.
And you always have the right to do that if you want to get on the witness stand. You also have the right, since the state has the burden of proof, you don't have to testify. No bad things can be inferred by the jury from that. Do you understand that?
Correct.
Now, do you agree to keep your mind open and continue to discuss with me through your state's witnesses, through the defense witnesses, whether you want to testify or not testify, and at some point will be required to make a statement about whether we're going to do it or not?
Yes.
All right.
Very good. Thank you.
I didn't know those microphones were wireless.
As far as the time, we're going to kick off our proof when we come back, and I intend on having it lined up so it can be orderly. Would you give us? Are you saying we're going to come back at? Would you give us to 1:30?
One, I was thinking, do you need more than that?
Would you give us to 1:30, Judge? I promise that we'll make good use of it.
All right, we'll get started at 1:30 then. Be in recess.
All right.
Okay, so while they go to recess, we're going to skip through that because we are trying to catch up. Yes, if he does testify, let me turn this off for just a second. If he does testify, it does bring some of the evidence that was excluded previously back onto the table, so to speak. It makes it possibly pertinent again. So the ruling was only that it was excluded from the prosecution's case in chief. So I don't think for that reason alone, because it's damning testimony, that's going to come in. That's all the friend finder stuff. We'll see. All right. Give me a second. Let's see if we're back from lunch already. But he basically reserved the right to decide at a later point. So it might be after everybody else goes that he decides to testify. Here we go. Oh, judge is not here. There's a problem. We need like one more judge to start.
Bring the jury.
Got a bailiff. Oh, there we go. Hey, judge. Good to see you. Perfect timing. The judge basically ruled that a reasonable juror looking at that evidence could reach a conviction. Meaning in the judge's eyes, that circumstantial evidence is enough to reach a conviction. So possibly the jury could convict here. We are on a little higher speed here watching everything happen, so give us a minute as they just finalize their lunch break. Judge just ran in like he was on The Price is Right. His bid was the closest. We're at 1.25 speed, so the walk seems a little brisk. There's no physical proof. There's only circumstantial evidence, but their circumstantial evidence under the law is enough to convict. The threshold they have to get over is basically, in the minds of the jury, they have to get past the point where they hesitate to act. Okay, that they're beyond that point of hesitating to act to convict. If there's that hesitation, that would be mean they've got reasonable doubt. So can you get there? We'll see. I will tell you that the defense in their questioning did nothing to convince me that anyone else was involved in this. This case I think was highly publicized. Jenny, I think we see here, and based on the fact that there was no new evidence, no break in the case between 2011, 2012, when this was actively being investigated, and now that caused this to say, now we have enough evidence to take this to trial. Instead, it was, I think, rightfully, we can attribute it to political pressure during an election year, where the Attorney General is one who's possibly up for re-election. If this guy, the AG who's sitting right next to me in the gray jacket, is up for re-election, and his opponent is giving him a hard time, saying, "Look, you never even tried to get a conviction in this murder. You're not tough on crime. You sat here and did nothing. You've got enough evidence to take it to court." And now if that's affecting his poll numbers, he might be saying, "Okay, I'm going to take this to court so it can help me in my election." I have no idea, party affiliation, nothing. I'm not sure, but. Treehouse got, I guess, on the 6th, 13th, a hearing. Treehouse hearing on the 13th. That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, so 9 days. Yes, got married again. Apparently, those adult friend finder works. Go figure. They're not allowed to call on the current wife about the allegations unless, well, first of all, she would have to be willing to testify against her husband. Which, she doesn't have to. And unless she had, like, a confession from him admitting that he had killed her, they're really, or she was present and had direct witness herself, there would be no reason to call her. It would be inappropriate to call the second wife to say, well, how does he treat you? Thus, we can infer that he treated her poorly or something. That would not be appropriate. Cheryl, this is my understanding as well. They were either divorced or separated from the second wife, and there was some legal action, some sort of ruling. We can skip forward through this. I don't have to sit here, but I keep expecting any second now the judge to just call the place to order. So he's like organizing, getting ready to go, but there's his MacBook or his iPad, I'm not sure which. Some people just love the taste of wedding cake. AC's Wildflower says, I wanted to share with you all this week we are headed to the Youth U.S. Rowing National Championships. That sounds awesome. I wonder where that's held. I mean, you can probably tell us, I imagine. That's pretty cool. Rowing is an amazing sport. I assume team rowing. I've always been impressed that they can keep that skinny little boat upright. We're back to dual mics on the podium. Okay, we're skipping ahead. I can't wait for the judge to finally decide what to do here.
The state did file a request for reciprocal discovery months ago, and we have never received a report. That prevents us from having an opportunity for our experts to be able to review that to determine whether there needs to be a proposal. And it's totally catching us by surprise. We've had no opportunity to review anything.
Well, I've reviewed the court file, Mr. Goodman, and I saw that There was notice of the intent to present the testimony filed some time back, and I don't know whether there's been a report. I did not see a report. I don't know whether there's been a report filed or not.
There has not, Your Honor. There are slides that will aid in during this testimony. Sort of like the expert that just testified for the state. We basically received data, and the court appointed Mr. Williams to assist the defense in interpreting the data. And so Mr. Williams has done that. And in fact, the data even came in, a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. He's not issued a report. He has prepared slides which show the raw data, just like their expert did, to assist the defense. And we gave that to the state as soon as we got it. And so that's what I would call demonstrative evidence. Has been used to interpret, but their witness has not provided a report. And so, Judge, we were talking about getting things late. I got things as late as this Monday, the day before.
Let's just focus on what's in front of us, which deals with one specific.
We did get notice of an expert. However, as soon as we got that, we asked for a report. We were told by the defense that there would be a report, and as soon as they got it, they would get it to us. I've asked them 3 different times for a report, and each time it's been, we will get it to you when we get that. These slides that they intend to show today, they sent these to us last night. We haven't had an opportunity to have anyone look at these.
These slides are just the data that their expert testified about. The slides that he prepared, 2 weeks ago, are basically talking about the same time frame. So we provided what we got, and we're trying to do things to accommodate trying this case, and that's the situation. They had notice. I guess if they wanted to, they could have called and talked to Mr. Williams. Nothing stopped them from doing that. I've done that with state's witnesses before, so we've not had any discovery violation.
They provided had a name. It just said they had a cellular date.
I think the notice did have a name on it.
Yes,
I do believe that it did.
Your Honor, the problem with that is he is going to rely on this, and he did not put any of his findings in a report. Our experts have. You heard from our expert this morning from the computer extractions that he prepared a report.
I know there's no requirement, though, in the law that any expert prepare a report. And it looks like to me that Rule 16 B1B, the defendant has requested disclosure under A1F or G, and the state has complied, and the state has requested reciprocal discovery. But what I'm hearing is that there is not a report. If testimony turns up that there is a report in existence, then that's going to change the way the court views this thing. But the court's going to overrule the objection and let the witness testify at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are we ready for the jury now?
So the state was objecting to a witness. The defense is going to bring in an expert witness because there was no report. This is a game they play back and forth. I wish they all had reports. They don't. They're not required under the law, at least in Tennessee and in other places like in Florida. But gamesmanship, defense won that one again.
All right.
My counter is broken. I have to figure out how to get the feed working again. It's not liking the chords today. Good grief.
Tell me, how's everybody feeling? It's been a good this afternoon.
Yes, sir.
You good? Okay, very good. Call first witness.
Your Honor, the defense calls Robin Alford.
We're now into the defense case. I'm not sure what microphone got turned on there, but someone sat on it or was sliding across it or something.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Ayden, you may be seated.
Ma'am, would you introduce yourself say your name?
Yes, my name is Robin Alford, A-L-F-O-R-D.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me ask you a few questions. Back in 2010, did you know Karen and David Swift?
I did.
Would you just briefly tell me how you met both of them?
Yes, Karen and I's relationship started off with the connection between our daughters. Her youngest daughter, Keely, and my daughter, Allie, just had a sweet friendship, and so
through that connection, Karen and I started doing play dates together and just eventually being together pretty much every day or every other day.
And did y'all, I guess, did you live in close proximity to the Swifts? Or?
Well, we both lived in Dyersburg. I would say 10, 12 minutes apart.
Did there come a time back in 2010 that you and your husband and David and Karen Swift started doing things socially?
Well, Karen and I's relationship was always family oriented. Everything we did, it was with the kids. We were both stay-at-home moms, and she was a wonderful mother, and we did so many things together. There was multiple times my husband and I would be around Karen and David and witness it to be a good marriage.
Did you do family activities with the Swift family, you and your family?
Yes, we would go to my dad's farm. We'd go fishing. We would have bonfires. We'd ride four-wheelers. We would take them to water parks. We were on the go all the time. It was so much fun.
Is there a time after that that you and Karen's relationship sort of changed?
I could see that Karen was kind of drifting away from her marriage, and she would speak to me in confidence about not being happy. There was a little shift in her priorities, and so our friendship kind of suffered from that.
Okay. Was there an occasion did you know the Bonas?
Yes.
All right. And can I ask how you knew them?
Kathy was our daughter's dance instructor, and she was also the YMCA fitness person there that we'd go to classes together there. Karen and I's relationship, we were friends way before kind of Kathy came into the picture, but then we would have swim dates and stuff like that. I was invited to go to Kathy's 40th birthday party. My husband didn't want to go. He wasn't a big fan, so I went with Karen that night. We had a good time.
Did you and Karen drive together, or was there a lot of people there?
She came to my house and we got ready. We took pictures before. I think we drove separately to the actual venue.
All right. I don't want to go into every detail, but did you attend the Bona's 40th anniversary party?
It was her 40th birthday.
40th birthday party,
yes.
Excuse me. And were there several people there?
At the farms, at the venue, yes, there was.
And after, it was a eat and drink event at the venue?
Yeah, just like a DJ and just a social gathering.
Afterwards, did you and others go to a different location with the Bonas?
Yeah, that would be their house.
Had you been to their house before?
No.
And did you go along with others to the Bona house?
Yeah, I went because Karen asked me to go, and, it was a fun night, so I thought we'll just see, where the night will take us.
I guess, was there a hot tub involved?
There is outside on their deck. They have a hot tub, and it's not the main focus of the backyard. They have a pretty large deck, and there were several tables, several people engaging in conversation. I would be sitting at a table with other people having a conversation, but to the left of me, I saw the hot tub, and I saw people get in the hot tub.
Were people in different stages of dress or undress?
Yes.
All right. Was that primarily in the hot tub?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
It was, yes, the hot tub. There were people that maybe didn't have bathing suits and got in their undergarments.
And I just want to get through this very quickly, but did you see Karen Swift leave the hot tub and go into the house?
I did. I witnessed her get up. She looked to me as if she was hot and woozy kind of feeling, and I saw her go inside, and it wasn't but a few minutes later I saw Mr. Bona go in as well.
Can I ask this? Was Miss Swift, was she wearing her outfit, or?
That's vaguely something I'm trying to remember. I know when I walked in and I witnessed her laying on the floor, she didn't have anything on her.
All right. Now, she walked, are you saying that you saw Karen Swift walk from the hot tub into the Bona's house?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is that correct?
That is correct.
And I'm not trying to beat up on you if you'll say yes or no or answer. And after Karen Swift walked in, did you see someone else immediately walk in?
Yes, it was shortly after, was Mr. Bill Bona.
All right. And then, as a result, what did you do?
I walked in, I said, "What's going on?" And I got a towel and immediately covered her up, and I said, "Go get her husband right now."
Well, when you walked in, what did you see?
I saw him standing over her, gawking with a creepy look on his face.
Was she clothed, or did she have a towel on her?
I put a towel on her.
Did you see Mr. Bona put a towel and cover her before you walked in?
No.
All right. And did you make some remark, and then how did they react to it?
He just looked very surprised at me, and I was just kind of offended by what I witnessed and covered it up immediately and said, go get her husband, please.
And did you see Mrs. Bona in the room at that time or next in the house at
Nobody
that time?
was in the house. I vividly remember that.
Was Miss Bona, was she near the hot tub when you walked in the house, or do you recall?
She was outside engaged in conversation.
Okay. And
Everyone
after you
was
made that comment
conversating.
about go get David Swift, where was David Swift, to your knowledge, before you walked into the house?
He was outside at a table just, trying to fit in, I think, and have conversation with people.
All right. And what happened next? Did someone walk into the house? Did you stay, first off, with Karen Swift?
Until David come in, yes.
Was Karen Swift, did she act like she was either ill or under the influence? Or?
I said, Karen, are you okay? And she's just kind of coming out of a state of kind of what's going on. And she said, yes, I'm fine. I said, David's coming to get you and you're going home.
Okay. And then what happened next?
From what I recall, David picked her up, got her belongings. Maybe I carried her to the bathroom and got herself together, I would think, before she went home. But I know that I walked out with them and never returned.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did the Swifts leave either before you or at the same time as you did?
I would say at the same time.
All right. Now, after that, did you ever go back to the Bonos?
No.
All right. Did you have a conversation with David Swift after that about this incident?
David would ask me things, and I think one time he did ask me. I, of course, talked to Karen the next day, and I just said, again, is everything okay? Did, anything happen last night? And she, of course, told me it's fine, and no, everything's okay, Robin. And I said, well, you can always let me know if you need to tell me anything. And she said, I will.
Did she indicate that it made her uncomfortable or if she felt like she was being threatened?
I told her that she needed to tell her friend Kathy.
All right. After that, did you talk to Kathy Bona about this?
They never once approached me at all and never asked me what I saw. I know that it got back word to her because she immediately wanted to give me a brushed off feeling. But
you talking about the next time you saw her, you didn't communicate with each other?
No, like I said, my daughter still went to her dance studio, and was it awkward? Yes, but I'm going to call out some misconduct if I see it.
Well, and I just want to go off what you saw or what you observed, not what you think others did,
yes.
Just to be fair. But after that, did you and Karen Swift have communication and get together sometimes?
Like I said, Karen and I always revolved around family. I even got to see her with her 2 older boys, not just her 2 younger girls. She was a wonderful mom to all 4 of those kids. And I saw a shift in her marriage, and I saw that it was different. Her priorities changed. She would be going out after the kids would go to sleep, and that's not what I wanted to do. And so, therefore, our friendship did take a step back. I was always there for her. She called me on the phone. She'd text me. But it kind of, we didn't hang out as much.
Okay. And I guess, did you talk to her, if she went missing, she did go missing on October the 30th of 2011. Mm-hmm. Did you have communication with her shortly before that?
I was in Nashville that weekend. I was going to attend a Titans game on Sunday, but I know that she called me Friday night, and she said, just to let you know, the girls and I went and rode your house tonight. Don't be mad, please. We'll even come and clean it up the next day. And we had a good laugh about that, and that was the last time I spoke with her.
Did you, were you aware whether or not, when you first met the Swifts, like they drank alcohol or not?
Karen never drank before she came to Dyersburg, never. And I don't think that she could handle her alcohol at all, not well at least. It would be just a small amount, and it would give her a different feeling because she didn't have a tolerance for it.
And to your knowledge, while you're with the Swifts socially, what about David Swift drinking?
He never drank. He may hold a beer, and that beer would last all night.
Okay. And at some point, did you tell David Swift what you observed on the party?
I did, and then it got back to Karen, and that's okay because I'm stating my truth, and I saw what I saw.
Okay. Just 1 second.
My mom never took us out toilet papering. I missed that part of growing up. Apparently, I had to do it on my own.
To your knowledge, I guess in 2011, did you see David Swift with an injury or on crutches?
I did. He brought the girls to me on Halloween of 2011. That's the day, she went missing on the 30th. And I took the girls trick-or-treating that night. And he dropped them off because he couldn't get around the neighborhood like we did. And he came back around 10 o'clock that night and picked him up again.
So that was, you had contact with David Swift on the night of October the 30th.
Halloween, yes.
And I guess, was it solely for the purpose of you taking the girls so they can enjoy Halloween?
Just to give them some normalcy, because they asked multiple times that night where their mom was. And we just tried to make it as normal as possible and as fun as possible, which was a very hard task, but we did what we could do.
And he brought them and dropped them off himself?
Yes, he had their costumes, and then I kind of put it together, put their makeup on, and, you know, got the rest of them together. But he did. He dropped them off, and he was on crutches.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Ms. Alfred.
Good afternoon.
My name's Danny Goodman. I'm with the District Attorney's Office.
Mm-hmm.
Ma'am, what did you tell David you saw that night at the hot tub party?
I just told him what I witnessed as far as walking in and seeing Mr. Bona standing over her, gawking somewhat.
You also, did you tell him that you thought that Mr. Bona was taking advantage of Ms. Swift?
I don't recall those exact words. I just know it was awkward, weird, and creepy.
Okay. Do you remember giving an interview on October 31st, which was the day after Ms. Swift went missing to the Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling them about that incident?
I would told them about that, yes.
Okay. And you just testified a few minutes ago that she was laying on the floor when she went in.
There was like a pillow, kind of floor pillow, and that's what I saw, or what I remember her laying on. It could be a couch cushion, I don't know. It was just something on the floor.
Okay. And you stated that you went and got a towel and put it over Miss Swift?
I had a towel when I walked in.
You're the one that placed that over Miss Swift?
Yes.
Okay. Would you be surprised that in your statement the day after Miss Swift went missing that you gave a different statement to the officers?
I'd like to see that.
Okay, I'm glad to hand it to you. Let me mark the portion for
Impeach
you.
the witness. Story changes. This has been what, 13 years, long time. Time does a funny thing in our memories.
I'm going to hand this to you. If you will look at the last paragraph, it's highlighted. I put a star beside it. Would you read that? Wait a minute, Jim. I'm sorry. Yes, the statement that you have. I'm
sorry. He knows what it is. Yes, you do have to show the opposing counsel before.
Karen woke up.
I'm not asking you to read it out loud.
Okay.
Did you read it?
Just read it to yourself, man.
Okay, yes, sir.
It's 2 pages.
Did you read that?
I read it.
Okay,
yes.
does that refresh your memory?
I talk about a towel.
Okay, and you actually say that Bill put the towel on Miss Swift.
There was standing there with the towel. Alfred saw a towel on Karen. Maybe I handed Bill the towel and said cover her
Okay,
up.
but that actually says when you came in, you saw a towel on Karen. Is that what that says?
That is not what I recall. And
is that what the statement says?
that says Karen told Alfred that Bill put the towel on her.
Okay. Did it also say that you saw a towel on Karen when you walked in?
It says Bill was standing there and Alfred saw a towel on Karen.
Okay, so if
but
you
it
saw
does
a
not say
towel on
that I
Karen,
said that.
Just a minute, one at a time. He's answering the question.
so if you saw a towel on Karen, you couldn't have placed the towel on Karen, could you?
Either I or I gave it to Bill to put a towel on Karen. But when I walked in, there was no towel on Karen whatsoever.
Why did you tell the officers it was?
From what I remember, that's not what I said.
Okay. Could you hand the statement back, please? You also questioned Karen about it the next day, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And Karen told you nothing happened, didn't she?
She did.
Okay. And you also told the officers that Karen was coherent that night.
She looked up to me after I walked in and said, "What's going on?"
Did you tell officers she was coherent at that time?
I'm thinking she was coherent, but that would be me assuming because I don't know what her state of mind was at that time, but she did look at me once I walked into the room.
Okay. Well, obviously you thought you knew her state of mind the next day because you want to look at the statement?
I remember saying she was coherent because she looked at me in the eyes.
Okay, so if she was coherent and the next day you talked to her about it,
yes,
and she told you nothing happened,
she did.
Do you have a reason to doubt her then?
No, I don't.
Okay. Now, David is the one that actually told you that Bill was trying to make a move on Karen, isn't it?
I think he may have asked me that one time.
He didn't tell you that Bill was doing that?
Did he tell me personally
Yes.
that Bill, not that I recall.
Okay, would you look at the
It could be in my statement that maybe he asked or
Okay, would you look
So
at the
if I had
statement just to refresh your memory again?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it is the third paragraph. If you will look to the left, it's the first star.
It's getting a little spicy.
Have you read that?
I'm reading it right now.
It's only one sentence.
It's only one sentence, and then look.
It's okay.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory?
It says David said it, yes.
Okay, so that actually says David is the one that told you that Bill was making a move, right?
But that's not what I recall, because that's why there was an issue with our friendship. It's because they disengaged from me because of what I said or what I walked into, and that I questioned it.
Okay. Well, how would David be able to tell you that Bill was making a move if he wasn't even in the room?
He wasn't in the room.
How would he be able to tell you that then?
He asked me about it, and he didn't tell me anything, unless if he knew of another time. I don't know. That was just what I recall from that night.
Another time. Wow.
Now, you knew that Karen was going to get a divorce, didn't you?
She texted me around the middle of October, and she said that she had filed for divorce, and my response was, wow, that's a big step.
Okay. And then David was always controlling of Karen, wasn't he?
He was.
Okay. And he was always curious about where she was and what she was doing.
He was.
Okay. And he called her all the time to find out where she was. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a bad look when you say the police report is inaccurate. You remember it differently. We've got two cases we're watching where this is
Would you agree that Karen really never had a life when she was with David?
Yes. I know when they lived in Arkansas, she was just a devoted mother. She didn't have many friends. And I saw as she moved to Dyersburg and we became friends, and how her circle of friends grew and grew, and she loved that. Karen loved to go and do and be center of attention sometimes. She liked to always have friends, and she wanted to do something with someone every day.
And David didn't want her to do that, did he?
I don't think if he wasn't involved, maybe not.
Okay.
You guys, be nice to this witness. You're making the
Would you
mods
agree
work really
that
hard.
David Swift was good at
stuff.
mind games? Your Honor, I'm asking about her statement.
Repeat the question.
Would you agree that David Swift is good at mind games?
I will agree that I said that he is, that she told me he was good at manipulating situations.
I guess the objection was overruled. Since you went ahead.
I'm sorry, sir.
The judge is like, well, you answered, so I'll let it stand.
You made a statement when you were testifying previously that Karen would leave the kids at night after they went to sleep and go out.
Yes.
Did you see that?
Yes, there would be times where she would stop by my house on occasions when she was out or
At what
doing
time?
it could have been 9 o'clock, it could have been 10 o'clock, but nothing later than that.
Okay, so not extremely late.
No.
Okay. But she never left the kids alone.
No, never.
Late. Don't come to my
You
house
said
at
that
10
Karen
o'clock.
could not handle her alcohol. Is that right?
From what I witnessed, she wasn't a big drinker, but when she wouldn't be able to tolerate it very much.
Okay, so if she had been drinking on the night that she came up missing, do you think that she would get out after going home?
Hang on a second.
I'm not going to say.
We're good now, right?
Yes, sir.
What's the objection?
Do you think if she'd been out drinking?
No, what's the objection?
Speculation.
Yeah, I quite agree. The objection will be sustained. Let's move on.
Okay. You also said that you saw Mr. Swift on crutches. Is that right? Okay. And you said that was on Halloween when he brought the girls over. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was on October 31st of 2011.
Correct.
And Karen was already missing at that point.
Yes.
You didn't see Mr. Swift before that on crutches, did you?
I know, I didn't.
Thank you.
Redirect.
The prosecutor asked you about the statement that he passed to you.
Mm-hmm.
He asked you questions about that.
He did.
Did you sit for a video interview with the officers?
I did sit for a video, yes.
All right. And did you answer what the prosecutor showed you? Would it be fair to say that was a brief summary of that video?
Exactly what I was looking at was different from the video. I mean, it was looking more like a summary, like someone had typed up.
Did you weren't asked to sign that as a statement, were you? That what he passed up to you?
No, sir.
All right.
I'm going to object. These are the same statements and the same topic presented by the defense.
I think it's fair to redirect.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
And in fact, to prepare for today, did you listen to the audio tape that was involved in this case?
I did, and I read my transcript too.
And was the summary that the prosecutor passed you a lot shorter than what you had?
It seemed summarized, yes. Summarized, yes.
All right. But you're testifying about what you recall, and you're trying to be as honest as you
As
can.
honest as can be, yes.
All right. Now, when you saw, I guess if Karen Swift came over to visit you in the evening sometimes, she would surprise you or call ahead of time.
She would call on her way usually.
And you don't know where, the children weren't with her, were they?
Not some nights she'd already given them a bath and put them in the bed.
And so somebody else, either David Swift or she left them by themselves? You don't know, but the kids weren't with her, so either David was watching them or she didn't have the kids with her.
Correct.
Let's put it that way.
I guess he's done.
Recross?
Yes. Ms. Halford, you put your kids to bed and left before, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
And does that make you a bad mother?
No, sir. And I would not say that she was ever a bad mother.
Thank you.
Ever.
Man, you can step down if I upset you. You're good.
Thank you.
Interesting.
Oh, your next witness.
Defense did well there, especially with the argument.
Your Honor, I call Brian Darr.
About the video.
Brian Darr, D-A-R.
Versus the summary statement. The state's like, hey, that's not fair. They use the same type of. He's like, but you didn't object. You didn't object. And you could have done the same thing with their witnesses. Judge is like, you're a little close. There we go. Well, hello, sir.
Would you state your name, sir?
Sure, Brian Darr.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a forensic engineer with Quality Forensic Engineering.
And would you explain exactly what that means and what your responsibilities would be?
Basically, a forensic engineer investigates, I'm a mechanical engineer by background, so I investigate product failures, whether mechanical in nature, whether it be tire failures or accident reconstruction, things of that sort.
Now, would you mind telling the jury a little bit about your education and training and background?
Sure, absolutely. As I mentioned, I graduated as a mechanical engineer. I worked about 6 years with a tire company where I was a product engineer, designed, developed, tested, manufactured the tires. Also while there, I worked out in the plant as a plant technical engineer, where I was responsible for tracking down what was called downgrades, basically defects in the tire, and then changing or correcting the problem.
We have a competing
from the tire company, I then went and worked for Honda R&D Americas, where I was the tire development or tire project leader for all the North American developed vehicles. Worked there approximately 7 years. While there, of course, Honda works with various tire suppliers, whether it be Michelin, Bridgestone, Goodyear, etc. I got a chance to go into their plants, do quality visits all around the country, actually all around the world. It also afforded me the opportunity to do various testing on tires, on vehicle, things of that sort. And then once I left Honda, I got into this line of work as a forensic engineer.
How long have you been active as a forensic engineer, sir?
15 years.
And this forensic engineering, does it involve examining tires for defects or injuries?
Absolutely.
And would you estimate how many times you may have possibly done that?
I've inspected thousands of tires.
Now, how did that work? Would companies request you to examine a tire to answer questions about quality?
Yeah, we'll say, for example, a typical case would be there's an accident. Through the course of the investigation, they determined that, say, the left rear tire failed, had a blowout, the tread and outer belt delaminated. So then they want to determine why it failed, if you can. So then I would go inspect the failed tire and, do a thorough visual tactile analysis, inspection of it, and go from there.
Now, besides inspecting a tire, would you sometimes test a similar tire to determine things about whether or not that affected your findings?
Absolutely. I mean, that's actually what I did in this particular case.
Now, let me make sure I understand. Let's just finish your qualifications, then we'll go into your specific findings.
Sure.
Have you testified in court before?
Yes.
Would you just tell us about briefly where and estimate how many times?
I've been qualified in state and federal court as a tire expert. I didn't bring my list with me. I would say approximately 20 depositions, which also counts as testimony. I've only ever actually testified once in court. This will be the second time.
Now, are you from time to time consulted about your opinions about tires and tire defects or tire repairs?
Yes, all the above.
Did this sometimes involve foreign objects in the tire, like screws or nails?
Yes.
Would you elaborate?
Sure. As I mentioned, I've inspected thousands of tires. Just the course of inspecting all these tires, you invariably will get tires that have foreign objects in them, screws, nails, things of that sort. I've had cases in the past where the actual tire failed and they were pointing to the screw in the tire, as being a reason that it was running low on air and ultimately failed. That's different than this case here. The tire didn't fail per se, it just ran flat or it was operated in a really low inflation condition.
Okay. Now, we've talked about your background and experience. Have you been called upon to give opinions in writing and examine the opinions of others regarding tires and tire defects and things of that nature?
Yes.
Have you done that several times over the years?
Yes.
Have you been appointed by courts to do that at different times in the past?
What do you mean by courts? Like clients such as yourself, or
right, or the court appointing you as an expert?
I don't know that a court ever has specifically appointed me. A lot of times our primary clients are insurance companies and lawyers.
Okay.
So say there's a tire failure and XYZ tire shop had just put the tire on. So then their insurance company, their attorney hires us to, hey, take a look at this, see if you can determine why it failed.
Okay. I would tender him as an expert qualified to give opinions as to tires.
You'd like to examine the
witness? We need a sidebar before we do that.
Sidebar and then voir dire. He says he's been an expert one time before, but he's not sure if the court's ever declared him an expert. So this might be your first time, which is great. His collar, I just can't look at his collar. It's fine. I don't believe he's a real expert. What tire do you recommend for an average four-door vehicle today? Definitely believe he's an expert, not interested in getting his jacket on perfectly. A tire expert for forensics. Tune in. He says he was he was a mechanical engineer before, and now he's a forensic engineer. What was that? His history was mechanical engineering, and he changed to something else. Jury is present. That's why we've got a sidebar going on right now. Prosecution did rest. This is the second witness in the defense's case, and he is about to be declared an expert if the court will accept him. We're going to have voir dire from the state.
Mr. Darge, you said that you've only testified once previously in court?
In court, yes.
Yeah, what kind of case was that, if you don't mind?
I believe it was an accident reconstruction case.
Okay, and what was the nature of your testimony?
It was regarding the accident reconstruction, like determining how the accident occurred.
Who was at fault? Was it a red light run, that sort of thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a copy of your report with you?
I do.
Okay, would you look at it for me, please?
Uh-oh.
As I read your report, sir, I see you start out with our work, we agree, we partially agree, we do not agree. And in fact, in your entire report, I consistently read, our opinion, we disagree. Only one place do I see the word I, and then it says I/we. I just want to clarify, Mr. Dar, is this report your conclusions and your conclusions alone, or is it a collaborative effort between you and the rest of the people in your group?
Judge, we're about voir dire and the witness for his qualifications. We're not getting into the findings of his report yet.
I don't think that he is, and I think it's a fair question for this witness's qualifications, whether the work is his or the work is someone else that he's testifying about. So
it's the royal we.
Can you restate the question again?
Okay, if we can look at your report, I see in paragraph 2, our work to perform this evaluation results in conclusions. We agree. Number 2, we agree. Number 3, we partially agree. Number 4, we do not agree. And then on the next page, we disagree. Go down to subsection B, we disagree. And then go down to, in conclusion 4C, for all these reasons, we disagree.
It's just it could mean.
But that's pretty much the theme. I do know there is somewhere in your report where it does say I/we, but for the most part, it's our or we is referred to when the opinion is given. And I just want to make sure that I'm clear. Is this your work? Are these your opinions that you're testifying to today? Or is it the collaborative opinion of your quality forensic group?
It's absolutely my opinions. The reason I'm putting in we is because all of our reports get peer reviewed. So it's not just my opinion. My peer reviewer reviewed this and agreed with me.
So it is a collaborative effort.
It's peer reviewed, yes.
All right. Continuing the witness? Yes, sir. You want to say anything about that?
Yes.
Court accepted Mr. Dar as an expert in forensic, as a forensic engineer I said in tire failure. That's what I wrote down.
Yes, sir.
Forensic engineer in tire failure.
Call you.
I believe so.
Okay. All right, very good. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to be sure you understand the court did not appoint any experts in this case. If there was any confusion about that, that's not intended. But when I say the court, I mean me. I did not appoint experts. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dar, once you became involved in this case, can I ask what you received and how you proceeded initially to
go ahead. Yes.
How you proceeded to form your opinion?
Okay. Yes, as I recall, I actually copied all the data I had onto a flash drive. But as I recall from reviewing it, you had sent me a copy of the STL report, the other tire experts report. Within it, it had photographs of the tire in question, tire and wheel in question. There was photos of the subject vehicle, the Nissan, like where it came to rest along the right side of the roadway. I believe there was a few photos of a silver Volvo, which I believe was Mr. Swift's vehicle. There was photos of a white Ford pickup as well that I reviewed. That was the extent of what was made available to me. I think maybe there's a police report, maybe? I don't remember.
Right. Did you also receive a report from the state's expert?
Yes, that was the very first thing I mentioned, the STL report.
All right. If I could pass these. Can I hand you those and just ask you to look at them and see if you recognize these?
Yes.
Okay. Could you just briefly tell us what they are?
They look like close-up photos of the screw in question that's in the tire. Here's a photo of it sticking through.
Well, let's do this. Are those true and accurate copies of what you received?
I believe so.
Okay. Judge, I asked those be introduced as an exhibit.
I see them again.
Yes.
You want to look at it?
Well, there's a difference in being true and accurate of what he received and being true and accurate reproductions of the actual tire.
You could look at them and satisfy yourself.
No comments.
Can we have a sidebar?
Drinks being served again. Judge's bench. Come on down. The state is putting up a fiery opposition to this witness because he's going to testify something different about the screw. The screw is important. Why is the screw important for the defense? The screw is important to the defense because it's so important to the prosecution. Okay, if the screw could have been picked up on the road like that, and it's not driven in manually, then somebody just hearing a noise down the road doesn't mean anything. They might have heard somebody. It could have been anybody driving down. This it sort of takes the defendant out of the picture as far as the flat tire goes, which is sort of some of their premeditation on this. Anyway, we'll see if this this witness gets to either fix his collar or testify to that. Straighten the tie, fix the knot, adjust the jacket. I see one person ran with that joke. All right, not relevant. Part of me thinks this is a problem. They just found him outside and gave him a tie and jacket. I think it's probably hot in Tennessee. That would explain why the fan keeps coming on and it's so noisy in court. And so he probably kept his suit coat off till the last minute, and they called him. He grabbed it, threw it on, and walked in the door, and had no time to, you know, stand in front of the mirror and just adjust the tie, straighten everything, do a quick check. And that brings us to this point. So now he's going to say the first time he ever got to testify in court, he had his collar popped. Appears to be a half Windsor knot in his necktie, not appropriate to wear outside of yard work. My son ties this tie, and he does this like the I don't know what they call it, like an eternal knot, where it looks like it's like a 3-part knot with a hole in the center, but it still makes the proper shape. He keeps trying to use a different knot every time he puts on a tie. Without cheating, do we do a poll of whether the witness discovers his collar's up before he gets off the stand? Let's do that real quick. Don't cheat. If you've cheated, you cannot participate. Those are the rules. Will this witness fix his collar? Yes or no? Let it be known. Every time he puts his hands up, I think he's going to go for that collar. The collar's practically poking him in the ear. We have a resounding no is what I'm hearing. This guy's a polo shirt guy and just put on his best suit. Okay, his chin, he's got to feel that collar being up.
I agree.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Darr, let me get back on track.
Sure.
Were you sent photographs to examine along with the report of the state's individual who examined the tire?
Yes.
Did you review those to review the evidence to see whether you agreed or disagreed with his findings?
Yes.
All right. Can I pass these to the witness?
88% said no, 10% said yes. I don't know what happened to the other 2%.
I need to see Exhibit 21, please.
Can you take a look at those, and when you were through, would you have you examined those photographs?
I believe so. They look like they were some of the photographs originally supplied.
And do they look like they're copies of that were either attached to the discovery that you received from us or from the report of the state's expert?
Yes.
Okay. Now, once you received the report that we sent you and the photographs and the information that we sent you, what did you do in this case?
I reviewed all the information. I reviewed the other expert, the STL report. Went through what I think I originally asked if you had any higher resolution photographs so that I could zoom in better, and the result was no. I believe I asked if the tire was available to inspect. The answer was no. So then I had at one point proposed testing be completed, actually get an exemplar tire, And
when you mean exemplar, explain what you're talking about.
okay, an exemplar tire is a tire that's similar to the subject tire. So I procured a similar tire, and then I put multiple screws in it where I threaded it in, actually like turning it in, and then two more screws.
Thread it? Did you use a device to do that?
Yeah, I believe I used my drill.
All right.
Yeah.
So you manually did that?
Yes.
And what was the purpose in doing that?
Well, to simulate what in the STL report, he was claiming that the screw was manually inserted into the tire. So I was trying to replicate that.
And do you believe that you did?
Yes.
And go ahead and explain.
Okay, so I put two screws in where I manually threaded them down through the tire into the air chamber side of the tire. And then two screws where I didn't have a wheel for the tire to mount on, so I couldn't inflate it, nor did I have a vehicle to truly replicate it. But the best I could do, so the other two screws, I put in 4 total. The other 2 screws, I actually used a hammer and pounded them through the tire.
Why did you do that?
To replicate a screw being inserted into the tire like you ran over it.
All right. Do you think that would lend you, is that the only way that you can replicate a screw like being picked up on the road or knocked into the tire?
Well, it's not the only way, but is the only way given what I had available.
Okay.
As far as I know.
And have you done that on other tires in the past to find?
Yeah, I've had previous cases that involved a screw in the tire, and it actually involved how long it would take for the head of the screw to wear out. So I had to do testing that basically validated that or invalidated it.
Now, you reviewed the state's experts' report.
Correct.
And how you did not actually inspect the tire in question.
No, I did not have it physically available. I had to rely off his photographs and notes that he took, that the other expert took.
All right. And you had the information that he utilized and the photographs that he utilized.
Yes.
All right. After you did what you did to replicate the conditions between a screw being manually turned in by some device and also a screw being picked up through simulated road conditions.
That is correct.
And I guess, what did you find when you did that?
Well, I have the findings in my report. Would you like me to read down through them?
Yes. Can we go through those and whether you agreed or disagreed with the findings of the state expert and why?
Okay.
Now, before we do that,
sure.
Those are true and accurate copies of what you examined, to those photographs up there?
I believe so, yes.
And they indicate the condition of the screw. These are the photographs that you received that the state had.
Yes.
And so, would you hold up that first one? What does that depict?
This is a flathead screw in the groove of the tire close-up. You can see the abrasions on the screw, a little spot of rust, some gouging in the head of the screw.
What would, if you'll hold that up and just let me ask, if the tire's moving, could it have some effect if it's an old screw or a rusty screw on the end of the head?
What do you mean?
I mean, if it was a completely rusty screw or old screw, if you're driving on with that tire, with that screw in your tire, could that change the appearance of the head of the screw because it's driving or moving on the road?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can see close up there's abrasions all over the head of the screw. So it kind of looked like there was more rust on the screw at one point, and it got abraded off.
Okay. If you'll hold up the next picture.
These two pictures appear to be very similar.
Okay. Are they from any different angle, or do they appear very similar?
They appear identical.
Well, can I have one of them? Just put one of them off to the side.
Okay.
And what's the next picture you have?
This is on the air chamber side of the tire, the actual screw poking through.
And I guess what do you notice about the appearance of the screw in that photo?
It's very rusty, very weathered.
Okay. Could that indicate it's anything about the age of the screw, or can you really tell?
Well, it appears old just because of all the rust that's apparent. The tip, it doesn't appear that pointy. The tip is kind of dull. So, definitely looks like an older screw.
All right, if you'll put that down and go to the next one. Is that the same picture?
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. These two appear to be
Yeah, it's my fault. Yeah, let me have the two photographs that you examined. Keep the duplicate of that one.
Okay.
And the one with the rusty screw.
Okay.
Let me have it.
Oh, you want all of them?
Yeah. Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that these be made an exhibit.
Any objection to those two photographs?
No objection to those two photographs.
Okay, that'll be 36, I believe.
All right. Let me ask you about, I guess, your findings and conclusions based on your examination, your test.
Okay. Yeah, what I would propose is to read down through my conclusions that were listed in my report.
However you would like to do it. Let's take it one at a time. What is your first conclusion?
Okay. So the way I did the conclusions within my report, so the STL report, the other experts report, had 4 opinions. 4 opinions, and conclusion 4 had 4 parts, or 3 parts. So I basically addressed each one of his opinions in my report. So the first conclusion that I have, we agree with conclusion 1 of the STL report that there was no design or manufacturing defects with the subject right front tire of the Nissan.
Okay. And what was your next item that you concerned yourself with?
Conclusion number 2, we agree with conclusion 2 of the STL report that the subject tire was severely damaged from being operated with low or no inflation pressure.
Okay. So you agree with the 2 conclusions of the other expert on the first 2
Correct.
items? All right.
Correct.
And the next?
Number 3, I stated we partially agree with conclusion 3 of the STL report that loss of air was from the screw that was in the tire penetrating into the air chamber. While the loss of air due to the screw is likely, I couldn't see within any of the other experts' notes or anything that he actually did air testing. Air testing in and around the screw, where you would kind of pressurize the backside of the screw, say with a pipe, and then put soapy bubbles on the exterior surface, and then if there's a leak, you'll see bubbles form. That was not done.
Now, I guess, why is that important?
Well, it would just help you kind of quantify, so to speak, was it a fast leak? Was it a slow leak? I mean, do a lot of bubbles form? Does it barely form? Just to give you a better idea of, what you're dealing with here.
All right. And I guess the next conclusion or result that you reached.
Okay. So this one would be for A. Like I said, their results had 3 parts to their conclusion 4. And this will get kind of wordy because their conclusions were rather long.
Well, let's talk about item number 1 under that topic.
Okay. So based on the photographic evidence and the physical testing that was completed, we do not agree with conclusion 4 along with its 3 sub-bullets in the STL report. Conclusion 4 in the STL report stated the following. The screw is oriented perpendicular to the crown of the tire. When a puncture occurs in service, the penetrating object pierces the tire at an oblique angle. This phenomenon results due to the curvature of the tire and the flat surface on which the tire rolls. My comment to that was, it's plausible that a screw could be inserted at perpendicular or straight angle through natural acts of driving down the roadway, and we disagree with conclusion 4A of the STL report.
Now, perpendicular, are you talking about if somebody made the statement that in order for a screw to, puncture into the tire, does it always have to be standing up, or are there exceptions in your experience?
Based on my experience, there's many exceptions. I mean, you can have the screw be straight up at an angle this way, angle that way, angle forward, angle back. I mean, the possibilities are limitless. I mean, you have a road surface that's not necessarily smooth. Everyone's driven over potholes and things of that sort that's in the asphalt. What if the screw gets down in one of those potholes and is pointing up at an angle and you run over it? I don't know. I mean,
would that be, now, when you say perpendicular, do you mean at an angle?
Perpendicular typically refers to, perpendicular means that the nail was 90 degrees from the surface of the tire.
Okay. Now, you talked about the asphalt surface and how that could make exceptions. What about things like rocks or gravel or other vehicles?
Absolutely. I mean, there's other vehicles could kick up screws or nails. Say you're following a construction vehicle and some are on the back of the trailer and they bounce off and you just happen to be behind it. You could pick those up. Who knows what angle it's going to strike your tire at as you're going down the roadway.
And is it possible that if it does strike your tire as you're driving down the roadway, that it takes a while to work into the tire?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it all dependent on the way it could bounce, the speed you're going. There's a lot of variables, factors that, too many to really account for.
Now, if the other expert made the statement that all the moon and the stars would have to be aligned before it's possible for a screw to be kicked up or to go perpendicular into the tread or tire, would you agree with that, or what is your opinion?
I wouldn't necessarily agree or disagree. I mean, yeah, I think it would be, things would have to align to be just right, but again, I think it's possible. Again, as I mentioned, you have irregular road surfaces, screws could be down in the irregularities, pointing up at a given angle. They could be bouncing down the road if they fell out of the vehicle in front of you. I mean, there's lots of different possibilities.
The next conclusion that you addressed.
Okay. Conclusion 4B of the STL report states, the head of the screw is below the surface of the tread ribs. Because of the elastic nature of a tire, a penetrating object will be pushed out slightly as it exits the footprint of the tire. Consequently, the object will remain slightly above the surface of the tire until it's worn flush with the tread rubber. This did not occur. And my response to that was, it is plausible that a stone could be driven over that would fit up within the groove where the screw is located. When this occurs, the stone will contact the head of the screw, and the weight of the vehicle would push the screw farther into the tire, below the surface of the tread. We disagree with conclusion 4B of the STL report.
Now, when you say that a stone could engage with the screw and push it up, and even if it was originally perpendicular, sticking out of the tire, are you talking about it could be struck by a rock and drive the screw further in the tread?
Correct. The way I take his conclusion is that, well, the head of the screw is below the surface of the tread. So he's saying that can't happen. But very simply, I believe it can for the reason I just stated. I mean, as an example, I was thinking about this when we had the recess earlier. I went to a local restaurant, Reggie and Richie's Barbecue. Their driveway is a 100-foot long gravel driveway. I'm not a betting person, but I'm sure at least one of those pebbles went up in between the groove of my tire as I drove over it. If the screw was in there, it would have pushed it up further.
Now, I guess in that exhibit that we've introduced showing the screw head with the mark on it, could that possibly, what you're talking about there, about being a reason why the screw head has some damage to it or some mark on it?
Yes.
Is that consistent?
Now all the jury's thinking about barbecue.
Now, regarding the next conclusion or result in their expert's report, are there any more?
Yeah, the last one, conclusion 4C. When a tire is punctured in service, the puncturing object is pushed through the tire, resulting in localized tearing and broaching of the liner at the point of penetration. No such damage has occurred where the screw passed through the inner liner in this tire. Instead, the material surrounding the screw inside the tire conforms perfectly to the screw shank. This can only be achieved by twisting the screw into the tire as one would normally do with a screwdriver. And then my response to that, based on the physical evidence obtained from testing, this is not true. From the testing completed, number one of the screws that was threaded turned into the tire.
Are you saying threaded by you?
Yeah, threaded by me, turned into the tire, screwed into the tire. Had a jagged and torn edge of the inner liner adjacent to it, yet it looked completely fine from the opposite side. And the reason I was stating that, so in the STL report, he literally there's one photograph of the screw sticking through when he took it. But that photograph you gave me earlier, that was the one photograph. So you only see one side of the screw, just like you're only seeing one side of my finger. Well, there's a backside too. So when I did the testing of screwing a tire in from the one side, it didn't look torn, it didn't look jagged at all. But on the other side, it was torn and jagged. And, I'll never know the screw in the subject tire what it looked like on the backside because there was only one photo taken.
Now, when you did your testing on the replica tire, did you examine it to determine if it was consistent with their opinions or not? And were you able to take photographs or to take photographs that differ from their experts?
Oh yeah, after I inserted the screws into the tire, like I said, I put 4 screws in the tire. After I did that, I took photographs of the exterior and then got into the interior or air chamber side of the tire and took photographs all around the screw just to document it. Do you want me to keep going with the my conclusions?
Yes, sir.
Number 2 of my conclusions of that conclusion 4C, one of the screws that was hammered through the inner liner did not have any disturbed, broached, torn, or jagged inner liner adjacent to the screw. And then number 3, additionally, the STL report only had a single photograph taken of the screw penetrating the inner liner. Therefore, only one side of the screw and inner liner interface was visible. The back side of the screw and inner liner interface was not visible. Based on the testing conducted, one side of the screw and inner liner interface can look undisturbed, while the other does not. For all these reasons, we disagree with their conclusion 4C.
Okay.
I like this imperial evidence that's disputing the previous testimony. It's strong.
So I guess in conclusion,
so we tried to replicate it.
Are you saying that if their experts said that that screw was screwed in there manually, and it would be impossible for that screw to be perpendicular in the tire other than manually, are you disagreeing with that?
Yes, I disagree.
That was big. That means they could run it over.
Prepared a report with your findings and also the photos that were attached?
Yes.
All right. Can I pass this to the witness?
Thank you.
Did I say empirical?
Do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a copy of the report I issued on March 25th, 2024.
Okay. And is that I have no judgment. Sorry. Can that be made an exhibit?
It'll be admitted as number 37.
Just 1 second, Judge. In addition, were you also sent some photographs to examine a tire versus a tire track?
Yes.
And would you, let's see. Can I hand these to you?
Robert, we've just started the defense case.
Do you recognize those?
This is their
Yes.
second witness.
And I guess
First witness was a friend of Karen's.
What they are?
Okay.
Did not approve of her.
This looks like it's the
hot
right
tub
front
parties.
of a white Ford pickup. You can kind of see the right front tire of it. That was a Maxxis Mutter buckshot tire. Here was tire imprints in the mud, various tread patterns within the mud. And then the third one, here's a close-up of the, looks like the tire that was on the white Ford pickup.
And I guess are those exact copies of what you received?
I believe so.
All right. And I would ask that those be made an exhibit.
It'll be marked as number 38.
Does he work for Fastenal, Cheryl? Used to buy a lot from Fastenal.
Were you asked to examine the tread, compare the tire and also the track that was taken?
Yes, I was given photos of tread imprints in the mud and asked to see if I can identify these or match these up to existing vehicles that they know of.
I guess, is that what you were asked to do?
Yes.
For those photographs, can you make a comparison?
Yes, I was able to.
And what did you determine?
I stated in my conclusions of my second report The conclusion number 1, tire track imprints were identified that were a positive match for the Maxxis mud or buckshot tread design. And then I go on parentheses, the 4-rib design, high void, with 2 center ribs consisting of S-shaped tread blocks. And then the second conclusion, tires with this Maxxis mud or buckshot tread design were present on all 4 positions of the white Ford F-250 that reportedly belonged to Mr. Hogsshooter.
Now, so you compared those, and you can tell from the picture of the tire, is there enough of a sample for you to give an impression or give an opinion?
Yes.
And is it your opinion that that tire of Mr. Hogsshooter's vehicle made that track that's in that photograph off of the end of Willie Johnson Road?
Well, I don't know if his vehicle made it, but I know the tires with that tread pattern that's on his vehicle did make it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So is that consistent with what's shown in the tire track picture?
Yes.
All right. And did you prepare a report based on that?
Yes.
All right. Have you given opinions about tire tracks versus identifying tread to tire marks before?
Yes.
Have you done it several times?
I believe so. Not specifically tires in the mud or tread imprints in the mud, but like skid marks or sliding marks on the asphalt. And does that align with, say, a particular tread pattern of a vehicle? Yes.
So you have enough sample to say that the tire on Mr. Hogsshooter's vehicle compares with the same tread pattern as what is seen in the picture in the mud?
Yes.
All right. Hand that to the witness. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Yeah, looks like it.
Just take a look, make sure.
Yeah, all pages are here, and my resume is at the end of it. Yes.
Your Honor, ask that be made an exhibit.
Be procedures number 39. You finished? Yes, sir. Mr. Box, before you start your cross, you mind if the court takes a break for about 10 minutes?
No, Your Honor, not going.
All right, very good. Ladies and gentlemen, don't discuss the case back in the jury room. Do not form or express an opinion. We'll come back in about 10 minutes, okay? All rise.
Sounds good with me. All right, we're going to skip the break. We're going to skip the break here just one second. Because we are almost done with today. I think we're going to continue with today. Well, since we're on yesterday's, we're going to continue with today's. Is this right? There was mention of Walmart, yes. Walmart was featured rather predominantly, or prominently, I should say, in this case. It wasn't 15 minutes away from home. It was like 4 minutes, or maybe, yeah, about 4 minutes away from home. A 4-minute walk. Wait for everyone to come in and have a seat. I think somebody talked to the witness. I think they fixed his collar. I've had my collar up in front of large people on my suit coat. It's not a big deal. I mean, because it's like a 1 second fix, right? I realize this witness is one of the more new expert witnesses. Probably shouldn't be just chit-chatting with the judge, but the judge is part of it. So.
All rise.
Just chatting about tires. Sounds like the jury's having a good time out there.
All right, let's all be seated. You can have a seat too, so. Everybody feeling good this afternoon? Everybody good? By now, you know that 10 minutes is a relative term in the law. It's in the same category of a lawyer saying, I just have one question, which you've also, is just relative. I don't say it's not true, it's just a relative thing. All right, Mr. Box, I think you were getting ready to start your cross. Sir, you are still under oath.
Mr. Dar, you made a statement on your direct examination that you inquired about examining the actual tire in this case, and you were told no. Who told you no, sir?
I would have asked the client. That was my understanding, that the tire wasn't available.
You'd agree with me that having the actual tire to examine is a preferable way prior to issuing a report?
Yes.
Okay. Let's just go back, if you don't mind. Basically, you and Mr. Bolden don't agree. You don't have completely divergent views. You just have some disagreements with him, correct?
Yes.
You agree there's no defects or manufacturing defects or design defects?
Correct.
Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And you agree that the tire was severely damaged. It had run flat damage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What's your opinion on how far this tire had been driven flat?
I didn't make an opinion in here. I would say based on damage, upwards 3 to 5 miles.
Okay. Now, you're familiar with when a tire's been run flat for as long as this one has, and the inner liner is corrupted, breached, that sort of thing. Isn't it true that if you tried to inflate that tire after severe run flat damage, you would likely encounter all sorts of holes and air leaks in that tire because of the dissipation of the inner liner?
Yes.
So if Mr. Bolden had actually tried to reinflate this tire, he could have expected many holes in the tire, that he would not have gotten a true and accurate representation of how that screw in particular leaked air.
Yes, if you're truly trying to inflate the tire on the wheel, yes. What I was referring to earlier, there's a technique that you can use to basically put a pipe with an airline to it, put it right over the screw, and then you supply pressurized air just around the screw, and then look for soapy bubbles on the other side.
Around the screw?
Yes.
You're not talking about on the sidewalls where all the run flat damage is?
Correct. I just wanted to see if air was actually leaking around the screw.
Okay. Given the hypothetical, you saw the tire and you saw the screw and you saw how it conformed to the inner liner. Do you have an opinion, if that screw had been encountered in service, how long would it have taken that tire to go flat if that was the only defect in the tire?
I don't know.
30 miles? 80 miles?
Well, I don't think it's a question of mileage. It's a question of how long the tire's inflated.
Okay. 15 minutes, 20 minutes?
I don't know.
You saw the run flat damage.
Well, I saw the run flat damage, yes. So that's just an indicator that the tire was being operated with low or no air.
Okay. So am I correct in stating that you don't have an opinion on how long it would take the tire to have gone flat if that screw were the only defect in the tire?
Well, again, it depends what the inflation pressure was at the time.
Assume it was 33 PSI.
Okay. And what's the temperature outside? There's a lot of variables I don't know.
October, 50 degrees.
There's a lot of variables I don't know.
So you don't have an opinion?
No.
Okay. Now, on your number 3, you basically said for a screw could enter a tire in service perpendicularly.
Yes.
You say it could happen.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sure you remember back when you were in engineering school, you took mechanics and you had to draw diagrams and with math and explain your conclusions?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do anything like that in this case to show the jury how a screw could enter a tire in service perpendicularly?
No.
Okay. And lastly, on that point, you further testified that once we had a tire or screw in a tire that had entered perpendicularly in service, that it's feasible that it could run over a pebble or a small stone and it hit that screw head precisely, and that could account for the head of the screw being below the tire tread surface.
Yeah, that's just one example, yes.
Okay, so we have 2 extremely rare events. Would you agree with me that you're saying could have happened in this case?
I don't think they're that rare. I mean, they actually make tires designed with what's called stone ejectors because it happens so often.
Okay, well, now, that's not the same. Now, I understand in your report you talk about the concept of stone drilling, but you're not alleging that happened here, are you?
No.
Okay. What you're alleging is that this tire was rolling down the road in service with the screw in the tire, and that the screw head could have been above the tire tread, and it just precisely hit a stone right on that tire screw head, and it drove it in. And you're telling me that's not an uncommon occurrence?
No, I don't think it's uncommon.
Okay.
Again, the example I gave earlier, I drove down approximately 100-foot long driveway that was all gravel. I'm sure at least one of those pebbles in that gravel driveway went up through into the groove area of the tires on the vehicle I was driving, and if I had a screw in it, probably would have pushed it up further. And that's just a 100-foot driveway.
Okay. And just to close, you did a number of experiments with where you hammered screws into a tire, and then you screwed some screws into the tire with your drill. Now, isn't it true that that tire was not inflated?
Correct.
And you'd agree with me that when a tire is in service, that the surface of the tire has a uniform pressure exerted upon it by the air in the tire.
Yes.
Okay. And you attempted to recreate that with wooden blocks in a tire.
Yeah, I just put the wooden blocks in there for reinforcement because obviously the tire is flexible with no air in it.
And you consider doing a test on an uninflated tire with wooden blocks the equivalent of a fully inflated tire in service?
For this specific instance, it's the best I could do. And specifically, we're looking at how the inner liner deformed around the object penetrating through it. So in this case, yes.
It was the best you could do. Thank you.
Wow, that was brutal cross.
I'm sorry, did you say one question?
No, more than one. Thank you, Judge.
They're rough on him.
Now, let me ask this. The prosecutor asked you about engineering school. You are a professional engineer?
I am, in 15 states.
And how is a professional engineer different than an engineer?
Well, you have to be an engineer to become a professional engineer. In fact, there's 5 steps to become a professional engineer. You got to graduate from an accredited university with an engineering degree. You have to take the fundamentals of engineering exam, which is an 8-hour grueling exam. Hope I never have to do it again. You need 4 years experience. And then you take the principles and practice engineering exam, which is another 8-hour exam. Very bad. Hope I never have to take that again. And then you apply to the state board to get it. So once you complete all 5 of those steps, and assuming the board accepts you, you become a professional engineer.
Is there a continuing requirement educational each year for that?
Yeah, each state has their own requirements.
And what state are you in?
Well, like I said, I have 15 states, whether it be Ohio, Tennessee, Louisiana, etc.
You don't have to name them all, but you're accredited in 15 states?
Yes.
Including the states around here?
Yeah, all the states in the Southeast, Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida.
Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the prosecutor asked you didn't prepare diagrams to show...
He knows his geography, too. That's cool.
I guess, why you reach your conclusions as to the screw. Did the other expert do that?
Not that I'm aware of.
And if you received all the materials that he submitted in his opinion, did those include any diagrams?
They did not.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
No further questions.
All right, you sit down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So, now that there's quiet, congratulations on your daughter graduating from high school. That is awesome. A huge moment for her, huge for you as well. JMU.
You can never have enough pictures. Sir.
I understand. All right, sir. Call your next witness.
J.E. Reed, R-E-I-D, I believe.
R-E-I-D, J.E. Reed. What if we're going chronologically, or are we going to have more testimony from people who were shunned from the Bona's hot tub parties? She's got a badge. She's got a badge. She's not a hot tub party person.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you tell everybody your name?
My name is Elizabeth Reed.
And how are you employed, ma'am?
I'm employed by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation as a special agent forensic scientist in the latent print unit.
Would you tell us a little bit about your educational background and experience?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry and mathematics. I completed a 2-year formal training period with the TBI in the development and comparison of latent prints. I completed the TBI's basic forensic science school. I have attended numerous classes and conferences in the field of latent prints. I've taught latent prints in crime scene schools and in criminal investigation schools. I'm a member of the Tennessee Division International Association for Identification, where I serve as the committee chair for the Latent Print Certification Board, and I'm also a certified latent print examiner.
Do you examine fingerprints to compare them to see if you can either identify fingerprints to a known individual or exclude them?
Yes, I do.
Would you briefly just tell us just a little bit of how that's done?
In our laboratory, we analyze evidence for the presence of latent prints. If we find any latent prints, then we will compare them to any individuals in the case, and we can also put them in our APHIS NGI system to search against the database.
Now, the system that you put them in to compare, is that sort of like a electronic photograph that compares them to other jurisdictions in the federal system?
APHIS is the automated fingerprint identification system, and it's a database of all the fingerprint records in the state of Tennessee. NGI is the federal database which houses all of the fingerprint records in the nation. And a latent print would be digitally entered into each of these systems and search against all of the fingerprint cards and palm print cards in those databases.
I tend to her as an expert as to fingerprint identification. No objection. Thank you. All right. Were you sent in 2012 some evidence to examine for fingerprints?
I received some evidence in 2011.
Okay. And did you issue a report in 2012?
Yes, that's correct.
And could you tell us, was that from the Dyer County Sheriff's Department or the TBI that you received the evidence?
I received the evidence from David Fisher from the Dyer County Sheriff's Department.
And would you just briefly state what you were sent and what you were asked to do?
I was sent a vehicle, a Nissan Murano 2004. I also examined 2 cell phones from that vehicle, and I was asked to look for latent prints on that evidence.
Now, did you actually receive or go into the vehicle yourself to take fingerprint examples?
Yes, I processed the vehicle myself.
Were there others that, were you just concerned with fingerprints or were you concerned with any other items?
My job was to look for fingerprints, but I worked with other scientists who looked for other evidence in the vehicle.
Was this sort of a team that looked through the car? You were assigned fingerprints and other members were assigned other duties?
Yes, that's correct. We worked together on the vehicle.
And are some examples could be DNA? That's not what you examined. Other members of the team, DNA, fiber, blood, things of that nature?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you find some, some fingerprints to examine?
When I processed the vehicle, I was able to find 2 identifiable fingerprints and 3 identifiable palm prints.
Okay. And were you sent examples or subjects to compare them to?
I was sent known finger and palm impressions of David Swift.
And did you compare those known fingerprint? Is this like of both hands? And is this all types of examples of his fingerprints that were taken by law enforcement?
Yes, I was sent fingerprint cards and palm print cards.
Were these done by the Dyer County Sheriff's Department?
Hey guys, let's go easy on the mods. Let's be nice to witnesses. Comments about appearance and
stuff.
They
were submitted by Glenn Cook from the Dyer County Sheriff's Office.
Okay.
I think the caller comment was okay, but
your
personal appearance.
When you processed it?
Let's be nicer.
Or from what items did you process your fingerprints that you compared David Swift's fingerprints to?
Why would this be a defense witness instead of a state's witness? Danny just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Linda M, Lena H, Janet Ray,
I found
Tash, and Ivy
prints
Berlin all
on
gifted memberships.
the
Thank you, Danny.
driver's side back door interior window. I also found prints on the interior handle of the front passenger door. And also on the back driver's side door interior on the metal frame.
Okay. And did you compare those examples that you took out of the car yourself to the known fingerprints of David Swift?
Yes, I did.
And did you reach some conclusions?
Yes, I did.
Would you mind sharing them with us? Is that only as to the vehicle?
These are all on the vehicle itself.
Okay, go ahead.
All of these prints were compared to David Swift, and all of them were excluded.
Okay. Did you also examine a cell phone from the vehicle?
Yes, 2 cell phones from the vehicle.
Okay. And did you obtain fingerprints from those, both of those cell phones?
Both of the cell phones had some ridges on them from a fingerprint, but they were too little to do anything with, and so I was unable to even make a comparison with those.
Okay. You have to have a certain number of ridges or distinguishing factors on fingerprints in order to compare?
You have to have several things. You have to have enough area, enough clarity, individual characteristics to compare a fingerprint.
So you weren't able to compare those because of the sample was not sufficient?
That's correct.
But you attempted to compare them and you could not make a match because of the sample?
Well, if we determine that a print is not identifiable, we don't go to the next step of comparison. We just stop there.
Okay. And did you label these as exhibits in your report, these different items that you talked about so far? The Murano, did you label it a certain exhibit in your report?
Yes, in my report it's Exhibit 01.
And the cell phone, the 2 cell phones, are they numbered as exhibits?
Yes, one is 01-H and the other one is 01-I.
Okay. All right. And when you completed your examination, you prepared a report that you submitted and signed?
Yes, I did.
All right. Can I pass this to the witness? Thanks, sir. Can I ask you to review that? You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Would you just tell us what it is?
This is a copy of the report that I issued on January 31st, 2012.
Does this report contain a comparison of the fingerprints that you just talked about?
It contains the initial work that I did in this case, examining the vehicle and the cell phones and APHIS searches.
Okay. All right. And is that a true and accurate copy?
Yes, it is.
I asked that be made an exhibit.
Okay. It'll be admitted as number 40, I believe.
Ms. Reed, later on where you submitted other items from the Dyer County Sheriff's Department regarding David Swift to examine?
Later, I was given the known finger and palm impressions of David Swift to compare.
And when did you receive those?
You are allowed to review your statement, but they can ask you about whether you reviewed it or not.
These known impressions were received June 22nd of 2018.
Okay. Can I make sure I understand, and maybe I missed it. On the earlier report you did, that was several years earlier. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And at that time, did you receive known finger and palm impressions of David Swift?
Not with the initial evidence that I received.
You're talking about, I thought you just testified that you received fingerprints back then from the Dyer County Sheriff's Department.
I received the initial evidence in 2012, and then in 2018, I received the known finger and palm impressions of David Swift.
In the earlier report, though, didn't you compare what the Murano and the items in the vehicle with what you received from the Dyer County Sheriff's Department of David Swift, his fingerprints?
In the first report, I did not have the known impressions of David Swift.
Are you saying you had some fingerprints earlier, but you didn't have other examples?
I developed latent prints on the evidence, but I did not have any known impressions to compare them to at that point.
Okay. So is that why you requested some additional prints?
Yes, that's correct.
And were these more thorough prints that you requested that showed something different from the earlier examples you compared to David Swift?
On my original report, the standard procedure is to ask for known impressions of any individuals that might be associated with the case. And so that is in my report, but they were not submitted until 2018.
Congratulations, Tash. Thank you so much for your support.
When they were submitted, this last one in 2018, did you compare these further fingerprints of David Swift to, I guess, some items that you took earlier?
I compared them to the latent prints that I developed on the vehicle back in 2012.
Okay, what about the two cell phones?
I didn't make any comparison with those because the quality was so poor that I couldn't do anything with them.
I understand. And so did you compare the examples you got in 2018 of David Swift's fingerprints with the Nissan Murano, I guess, fingerprints that you obtained?
Yes, I did.
And would you just tell the jury what you found?
When I compared those, all of the latent prints were excluded from the known impressions of David Swift.
All right. Were you given any other fingerprints
that was the big part.
Match or to compare to the Nissan Murano that belonged to Karen Swift? To compare?
No, I was not.
Okay. And did you prepare a report of your examination in 2018?
Yes, I did.
And can I hand you this? I'm making you earn it. So. Can I ask you to recognize that?
I'm making you earn it?
Yes, I do.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the report that you issued about what you just testified about?
Yes, it is.
That excludes David Swift's fingerprints from what you found in the Nissan Murano that belonged to Karen Swift?
That's correct.
All right. I asked that be made an exhibit.
Be received as 41.
To the bailiff. Okay, that makes more sense because he was handed it to the bailiff and not to her.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Adrian.
Good afternoon.
So you never got a fingerprint standard from Karen Swift?
That's correct.
So it's entirely possible these prints that you lifted off the Murano were those of its principal driver, Karen Swift?
Yes, that is possible.
More questions?
Just a question. I'll keep my word. Did you receive any fingerprints from a person by the name of Mr. John Hogshooter to compare to the fingerprints in the Nissan Murano that belonged to Karen Swift?
No, I did not.
Thank you.
All right, ma'am, you may step down. Thank you very much.
Mr. Hogshooter was the gentleman who was accused or actually pled guilty to animal cruelty for poisoning the dogs or getting the dogs poisoned. He says he didn't intend to poison the dogs.
Doug Somerville?
Flying through witnesses here.
Would you tell everybody your name, sir?
My name is Doug Somerville.
Back in 2011, were you employed at a company?
Yes, I was employed by Tenaris.
And what was your job duty or position at that time?
My job title was maintenance coordinator. I was responsible for maintenance on the finishing end of the mill, primarily focused on what was referred to as the tubing line.
Okay. Had you been there for a few years back in October of 2011?
He said tube mill.
In October 2011, I had been there about 14 months.
Now, you worked at Tenaris.
Correct.
Did you know David Swift when he worked at Tenaris?
Yes, I did.
And I guess, how did you know him? In what capacity?
David was the
Thank
manager
you, Lena.
over the production line that I had maintenance responsibilities on.
Did y'all have interaction with each other at times?
Sure, pretty much on a daily basis.
And would you describe your relationship as a work relationship or a close personal relationship?
It was a work relationship.
You observed him doing his job,
Yes.
and you consulted with each other to make sure you.
Objection leading.
Okay, I won't lead. I like that. All right.
He's used to leading because he's on defense.
Did you see David Swift when you would be working?
Yes.
Prior to October the 25th, did you see David Swift or know that he had some sort of physical injury?
Yes, I knew he had knee surgery.
Did you know what period of time before October the 25th of 2011 exactly?
My best recollection, it was 3 to 4 months prior when he had the surgery.
And I guess, how did you know he had surgery? Either from observation or, I guess, how?
Well, I knew it was announced he was going to be off work for a while because of his surgery. And then when he returned, he was on crutches and wearing a brace.
And prior to October the 25th of 2011, did he appear to use his crutches?
Yes.
And did he appear prior to that date that the surgery had some effect on his ability to walk and to do his job duties to a certain extent?
Yes, I would say so.
Now, did you have an occasion sometime in October 25th, 2011 to observe something regarding David Swift?
Yes, I did.
And would you just tell the jury what you saw, what you did?
We had a meeting about maintenance activities that were going to be going on the production line. Meeting broke up. David got up from the table and started walking away, and I yelled at him to grab his crutch. And he said, "The doctor wants me to walk without the crutch."
Objection. Hearsay.
Let's just testify about what you observed.
What I observed, okay. So David proceeded to the bathroom without using his crutch, and as I exited the meeting room, David came out of the restroom, and he and I got involved in a conversation. And less than a minute into the conversation, David just collapsed to his left side. And I grabbed him as he was falling, helped him get back to his feet, and asked him if he was okay, and helped him get up against the wall for some stability, and I went and got his crutch for him out of the meeting room.
From his physical demeanor, did he appear that his leg was causing him distress after he fell?
Yes, he had his jaw was clenched, and he had his face was sort of contorted like he was in some level of distress, yes.
Did you bring his crutch to him?
Yes.
And then what did you observe after that?
After that, he went his own separate way using the crutch to walk with, and I went my way.
Did you see him back at work after that at some period?
Yes.
And did you see him, you notice anything about him using how he walked or his difficulty?
Well, he was always using the crutch after that, and, at least for a few days after that instance, he seemed to be favoring his left leg a little bit more than what he had been before.
When you say favor, what do you mean? Do you mean exactly?
Walking gingerly on the left leg, taking it easy. I just didn't feel like he didn't appear like he was comfortable with his left knee.
All right. Do you recall, I guess, when his wife went missing shortly thereafter?
Yes.
And I guess, did you, I don't want to ask about hearsay, but did you know about it because David returned to work at some point?
Found out about it, I guess, from news reports and the fact that David was not going to be at work for a period of time.
Now, when you heard about the report of his wife missing, did this injury this re-injury or what you saw as he fell down that you just described, did it occur before the date that his wife went missing?
Yes, it did.
And you're sure about that?
Positive.
Now, before what you observed, the date of when you saw him go down or would be re-injured, did you have an occasion to know that David Swift was was getting divorced, or that, you know, that was going on?
Yes.
All right. And would you just briefly describe how do you knew that? Did you walk, you know, how you found that out?
I found that out from David one Monday morning.
And can I ask, did you walk to where he was, or how did you find that out?
Well, it was early in the morning. I just got into work. I noticed David's office light was on, and I needed to speak to him about some things. So I walked over to his office.
Here comes an objection.
When I got there, he just didn't look right. Like he hadn't slept all weekend. And asked him what was wrong, and he told me that his wife and daughters were down in Florida, and
no objection here.
They were going to get a divorce.
And I guess, did you talk to him about finances or anything?
Well, he mentioned to me that his wife had emptied out all their bank accounts, and he didn't even have enough gas to get home.
And as a result, did you do anything?
I loaned him $100.
All right. And was that before he was re-injured?
Yes.
Okay.
Not sure why they let that testimony
Thank
in,
you.
because this is defense.
Afternoon, Mr. Somerville.
Afternoon.
My name's Danny Goodman. I'm a district attorney. Let me get this straight. You said that he had surgery months before his wife went missing. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that he was always using crutches after that.
Yes, that's my recollection.
Okay. Did when he came back to work from that surgery, was he using crutches?
Yes.
Did he use those crutches all the way up through October?
He went to using one crutch shortly before, let's say, the beginning of October.
Okay. But he was using crutches constantly. That is from the surgery months back up until October.
Correct.
Okay. And you're saying that he collapsed on the day before his wife went missing?
No, I'm not saying on the day before.
What day did you say that happened?
It was approximately a week prior to her going missing.
Okay. Did you see him get injured?
No.
Okay. So was this collapsing of the knee related to the previous surgery?
I believe it was.
Okay. It wasn't because of a new injury?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And you said he favored his leg for a few days after that?
Yeah, more so than he had been.
Okay. Did he use crutches then?
I'm sorry?
Did he use crutches after that?
Yes.
How many?
One.
Still used one?
That's my recollection, yeah.
Okay. And when you found out about David getting the divorce, that was in early October?
That sounds right.
Okay. And he was using crutches at that time?
Yes.
Okay. But you did not see him have an injury, a new injury to that leg?
No, all I experienced was the instance I relayed.
All right. Thank you.
Curious.
Would you describe what you observed and when he went down?
Well, David was standing in front of me, and it was just sudden collapse, and it looked like he was going to the floor, hit the floor. I leaned over and sort of grabbed him around the chest and helped him get back up.
Did it appear that he either turned or twisted his leg or ankle to you? Or do you know?
I don't recall us any movement or anything else. To my recollection, we were both standing, stationary on both feet, just talking.
Did this happen very quickly?
Yes.
This guy must have quick
you
reflexes.
aided him and helped him get back up?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Did you help him up?
Yes.
All right. That's all I have.
Sir, you can sit down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll never know. He still might owe him $100, right? What happened to the money?
Nathan Lang.
Nathan Lang is up next. These are almost like character witnesses we're getting right now.
I'm sorry, the last name is what?
Bishop.
Bishop.
Yeah, I know what Nathan Lang.
I thought you were calling the actor.
It would be impressive.
He said Lang, but now he said Bishop. So Nathan Bishop. Brief sidebar. Lenova, you have to make a phone call, but I'm curious about your washer. Is it a front load? Is it leaking from the door? Only reason I ask is because I had the same problem. Before we got a new washer, which is also a front load, but doesn't leak from the door anymore. We are still on catch up right now. This is why we're going a little faster. We're about a day behind. Yes, they do. Do they have video of her draining said accounts? Yeah. How do the bank accounts get empty? Or is there any confirmation that I didn't hear any bank testimony? Did I? Yeah, I don't think we heard any bank testimony. I'm going to turn this down a little bit. The white noise machine is loud. 80s Music Man, caught ya. You can't sneak around. Yes, it's front load. Okay, I'm just saying, at the very bottom of the door, the seal, where the glass door, where the little hole is, where you can stick your head and watch the clothes being, because that's what you use it for, right? You stick your head in there and watch the clothes being cleaned. At the very bottom, sometimes there's some lint or hair that will be on the seal, the rubber seal, or it might be on the door portion that pushes against the seal, and that prevents the seal and will drip down the front of the door. So before you replace everything, just make sure that's not there. It's a cheap fix. Let's see. We get a chance, can we do a trial calendar update? I can, but I need to update my calendar. I don't have the latest and greatest. I know we've got some. I need to add. Let's see what's happening. The Treehouse Murder trial needs to be updated on my calendar. A few others. Though most of all ATMs have cameras. They do, but this is 2011, and I'm not sure if they retrieved that information back then. Sarah Boone has not written a letter, which I think is a good thing. I honestly hope that she is happy with her representation. With every day that goes by, I feel genuinely worse and worse for her and how long she's been in custody without her day in court. Even if she did waive her right to a speedy trial, it shouldn't be indefinite. Yes, I've got an app that alerts me when you come in the room. I'm just kidding. That'd be nice, though. If you know how to drain water out of a window AC, is it? Are you talking about a evaporative cooler? So it has a tray on the bottom that has water that's pumped through a mesh where the air is pulled through and the evaporation causes the cooling. Is that how it works? Because then you just shut off the water connection to it, and there should be a drain on the portion that hangs outside. There's a little screw underneath. It's actually a stem that sticks up above the water level, and you can unscrew that. Usually you hook a hose to the bottom. And you can just let it drain. Top Mark Media is not showing anything right now. They were, up to a minute ago, they were showing this, the judgment amount, which is now over 7 million, I might add. Look at that. Over 7 million. I was showing that. Dr. Joe called me last night and asked me to put that back up. Do you make house calls for the right price? Yes, screeners, I do. But that right price part, it's only right for one of us. Let's put it that way. I'm not cheap. If it is a compressor type, there should not be water in it, right? It's okay. You don't need manuals anymore. You don't need manuals, Lenovo. You just need to be able to Google or even use Google search with your camera and Google the model of the device, and you can find the manual online. Okay, we're back.
Within my face, it's gotten through the red. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break. We're going to take something up with you all back in the jury room. Again, don't discuss the case while you're in the jury room. Do not form or express an opinion. Okay? We'll see you back in just a few minutes. All right, let's be seated.
I think the objection is foundational. Let's go ahead and see with the jury out whether a foundation can be established so the court can rule.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And they can
Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Are you Nathan Bishop?
Yes.
And back in October of 2011, how were you employed?
I was with TBI.
Could you mind scooting up a little bit more?
I was with the TBI.
And what was your relationship to Dyer County with the TBI?
I was a field agent assigned primarily to Dyer County and Lake County.
Now, pursuant to your duties, did you become involved in a search of the David Swift home?
Yes.
Did you obtain the search warrant for the home?
I obtained a search warrant for one search of the home.
All right. Was that, I guess, early on in November of 2011, to your recollection?
I think so, yes.
And did you receive, I know it's been a long time, you weren't called by the state as a witness in this case, correct?
I was subpoenaed by the state, yes.
Okay. Did you go with a team to execute the search warrant in November of 2011?
Yes.
And if the date on the search warrant is a specific date, is that, and your signature's on it, is that the date that you participated?
Yes.
Okay. And did you receive materials to review regarding this, what you did with the team on the search?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Did you go with a team of others to examine the Swift home when you executed the search warrant?
Yes.
And did you and this team, was there several members of this team?
Yeah, there was a standard violent crime response team, approximately 6 to 7 people, maybe.
And what do they do when they examine this violent crime unit?
Usually the procedure is that the agent, and at this particular time, Investigator McCright was with me. We went in and had the occupants of the house leave and cleared the house to make sure that there was no threats to the violent crimes team. I would have done a walkthrough with the leader of the crime scene team, just walk through the house and answer any questions that I could, and turned over the scene to them.
And who was the leader of the team?
I don't recall his name.
Okay. And were there several members of the team?
Yes.
And did you stay at the house while the team examined different things in the house?
Yes.
And did this take several hours?
Yes.
Did this result in swabs and pictures and examination of a lot of the house and the area around the house?
Yes.
And from that were pictures and swabs and things taken?
Yes.
And were they gathered by the TBI team to process and determine whether or not they were important to the investigation?
Yes.
And once the team completed their examination, did you stay the entire time?
Yes, I believe on that particular occasion. If I could see the search warrant.
Okay. Did you examine some documents that were sent to you to determine if that was a copy of the report that was issued in that situation?
And the documents, yes, I did.
All right. Would the search warrant be helpful for you to look at?
Yes, sir.
Pass that.
State needs to see it first.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Just want to pass it to refresh his memory.
Yes, this was Judge Childers. He came to the scene, reviewed the evidence, and we did the return on the spot.
I believe the question, Mr. Taylor, was did he stay the entire time? And that's when he asked to.
Okay, so my fork just landed on the remote.
Examine the search
I'll fix it.
It's in a narrative open-ended narrative here.
Oh,
I'm trying to authenticate documents, I don't want to know about the rest of it.
I didn't intend on introducing that, Judge. He asked for it to refresh his memory.
Right.
And so,
If he has, then let's let him answer your question.
does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
And did you obtain a search warrant in that situation?
Yes.
On that date?
Yes.
And is that a true and accurate copy of it?
Yes.
And if I could have that back. Thank you, sir. Was a report prepared after the team came and searched the home and tested and examined the things?
Yes.
Is that standard procedure?
Yes, it is.
And was a report prepared in this situation from that date?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to, just one second. And did you, I guess, as case agent for Dyer County, did you keep a case file on this case?
It wasn't a TBI investigation. It was an assist, but there was a case file, yes.
And did you maintain that in your office or with the TBI?
It's on the TBI database.
And did you have access to it and can consult with it?
Yes.
Can I pass this?
Could we clarify which question he was answering yes?
About the
He
report.
said access and consult with it.
Access, could you look at it online if you wanted to and review it?
I could, yes.
And if I could pass this to witness.
Did you say online? Could you look at it online?
I'm sorry, I was inartful.
Well, he said yes to it.
Yeah, but let me clarify.
Okay.
How did you look, if you wanted to look at the case file, was it a paper copy or just tell us how you could access it?
If it's a TBI document, I could log on and review it as it's, the case files would be in a secure server. Log on and look at it that way, or I could just go to Mr. McCray and look at the paper copies.
And we've just passed you something. Would you look at that for just a moment, just review it, refresh your memory?
As he's looking at that, I used Olive Garden Italian from Sam's Club.
Okay.
Does that appear to be an accurate copy of the report that was issued based on that search and examination?
It appears so, yes.
And did you have a chance to look through and review various diagrams and drawings that were made? Is that part of this report?
It is part of the report.
Is that part of standard procedure when the TBI goes in and examines someplace that they take detailed drawings and examinations?
It is.
Is that to have a complete investigation?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Is that to have a complete and thorough investigation?
Yes, it's to document the scene.
And could that involve a record of everything that they look at or examine or swab or take pictures of?
It should, yes.
The report that you're given, again, that's a true and accurate copy of the report that was issued as a result of that examination or report?
It's a report that was issued by a crime scene forensic scientist, Kevin Warner.
And did you assisted that team and you were present during the entire time that they were there?
I was present, yes.
Yes. And you were the TBI agent for Dyer County that assisted them when they did that?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I just submitted it's a true and accurate copy of a report that's prepared in business.
Let's let the state cross-examine and say.
Okay. Now, I believe you testified that once you did the initial walkthrough and ensured the safety of the team, you got out of their way and let them do their business?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a page. Okay, do you recognize the form of that document? I'm not asking if you recognize that particular document.
Yes, I do. It's a TBI crime scene evidence log.
Okay, and as you go down, it starts an item number, and then it goes over location, description, gives a date and a time and a collected by.
That's correct.
Okay, so on number 1, would you read what it says?
Item number 1, paperwork from passenger seat rear pocket, 11:10, 5 p.m. KRW.
Okay, now who is KRW?
I don't know right offhand, but it was a member.
Did you watch KRW retrieve that item?
No.
Okay, will you hand me the... Oh, wait, hold on one more second. Hand it back to him, please. Could you please scan the rest of the page? Do you recall seeing any of those items recovered by any of the agent's initials on the page?
I recall the items, but not
who actually recovered them.
Can you testify that you recall that, or that you assisted with that agent in recovering each particular item?
No.
Okay, I have that back.
Why are they busting this guy's chops?
See another document. Can you tell us what that is, sir?
That's a crime scene sketch of 65 Willie Johnson Road, Dyersburg, Tennessee.
Okay, are there measurements on that document, sir?
Yes, there is.
Are there items listed as being found in certain locations?
I don't see a description of anything on here.
But on that one, are there measurements?
Yes, there is.
Did you take those measurements?
No, I did not.
Did you assist in taking those measurements?
No, I did not.
Can you testify to their accuracy?
No, I cannot.
No more questions, Your Honor, regarding this issue.
Anything else, Mr. Taylor?
In this report, it has the work of several individuals that were on the team.
That's correct.
And you were with the team.
I was president of the House, yes.
And
Let me ask, what do you mean you were with the team?
you were present at the
thank
scene.
you.
At the scene. Is my inartful, I guess, question, Judge.
No, I just want to be clear what you were asking.
You were present the entire time the team was there.
Yes, I was at the residence the entire time that they were working there.
And you didn't personally do everything.
No.
And it's normal that they take measurements and they examine things and they take swabs, things that were done in this report.
Yes.
And afterwards, you had a copy, or I guess you can testify that that is a correct copy of the compiled report that was done in the investigation that you assisted in, because you're the TBI agent in Dyer County.
Yes, that's a standard report.
Yeah. All right. That's, I guess, basically all the questions I have of him.
I need to see the documents that you're wanting to get into evidence.
He has those right there.
You did not, when we had bench conference, you didn't have the full report. You just had
I have part
some
of it.
documents that you wanted to get in.
The diagrams.
Okay, just the diagrams. Those just the documents you cross-examined him about?
Well, just a sampling of the documents that I just, what I cross-examined them about was a sampling of the documents that are attended.
Okay.
Judge, they write down, they took all kinds of pictures, and some of those pictures have been introduced of these items that are mentioned. It's the report that just shows where they were located. Now, some of these have been mentioned or testified in the state's proof, but it shows that investigation was done and what they examined. And I just believe that it's important to show exactly what was done. And it's a true and accurate copy. We have a right. Usually when we have a case, the state presents investigators that explain what was done in detail about the examination of the items of the house. That was not done in the state's case in chief, and I'm just saying it as a fact. And the chief investigating officer said he was there when they did it, but didn't watch them and didn't know what they said. I believe that's what I recall. You decide what you remember, Judge. But it is important to show, and the due process rights of my client allow us. The government's not saying, I believe, that it's an inaccurate report. Their objection is to foundation. Now, it's the report that we received from the prosecution. And I just believe that due process should allow, he's testified as a true and accurate copy of the report. He's agent assigned. It does demonstrate just what they tested. It doesn't there say what their testing results are, other than what these TBI agents have already testified, but it just talks about what they looked at when they went through the house. It's not in controversy that they went through and examined the house, Judge. And just to thoroughly represent my client and protect his rights under due process, I believe I have the right to show that a very thorough investigation was done in more detail than what's been presented by the state.
Thank you.
That's why I'm doing it.
I understand your argument. The court's obligated to follow the rules of evidence in the authentication presentation of any document. The court's looking at rules 901, 902, 903 as far as authentication of the documents. I'm looking at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation report. I don't know what all pages there.
I'm primarily concerned with the diagrams that show where they found things, Judge.
I can't really tell what the date of the report is, but it reflects a
It is written on later.
search of the scene on November 10.
Yes, sir.
The report number, I think, probably reveals the date. 11/10/17/457. Agent Bishop was present at the scene during the time of the examination of the property involved there. The case file, the report was located in the case file, which was accessible to Agent Bishop, as well as the court has to assume any other authorized Tennessee Bureau of Investigation personnel. He had the ability to review it along with others there. The document does not, the best I can see, does not purport to bear seal of the state of Tennessee, nor any sort of certification there. Agent Bishop did not testify that he is the records custodian for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. He did not assist with the recovery of items listed in the evidence log, did not assist with the measurements of the home interior or exterior. There's no proof that he supervised the search. The court just does not believe that an appropriate foundation has been laid for the document, and so the report and its contents will be excluded.
Judge, can I say one thing for the record, and then I'll be
You
quiet?
say whatever you want to for the record.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Go right
thank
ahead.
I would liken it to, or compare it to, the fingerprint examination that was done. This fingerprint officer that just testified indicated that she received an item from the Dyer County Sheriff's Department of fingerprints. They did not.
What would be the purpose when you say you want to compare? What do you want the court to look at the documents? You want the jury to look? What are you trying to accomplish? Let's kind of get to this, because I'm not going to go off on a tangent.
Yes, sir.
With that. I mean, there was no objection to your witness who testified about the fingerprints. There is an objection to this witness being the qualifying, authenticating witness for this report. The court's ruled on that. They're two separate matters. Okay.
It's sort of like relying on the work of somebody else to compare something else. And so I'll just state that for the record. And I understand Your Honor's ruled against me. I will state I received this today before trial. I did not have the opportunity to subpoena the officer because he's retired. And I subpoenaed every possible TBI agent on the list months ago, including Bishop. And his name's in the report. I didn't receive the report. And so it was introduced in the evidence, and that's the reason why.
Okay. Are we ready for the jury?
Judge got a little testy there. Didn't like being challenged on that ruling. It's one of the first rulings that's really gone against the defense. It's a big one. Wow.
All right.
By the way, for those that are asking, the salad was iceberg lettuce, carrots, what's that purple part? Cabbage, cheddar cheese, bacon bits, croutons, tomatoes, rotisserie chicken, and Italian dressing. I think that's everything.
All right, let's be seated. Sir, you've already been placed under oath. Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Are you Nathan Bishop?
Yes.
And how are you employed now?
I work in programs at the Dyer County Sheriff's Department.
And were you previously employed by the TBI?
Yes, I was.
And how long were you employed by the TBI? How many years?
I was with the state 22 years.
Back in November of 2011, were you employed as a TBI agent?
Yes, I was.
And where were you assigned?
Primarily to Dyer and Lake County.
Pursuant to your duties as a TBI agent in November of 2011, did you become involved in an investigation or search warrant at the Swift home?
Yes, I did.
Did you obtain a search warrant for the Swift home on November the 10th, 2011?
Yes, I did.
And would you just briefly describe once you obtained the search warrant, were there other TBI agents that were involved with you in executing the search warrant?
Yes, there was. I would have called my supervisor, who was at that time, I believe, Jack Van Hoosier, and requested the violent crimes response team. I would have.
Who exactly? What does the violent crimes response team do?
They're a team of special agent forensic scientists who come to violent crime scenes and process the scene by obtaining evidence and searching.
And do they examine the area to be searched and do tests or take photographs?
Yes, they document the scene thoroughly.
And on November the 10th, 2011, when the search warrant was executed, did you and this team go to the Swift house?
Yes.
And did you enter the Swift house?
Yes, I entered before the team.
And I guess what was your purpose?
I would have gone in. I believe Investigator McCright was with me. We would have asked any occupants in the house to leave, and we would have did a walkthrough and make sure that there was no one in the house or any dangers to the forensic scientists.
Now, the occupants, would that have been David Swift and his children?
Yes,
And did you ask him and his family to leave the house so you could do this search?
I did.
And did the team come into the house and onto the property of the Swift house on that occasion?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Did you and the team go in and execute the search warrant and do, I guess, test and walk through the house?
I would have done a walkthrough with the team leader on this one, and after that I would have turned it over to the violent crime response team. They would have done all testing and everything else.
Now, would they have done that while you're present at the house?
I was present the whole time, but not present during each individual item.
Now, would you have occasion to have walked through while this team was there and see that things were going on in the house while you were there?
Yes.
Would the investigator from the Dyer County Sheriff's Department also have been there?
He was present at the scene, yes.
And would you have stayed until the team was completed with their work?
Absolutely, yes.
All right. Would this have taken minutes or hours?
It was hours.
And while you were there, I understand you didn't watch everything that they did. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But did you see them what did you see them doing?
I saw them going about their usual routine, which would have been photographing, looking for pieces of evidence, searching. I recall one piece of evidence in particular, but...
And if it was something that this team deemed important, would they have taken it?
Yes.
Or would they have photographed it?
They would have done both.
Or would they have swabbed it?
They could have.
Okay. And is there anything else that they could have done? They had free reign, I guess, to take samples and testing.
Yes, they did.
After the hours of this search, was this in the interior of the home or the interior and immediately around the home? Like the immediate yard of the home?
It was the interior of the home, the exterior of the home, a vehicle. So.
Okay. And do you recall which vehicle it was? Or?
I believe it was a Volvo belonging to Mr. Swift.
And was examination done of that vehicle?
It was searched, yes.
And this team had access to it?
Yes, it did.
And it would have also included the property around the house, like
yes.
the yard? At the conclusion of the team's work, did you stay through that?
I'm sorry.
Did you stay until the team was completed with their examination of the house and the property?
Yes, I did.
And was that several hours later?
Yes.
And then after that, was documentation made of what was found or what was observed?
Yes, I would have done a return on the search warrant.
And would this team from that search, whatever they recovered, could that have been used for testing, later testing and examination?
Yes.
All right. And would a report have been prepared showing what I'm just asking, I'm not asking what's in it, but would a report have been prepared?
I think it's a fair question. Objection's overruled.
Yes, it would have been normal procedure for the forensic scientist to do a report.
And would it have been a detailed report?
Yes, that's routine.
All right. And was that done in this case?
Yes.
That's all I have with the officer.
You step down, sir. Thank you.
So the actual report, he can't get that in because that witness can't authenticate it. Sidebar? I think we got a sidebar here. Let's give him a minute. Weather Watch. What's wrong with my salad? I'm curious. You said that's not a salad. What was I missing something? I will tell you. It was missing avocado, but we bought avocado, but they're not ripe yet. They need a few days before they get the right squishiness. I'm curious. When I say rotisserie chicken, it didn't have the entire rotisserie chicken. It just had little bits of rotisserie chicken. And I am officially trying to I'm trying to save money on gas when I travel across the country by lowering my weight. Is that a fair? Missing the dried cranberries. Oops. Still making noise here, sorry. I won't tell you my current weight because I'm so embarrassed about it, but I have made significant gains as I've tried to change portion control and the content of what I'm consuming. So you're going to see very few Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew has to go away. When lettuce is the ninth ingredient on the list, it's no longer salad. The lettuce is the first thing on the plate. It performs. It's the base of everything else. And then the rest is just garnishments. And
ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and stop here for the evening. We think we're at a good stopping point, and my 8 o'clock experiment was probably not the best call. You won't hear somebody admit that very often. We'll go back to 8:30 tomorrow morning there, and we'll resume with the case. You know, I've got to tell you the things that we always need to talk about. Please don't discuss this case with each other or with anybody else. Do not speak with the attorneys, the defendant, any family members of either the defendant or the victim, or any person who claims to be a reporter or a media professional. You may not give an interview for any reason, under any conditions, including being an unnamed source, or promise not to publish the interview or the information until after the trial. Do not form or express an opinion about the case. Again, do not read, listen to, or view any news reports, social media posts, or the playing of the trial there. Don't post anything on social media or an internet site. Don't let anybody do that for you as well.
That is awesome.
Again, we're going to get to the end of the proof in this, and you all are going to decide this case on the facts that you've heard in the courtroom and the law that I'm going to give you. Don't do any research tonight or visit places or try to locate them on a map so you can kind of get an idea. That's not permitted as well. I hope you have a great evening, and we'll resume 8:30, hopefully 8:30 sharp in the morning. Okay, thank you all.
Okay, we can't be done yet. It's too early to be done. So as they continue to exit the building, we're going to go ahead and catch up with. Let's see, what was that? Was that day? What day were we watching? I have no idea what day we were watching. Probably should have checked that first. That was day 5. So that means day 6, which is today. Need to watch that now. Where is day 6? Okay, day 6 going on right now, so we're a little bit behind. Hang on one second. Let's back up here. Looks like we got some spiciness in court first thing in the morning. Okay, here we go. Oh, there were 2 of me. Lucky you. Danny Austin once tried salad in 1982. It's gotten better since then. Give it another go. Lynn Taylor, we've basically just had a couple witnesses for the defense. Defense has started. We don't know yet if David is going to testify in his own defense, but I don't think he should. I don't think it's a good idea. Yes, we will watch a live trial again. This is live today. At least we're on today's video. We're getting caught up. I like speed trailing. I like skipping the brakes. Man, it's so much good. Stopping sugar is so hard. Yeah, I'm trying to cut. I'm not going to stop sugar because I think I would die from the shock, but I'm going to cut the majority of it out. Actually, I can't give you a tour of the new bathroom until I get I think it's a finish nailer, not a brad nailer, a finish nailer, because I have to be able to install the flooring around the corner, and I don't have the right nailer, and I refuse to do it by hand with like a hammer, because that's just, I know what 115-year-old hardwood lumber I have to nail into. It's just not going to be fun. You can rent them from Lowe's or Home Depot. I wanted to buy one from Home Depot, or Ryobi one, to match all my other Ryobi tools. Currently, the little lawyer sign is in our living room. Debbie, it looks great there. But yes, the little lawyer sign is probably going to go on the shelf in there once I get a shelf installed. Haven't chosen how to put the shelving in there where we want it. We need closure on your bathroom, Ashley. Bathroom is closed right now. Will not be using a hammer like a peasant. Okay, I swear I thought I skipped ahead to when the judge came into court, but apparently I did not. Apparently I was like 15 minutes early. There we go. All right. 15 minutes later, we're all standing. I don't have, I do have an app, the app that actually talks to my scale, which is scary. It's scary. It's, I think it's called WeSync. And my scale, I named my scale Atlas, right? So I thought that was appropriate. But my scale is named Atlas, and it does talk to my phone. And it does show that I've made made 9 pounds of progress in the right direction since I started, which was a while ago.
There you go.
Mr. Nagel.
Mr. Nagel, you raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm that testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, sir. Have a seat.
Why has he moved his podium? His lectern.
Good morning, Mr. Nagel.
Good morning.
Can you hear me pretty good?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We moved up a little closer because of our microphones, so let me ask you a few questions. Back in October of 2011, where did you live, sir?
I lived on 207 Harness Road.
Harness Road?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that close to where the Swifts lived?
Yes, sir.
How close were you to where the Swifts lived?
Maybe a football field.
Were they your next neighbor on the same side of the street?
Yes, sir.
If you go out and stand on your porch and look to the front of your house, were they on the left or right of
If I was at my garage looking out towards the road, they was on the left.
Was Millstill Highway on your right?
Yes, sir.
And I guess if you lived there for a number of years back in October of 2011?
Yes, sir.
Had the Swifts lived there for a period of time?
Yes, sir.
You had occasion to see them and communicate with them?
Communicated with David mostly. I never did know Miss Swift. I did see her jogging down the road, but I never talked to her.
Was there a Mr. Hawkshooter that lived around where you lived?
Yes, sir. He lived right across the street.
Now, do you remember when Karen Swift went missing?
Yes, sir.
Was that October the 30th of 2011 to your recollection?
Yes.
Were you at home that weekend?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember it because of the activity, or what makes you remember it?
The day, I think it was on a Sunday, because me and my wife went to church. And when we went out on Harness Road, I seen Miss Swift's vehicle where we turned toward her vehicle,
and went around it because it's me and my wife and my kids. We was going to Glendale. And I did notice it had a flat, but I thought, somebody had done picked her up. She's at home. I mean, I didn't think nothing about it. So when we come back, the vehicle was still there. And later on that evening, David had come over and talked to me and asked me if he had seen his wife, and I said no.
If he had seen or you had seen?
Me. If I had seen his wife.
And later on, did you notice the sheriff's department around or around the vehicle or on the street?
I do not recollect that.
Okay. You remember that law enforcement came down there after that?
Yes.
Now the night, I guess you woke up on Sunday morning, you and your wife and kids went to church. Was that mid-morning, or can you give us a time?
We had to be there about 10 o'clock, so it was about 9:30.
Now that night, the night before, had you and your wife been home and spent the night at home?
Yes, I was there.
And did you hear any unusual sounds that night, like a flat tire going down the road, or a fight, or an argument, or anything like that?
No, sir.
Do you have dogs?
I do.
Or
I did.
Okay. And do you have dogs inside and outside?
Yes, sir.
You did back then?
Yes, sir.
And have you been in the house before when the dogs have barked, and is there somebody around or something going on?
Yes, sir.
I mean, your dogs, how does that work? Do they?
Most time, if my dogs outside was barking, I had 2 inside dogs, and one of them was a Cairn Terrier, and the other one was I believe, a Feist, and they would bark because the outside dogs would be barking.
Did your dogs wake you up, or you hear your dogs barking that night?
No.
Into the early morning of Sunday?
No.
Now, before that, well, let me finish with, you saw David that Sunday.
I did.
He came to you're saying he came to your house?
Yes, sir.
And did you notice anything about his leg or how he was walking?
He had a knee brace on, and he had crutches.
And you and him had a conversation, and then did he leave?
Yes, sir.
Now, before that, had you had knowledge that David was going through a divorce?
Yes, sir.
And did you have a conversation, or he come to your house and talk to you about that before this?
He had come over. I want to say his wife went on vacation or with the kids, and he had come over and talked to me about they had left, and that she filed for divorce.
Did he ask you for some? Did you help him do something or give him some information?
My brother was a lawyer, and he asked me.
What was your brother's name?
Tim Navy.
Okay.
And he asked me, would he take his case? And I said, I'm sure he would. Just we can call him and make sure. Or if I remember right, I think I did call him and ask him.
Ask who?
My brother, if he would talk to David, and he said yes. That they would set up a time and him come in and they'd talk about it.
And I guess right after that, you gave him your brother's number or arranged for them to talk. Did you have an occasion to be down at your brother's office and notice anything?
Yes, he come to my brother's office.
Who came?
Mr. Swift came to my brother's office, and when he come in, which he was on a crutch and had a knee brace on.
And were you just happened to be at your brother's law office?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm laughing
Now,
at this
after
camera.
that, well, let me ask you about
the judge, the
things that
witness, the
occurred
prosecution,
before
and
Miss
defense in the
Swift
same
ended up missing.
shot.
Was there an issue about problems with your dogs and the Swift dogs?
Yes.
Would you just tell us a little bit about that? Can y'all hear me?
Mr. Hogshooter lived across the road, and he had, I don't forgot what day it was, but he had mixed up some Ivomec, some flybait, and rat poison with some K-Roll syrup and powdered sugar, and put it in a bowl and put it outside. And my dog went over there, and my dog and Mr. Swift's dog went over there and ate that stuff, and it killed my dog. Mr. Swift, they took their dog to the vet, and it lived. But
to your knowledge, did Karen Swift have some involvement?
She's the one that found it in his house because she looked through the window.
You talking about Karen Swift?
Karen Swift looked through the window.
The window of whose?
Of Hogshooters.
Objection be sustained unless he has personal knowledge.
And I agree. We only want to talk about what you saw. Okay. Or what you, and I guess did you have an occasion to see Karen Swift go over there?
No.
Okay. And obviously you and your family were upset. Were you upset about the dogs?
Yes.
And did you ever personally go over to Mr. Hogshooter's property or observe anything?
Not that I can recall.
And your wife was involved too?
Well, let me rephrase that. I did go over there that night, and I did look through the window and seen the stuff on the counter, because I know what Ivermectin is. It's for swine.
I know, but let's make sure, we just want to talk about what you did and what you saw.
Yeah, I was over there, and I didn't see the stuff on the counter.
All right. Did you have any conversations with Mr. Hogshooter?
No.
Okay. And was law enforcement involved after that?
Yes, I called him.
Now, after Karen Swift is missing that Sunday, you said that David came to your house. Were there other occasions when David Swift, after that, in the days following, came to your house with his family?
Yes.
And, give me a time frame and just kind of tell me about it?
It was after she went missing. And I think the TBI, or I don't know who it was, because I was not.
Let's don't say what you're guessing.
Okay. It was law enforcement that went in his house.
Did you see the cars down there?
Yes. And he would come over to my house because he didn't have anywhere else to go. This was about 7 o'clock at night.
When he came over, was anybody with him?
One time both his daughters were, and I believe his son was.
And when he came over, did he come over for a certain purpose?
Yeah, they had told him not to be there.
Objection. So he just came to your house, and did he stay there for a period of time?
Yes.
All right. And did that happen more than once?
Yes.
And I guess, did you just give him a place to wait until they were gone? Is that what you did?
Yes, I did.
And I guess the times that Mr. Swift and his family came down there, it was just whenever that happened, the 2 times that you recall?
Yes.
Now, when you saw him in the days after Karen Swift went missing, did you notice anything about his leg or his walk?
He did have a brace on, and he was on crutches.
There's some weird noises going on. I think it's somebody's
Now,
cell phone.
After Karen Swift went missing, and in the days and weeks after that, you were the next house down? Were you the next house down from him going towards the Millsfield Highway?
Yes. My house and Hogshooter's house is across the road.
But you're on the same side as the Swift house?
Yes, sir.
Did you smell any harsh chemicals coming from the Swift house?
No.
Did you see Mr. Swift carrying a bucket or carrying anything suspicious around?
No.
Were you there when Mr. Hogshooter got arrested?
I don't recall when he got arrested.
Okay. Now, where did you work at the time?
I worked at Roofwood Lake Ridge Utility Planning District in Sandburg.
Now, did you have an occasion to go down the Millsville Highway a certain way towards the Bledsoe Cemetery?
Yes. That's why I went back and forth to work.
Was that your normal work route?
Yes, sir.
And did you drive that every work day?
About every day. Twice a day.
Now, after Karen Swift went missing and before her body was found, do you know where the Bledsoe Cemetery is in the cross?
Yes.
Is it a place that you're familiar with seeing when you drive by it?
Yes.
Did you see anything unusual that you thought was unusual after Karen Swift went missing before her body was found?
I did see Mr. Darrell Sills there on 2 occasions.
All right. When you say you saw him,
I would like to know if he knows Mr. Darrell Sills personally, or did someone tell him that?
We're going to establish it.
You're going to establish it that nature.
Now, did you see this person more than once?
I did.
Now, let's talk about the first time you saw him. You saw this person. Now, when you first saw this person, what did this person appear to be doing?
He was on the side of the road, walking up down the road. Right. On the left side, like if I was going from the cross to my house, he was on the left side of the road, in the ditch kind of.
Was he on the side where the cross was?
Yes.
Was he
Are you familiar with that cemetery and where the cross is?
Yes, well, I am familiar. I mean, I never have been in the cemetery, but I went by there every day.
No. Did you see this person near the area where the cross is?
Yes.
And when you first saw this person for the first time, did you know who this person was or recognize him?
No, sir.
What did you notice about the person?
He was an elderly person, and he had glasses, and he was just on the side of the road. I wondered why he was there.
And this was 11 years ago, though?
Yes.
Now, did something about it seem unusual to you?
Not at the time.
Now, did you get a look at the person on that first occasion?
I did.
Did you later see any, as you're driving back and forth to work, and other times, other days before Karen Swift's body was found, do you see anything out there unusual involving this person?
I did see him again with a metal detector in the same spot.
Now, were you by yourself this time?
No.
Who was with you?
My ex-wife.
And where were y'all going?
We was coming from church.
Okay. And was this person that you saw the first time, y'all hear me? This person you saw me the first time, were they in the same general area?
Yes.
And was it near the cross before you get into the cemetery? The cemetery,
yes.
Is the cemetery on back off the road?
It is.
Are you going towards Tiptonville or coming back?
I'm just coming from cross to my house.
Okay.
And there's a road that goes to the cemetery on the left.
Okay. Now, you're on your driver's side facing this. Are you on your driver's side facing this person?
Yes.
And can you look over and see this person?
I did.
And on this occasion, was your wife with you?
She was.
And did you notice whether or not it was a different person or the same person?
It was the same person.
And was your wife with you?
She was.
Now, after that, did you and your wife talk then, right?
We did.
And you and your wife had a conversation about that person?
Yes.
And Mr. Corona Jack, at this point, I think he's getting ready to get into hearsay, try to back over that. And I only want to ask him to testify what he knows, not what anyone else told him.
No, I'm going to set the foundation. I'm going to front door it. So let me just ask the question. You and your wife had a conversation. Don't say what she said. Did you and your wife have a conversation when you passed by this person?
When we went past him the second time.
Don't say what she said. Let me just answer the question. I'm trying to obey the rules of evidence. So you and your wife, did y'all talk about this person after that?
Yes.
And then did y'all continue your trip?
Yes.
And after that, but not just talking to your wife, did you have an occasion did you remember when Karen Swift's body was found? Did you hear about it?
Yes.
And I guess, what did you hear about where her body was found? Was it in a certain location?
Yes, it was at the cross behind, or it was behind a log in the cutscene.
Right, but did you hear that it was at a certain cemetery or a certain field?
Yes.
And was that the same cemetery that you drove past?
Yes.
All right, and what's the name of that cemetery? Is it Bledsoe?
Bledsoe.
Okay. And did you see media reports and news reports after that?
Yes.
And besides talking to your wife, which we don't want to get into right now, did you see something on the news that sparked your memory?
Yes, Darrell Sells was on the news. I suppose he was down where they had found her because it was all over the
Just one second. I want to know how he knows that Darrell Sells on the news.
Okay. Now, did you see a person on TV?
Yes.
Did they have their name, or did you listen to the interview?
Yes.
Did the person say their name, or was it underneath their picture?
I believe that he said he was Darrell Sells.
And did you listen to that on the news?
It's been 11 years ago. Yes, I did listen to it, but I don't remember what he said.
Right, but did you see something about seeing him on the news that sparked or made you remember?
I seen him there at the cross.
Right. Was that the same person you saw on the news?
Yes.
And did he, to your knowledge, did he say his name on the news?
Yes.
Okay. Besides those two occasions, before Karen Swift's body was found, did you see anything else unusual at the cemetery?
I did see woman there in the same spot with red hair.
Was that with the same times you saw this other person we talked about? Or
Yes.
Was she with this person you just identified as Darryl Sales?
No, she was by herself.
Okay. And after you learned that they found Karen Swift's body near the Bledsoe Cemetery, is that what made you sort of think about this?
I thought it was kind of odd.
And you didn't see him grabbing a body or anything, did you? But you saw him in that general area?
I did.
Just 1 second, I'm almost finished. Just 1 second. Thank you, sir. The prosecutor may have some questions.
Morning, Mr. Nathan.
Morning.
Mr. Nathan, you testified that you didn't actually know Miss Swift, right?
Did not.
Okay. If you didn't know Miss Swift, why would David come ask you if you had seen her?
Well, I did see her run up down the road.
Okay.
But I mean, as far as ever talking to her, I didn't talk to her.
Okay. Did you ever see her out in public or anything like that very much? Okay. All right. So, did you not think it was odd that he was asking you if you'd seen her, since you're not somebody that ever really has contact with her?
I mean, I don't really think it was odd. I think he was trying to find his wife.
Okay. Now, you talked about your dogs barking. How many dogs did you have outside?
I had 2.
Okay. And did they stay in the yard, or did they just roam the neighborhood?
They roamed the neighborhood.
Okay. So you don't actually know if your dogs are even outside at the time. If a car came down the road with a flat, you don't even know if your dogs are out there at that time to bark, do you?
Most of the time they stayed at the house.
But you don't know that they were, do you?
No.
Okay. So it's possible that a car could have come down the road with a flat tire, the dogs are not there, and never barked.
It's possible.
Okay. Now, you said that Mr. Swift came down to your house to talk to you when the divorce was filed. Is that right?
When she filed for divorce.
Yes, when she filed for divorce. And she was on vacation at that time.
Supposedly. I mean, that's
what he told you. Right. Okay. Was he on crutches when he came down there?
Yes.
Okay. And that would have been somewhere around October 10th.
I don't remember the time frame.
All right. It's been established in the record already that he picked up service on October 10th. Would that be about the right time?
Your Honor, he's asking for a conclusion.
I don't really know.
Your Honor, for the record, he's asking for a conclusion. You can ask him about the date and time frame or a reference. But he's asking for a conclusion based on something that this witness doesn't know about.
Objection. Okay. So would it surprise you that since he was at your house on October 10th on crutches, that he didn't actually get hurt until October 25th?
I don't know.
Okay. So he was at your house on crutches before he actually got injured?
Yeah, I knew he had a knee injury before.
Okay. Now, you said that you didn't see Mr. Swift carrying a bucket. Is that right?
No.
Did you stay outside 24 hours a day watching his house?
No.
So it's possible he would have been carrying a bucket at a time you were not out there watching, right?
It's possible.
Okay. And then same thing with the chemical smell. You said you didn't smell anything chemical, anything that was a chemical odor coming from the house.
No.
Could there have been something coming from the house that smelled like that when you were not at home?
Anything's possible.
Okay. Now, you talked about this gentleman walking on the side of the road. Was he right on the edge of the road?
He wasn't really on the edge. He was kind of in the ditch a little bit.
Close to the road, though?
Yes.
Okay. And was he walking up and down the road?
He was, when I went past him, he was just right there in one spot.
Okay. Where was that spot?
It was before you turn into the cemetery road. Back this side towards the cross.
Okay. Was he closer to the cross or closer to the road by the cemetery?
Closer to the road by the cemetery.
Okay. Now, what about when he had a metal detector? Where was he at that time?
Same spot.
Okay. Same spot back by the road?
Yes.
Okay.
I heard metal detector.
Did you ever see him up? You know where the road goes up to the cemetery?
Mm-hmm.
When you get right to the road that turns into the cemetery, you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you look to your left, up by the bluff by the river, halfway between the cross and the cemetery,
okay.
You have an idea what I'm talking about? He wasn't up there in that area, was he?
No.
Okay. Wasn't anywhere near that, was he?
No.
And you said you saw a redhead. Was she in the cemetery, or?
She was at the same place he was.
Okay. And she was by herself?
Yes.
Okay. So more than one person have visited that spot then, is that right?
Yes.
That's all, Your Honor.
No more questions of Mr. Navy.
All right, let me step in
That guy's out of there.
Angela Gibbs. Angela Gibbs.
Angela Gibbs. Next up. I don't like how they moved the podium. I mean, it is a good shot here. The cameraman's done a great job working with what he's got. Hot tubber, yes, no.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So, all right, have a seat, please, ma'am.
Just keep going. Let's go. That's the court. All right. Can y'all still hear me? All right. Yes, sir. Did you tell everybody your name?
My name is Angela Gibbs.
Back in 2011, what was your last name?
Last name was Nafy.
Were you related to Chris Nafy back then?
Yes, I was his wife.
Where did you live back then?
207 Harness Road, Dyersburg, Tennessee.
Do you know who the Swifts are?
Yes, sir.
Where did they live in relation to where you and your husband lived?
They were my neighbors.
Were they the neighbors on your, if you're standing on your front porch looking out toward the street? Is that Harness Road?
No, looking from my garage to the street in Harness Road.
Okay. Are they to your left or to your right?
To my left.
And are you on past where they live going towards the Millsfield Highway?
Sir.
Where you live, are you closer to the Millsfield Highway than they are? So they're on past you?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, was there an issue about you and your husband's dogs at some point in 2011 before Karen Swift went missing?
Yes, sir.
Just briefly, from what you personally saw or observed, what was the issue with the dogs?
The issue with the dogs was that...
The issue with your dogs?
What I remember was that our dogs they roamed free. We lived on 10 acres. So they came and went as they pleased. Everybody's did in the neighborhood.
You all live out in the county?
Yes, sir.
And let me just break it down. Did Mr. John Hogshooter live close in relation to where you did?
He lived directly across our driveway.
Did something happen to one of your dogs?
Something happened to 4 of our dogs. And we found 2 of our dogs dead.
Now, did you have an occasion to go over to Mr. Hogshooter's property and observe anything?
No, sir, I did not go on his property. I went to my mailbox, and that's where I observed anything if I could. But no, sir, I did not go on his property.
Can I ask, did your dog come back to your property and you find your dog that died?
I was working in St. Louis at the time that my dog died.
But if you didn't see it or observe it, then I don't want to ask you about it.
Okay.
Now, did you have a time to come home after that? Did you come home and see anything about the dog that died?
My husband at that time, Chris, already had buried her by the time I got home.
Now, after that, did you have an occasion to go to court or be involved with the dog poisoning case?
I spoke with a federal investigator. I did not go to court.
Now, did you have conversations? I'm not asking what you said, but did you talk to Karen Swift during this time or observe Karen Swift come over to your property to talk about the dogs?
I don't recall.
Okay. You know what Karen Swift looked like?
Yes, sir.
Had you talked to her before?
Yes, sir.
Had you seen her on your street or been to her house or her to your house?
Yes, sir.
Now, were you home on the weekend that she went missing?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall the day she went missing?
Yes, sir.
Is that why you recall it? Because you heard she was missing?
No, I didn't know she was missing at the time.
Okay. What made you recall it?
We thought we were on our way to church, and we went down Harness Road and turned on Millsfield Highway, and her car was at the end of the road, And I was like, that's Karen's car.
Did you recognize it from her driving it? Had you seen her in it before?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And I asked my husband then to circle around and make sure everything's okay. And it wasn't, like she had a wreck or anything. So from there, we just, went on and went to church.
When you saw it that morning, was it that Sunday morning, was it on the church time? You're going to church time?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And did you see it when you came back?
No, sir.
And so you were at home the night before that?
Yes, sir.
Was your husband at home the night before that?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all have dogs at the house, inside or outside that night?
Both.
You had dogs that lived in the garage outside or outside the house?
Yes.
What about dogs inside? How many?
2.
Did you hear any noise or disturbance the night before you saw Karen Swift's car on the side of the road?
No, sir.
Is there anything about your dogs that they let you know things sometimes that people are around?
If the dogs outside were stirred up, the little dogs inside would start barking as well.
Did you hear anything like that night?
No, sir.
Did you hear any loud noises like a flat tire driving by?
No, sir.
That night?
No, sir.
You were at home that night with your husband?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear anything out of the ordinary that night?
No, sir.
Do you have those lights that come on automatically if somebody walks up to your house?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, did you see any of those if somebody was walking down the street or walking down the road?
No, sir.
Did you have any idea that anything out of the ordinary was going on that night on the street in front of where you lived?
No, sir.
All right. The next day, that Sunday, when you and your husband, did y'all come back from church?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all go home?
Yes, sir.
And
did you come back from church
that day,
nope.
that evening?
Yes, sir.
Were you there? Do you know what David Swift? Do you know who he is?
Yes, sir.
Had you seen him before?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, did he come by the house?
I do not recall seeing him that afternoon. Lots of times I go to sleep after I finish with Sunday lunch. I don't recall that.
Okay. Your husband was at home though?
Yes, sir.
And after that, in the days or weeks after that, did you have occasion to see David Swift come down to your home while you and your husband were there?
Yes, sir.
Can y'all still hear me?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And did he come by himself or did he have others with him?
He had his children.
And before he came over, or when he came over, did you notice anything going on at his house?
Yes, sir.
What did you notice?
His house was being examined by the sheriff's department.
Did you see the law enforcement cars?
Yes, sir.
And would David Swift and his family be there for a period of time at your house?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all just give him an opportunity to stay with y'all while he was waiting?
Yes, if they needed to be somewhere, they were our neighbors. Yes, sir.
Was it early in the morning or late at night, or would it be different times?
Different times.
Was it ever in the evening sometime?
Yes, sir.
And in the days before law enforcement came over and David Swift came to your house with his family, were you home during some of those periods of times?
Yes, sir.
You just go work and then come home?
Yes, sir.
And the same for your husband?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever smell any strong chemical smells in relation to your house coming from the Swift residence?
No, sir.
On the days that you were home or the days that you were there?
No, sir.
Now, when David Swift came over to your home, did you notice after Karen, did you see David Swift before his wife went missing in the days or weeks before or not?
I'm sure I did, yes, sir.
Did you notice anything about his physical condition or his leg?
He had an injury.
And how did you know that?
He had a brace, crutch. And I work in the healthcare field, and I just asked him that's what was going on.
Now, on the days that the law enforcement came over and they came over to your house, did you notice anything? Did he have his leg or he had his leg. Did he have his crutch or his brace, or did you notice?
What I can recall from that, because I was upset as well, is when David and the children came to my house. Everybody was upset. He wasn't able to carry his littlest daughter. His son had to do that because he was unable, and I do recall him holding onto the door facing to get up into the back door there. I remember that. Everybody was very upset, but He wasn't able to carry his littlest child.
All right. All right. Now, after Karen Swift went missing, do you recall when her body was found? Did you learn about it through the news or somehow?
Yes.
That was a period of time, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
From what you recall. Did you have occasion to go with your husband sometimes past the Bledsoe Cemetery?
We traveled that road on our way to church and home from church. Because of her being there, we didn't go down that area. But yes, we went by that area going back and forth to church.
Before she was found, did you had occasion to ride with your husband when you saw something in the Bledsoe or around the Bledsoe Cemetery?
Yes, sir. We were on our way back from church.
And were you in a vehicle with your husband?
Yes, sir.
And what did you observe?
A little bit of leading.
I observed a man with a metal detector at the place where it's called where the cross is, and there's a cross up there by the cemetery.
And I guess can you say an exact location or a close area where you observed this person?
It's a gravel parking area right off the side of the road as you pass the road to the cemetery.
Is there a ditch over there or
somewhat kudzu covers it up?
Yeah. Is it an area, is that where you observed this person?
Yes, sir.
And what did you observe the person doing?
He had a metal detector and he was looking for something that a metal detector would detect.
Metal.
And did you and your husband stop that day?
No, sir, we did not stop.
Now, did you have a chance to look at the person that you saw over there?
Yes, sir, I did.
And get a good look at him?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you know the person or recognize the person?
I recognized the person.
And how did you recognize the person?
Because I was employed at a car detail shop when I was in college part-time, and I detailed this person's car. So when he would come and pick the car up, I would take his money and have a small conversation. He'd be on his way.
And had that happened more than once?
Yes, sir.
And did you know that person's name?
Yes, sir.
And the person you saw near the cross that day, was that the same person?
Yes, it was.
And what was his name?
Mr. Darrell Sales.
And as you're going past this person, did you have a conversation with your husband about this?
Yes, sir.
Did you say something about who it was?
I did. I told him who that was, and he wondered, why on earth is he up here with a metal detector? I mean, that's odd.
All you can say is what you saw.
That's what I saw.
Now, did you have occasion later to see Mr. Sells on TV or in the media about?
Yes, sir.
Was his picture broadcast somehow?
Yes, sir.
And did you see that?
Yes, sir.
And I guess or you just saw him over there one occasion or more?
Once.
Okay. And that was before Karen Swift's body was found?
Yes, sir.
And after her body was found, did you understand it was near the Bledsoe Cemetery?
Yes, sir.
Just 1 second.
I don't like this guy's tone, throwing metal detectors under the bus as if they're bad people.
Did you ever see a woman there when you were with your husband?
No, sir, I did not.
Do you recall when you saw the picture or interview of Mr. Sales, whether it was at the Bledsoe Cemetery or somewhere else?
I don't exactly know that because there were so many different aspects of what was shown on television. I do not know.
And if you don't know, we don't want to ask you, so. Thank you, ma'am. Prosecutor may have some questions.
Good morning, Ms. Gibbs. You were talking about the dogs that you have. You said usually if the dog's outside bark, then it will get the dog inside barking.
Yes, sir.
Typically, early in the morning, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, if the dog's outside are not barking, the dog's inside typically don't.
No, sir. No, sir.
And your dogs outside didn't actually stay in your yard, did they?
At night, I cannot tell you that because I was asleep.
Okay, so they actually are free to roam?
Yes, sir, free to roam.
Okay, so it's a good possibility if a car came down the road on a flat, your dogs could have been off somewhere else.
One dog possibly, the puppy, no. I feel confident being at a Great Pyrenees, she stayed close to home.
Okay, but at that time of the night, did you know for sure that she was out there?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, and how far was your house from the road?
I can't accurately say, but I would say 50 yards.
Okay.
That's a guess.
Okay, all right. And you said that you had security lights that would come on with they were motion detected? Okay. They would pick up 50 yards away, would they?
No, sir.
Okay. So if a person was actually walking down the road, it wouldn't make your security lights go on?
No, sir.
And and were you sleeping between 4:30 a.m. and 5 or 9 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if somebody was walking down the road, you wouldn't have seen them, would you?
If the dogs did not wake me up, no, I would not.
Okay. And you said that you did not smell a strong chemical smell when you were at home, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Possible there was a strong chemical smell when you were not at home, wasn't it?
That's always a possibility.
Okay. And you said that you saw David Swift before Karen was missing.
Yes, sir.
And he had a leg injury.
Yes, sir.
How long before she was missing was that?
I cannot honestly say. It's been a long time.
Was it days, weeks?
I'm sure I saw David once a week from the time he moved next door, period.
Okay. So, did he have the leg injury a month before she was missing?
I couldn't tell you the day he injured his leg. I do not have that knowledge.
Okay. And you saw a man with a metal detector by the cross?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that was Mr. Darrell Sells?
Yes, sir.
Isn't he an older gentleman?
He's older than me.
Okay. He may not be that old if he's older than you. So.
He's older than me.
Okay. Would it be fair to say at that time he would have been in his 70s?
He just stepped into there. That was a
Your Honor,
bad
she
call.
has personal knowledge.
I'm asking if she has personal knowledge.
Yeah, let's say if she does, she can answer it.
Would it be fair to say that he would probably be in his 70s at that time?
Sure.
Okay. And you said that he was down by the road near the ditch?
I did not say that.
Oh, where was he?
I said where I saw him was in the gravel area where people park and looking in the gravel area with the metal detectors.
By the cross? Is that what you're talking about?
Where the cross is, yes.
Okay, not the road that goes into the cemetery.
No, where the cross is.
Okay. And that's a pretty good distance from where the cemetery is, isn't it?
It is.
Okay. So if your husband testified that he was actually at the road that goes into the cemetery, he would be incorrect about that?
No, he would not.
Okay, well, which one of you are right?
My husband saw him there more than one time. My husband and I only saw him when we were together one time.
Okay. I'm asking if he testified when the two of you were together, he saw him at the road that goes into the cemetery. Is he incorrect about that?
I recall seeing him in the parking area out where the cross is, and that area leads where the road, you can go to where the road is. I saw him where the parking area. When I identified him and wondered who it was, we slowed down and said, I know this person.
Okay.
Why is he here? That's all that I recall.
Okay, so your husband would be incorrect then?
On that occasion.
Okay.
Because my husband stated to me, I've seen him up here.
Okay, I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking if your husband said he was at the road that goes into the cemetery, and you say he was up a good distance away at the cross of the parking lot is, one of you is not right. So, are you correct? Was he up by the cross?
By the cross, when we were coming home from church, in the gravel area where people park and meet, is where I saw him.
So your husband maybe is mistaken then about where he saw him.
At that instant when he saw him, that is what I'm stating.
Okay.
That would never be allowed in Karen Reed Trail.
You see a lot of people meeting up there.
Okay. So it's not uncommon for a person to be there, is it?
Not uncommon for a person to be there.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Look at the old law books they have sitting on the podium there.
Okay, we're going to take a short break. All of the audio issues have been resolved favorably, so we're going to reset the audio.
No, they haven't.
To take a break as well, so we'll be out for about 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
10 to 30.
Okay, I will just say here, all the audio issues have not been resolved favorably at this point. I'm going to take a short break and come back. We're skipping the breaks because we're working late today. Did I tell you that? We're working late. I forgot to mention that. Hope you guys don't mind. Okay, here we go. All right. I also don't like the fact that they poking fun of the metal detectorist, trying to make it look like he was metal detected in the cemetery. He was just at the cross. That's different. So, overtime. Yes, overtime's approved as long as you get signatures from management. Submit your time cards. If they reject it, that decision is final.
All right, as you all can tell, we went over 10 minutes, but I don't think it was my fault. I was back here in my chair at the 10-minute mark, or maybe the 12-minute mark. That's fine, we're in good shape. Everybody feeling all right? Am I doing well? Okay. All right, we're going to call the next witness?
I am, Judge.
All right.
Cade Butler.
Kay Butler. I don't think we're going to get many.
I think I found my outside voice, and I'm not going to lose it anymore. All right. Let me know if you can't hear me, though. Okay.
I like this setup better. I forgot what I was saying. The lit cross. Apparently there's a large cross that's lit, but meaning it has light, or it's just really cool. Like, hey, that's lit. Either way, there's a large cross next to the road, and that's the area where the gentleman was metal detecting. Fun fact, most of your front yards can be metal detected without your permission because of the easement. You don't actually own most of your front yards. I'm just saying, unless you got like big property. In most towns, I can metal detect people's front yards or a good half
Good morning.
of them without their permission.
Can you hear me, Mr. Butler?
Doesn't make me
Do you mind if I
popular,
ask you a few questions this morning?
Yes, sir.
And would you just tell everybody your full name?
Christopher K. Butler,
How old are you now, sir?
23.
Now,
He was not at the hot tub
Who is
party.
your
I'm just
father?
calling it now.
Kevin Butler.
is he deceased now?
Yes, sir.
You remember when Karen Swift, hearing about when Karen Swift went missing back in 2011?
Yes, sir.
On the day that she went missing, do you recall being around that area with your father?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you mind if I ask you a few questions about it?
Yes, sir.
What were you and your father doing that morning?
I was going hunting.
Now, where were you coming from when you were going hunting?
TC Lock Road going towards town.
Now, why were you going towards town?
We had about some orange. We didn't have any.
Now, how old were you at the time?
11 years old.
And y'all were going hunting. What sort of hunting were y'all doing in October?
Deer hunting.
And were you looking forward to this or excited about it?
Yes, sir.
Was it a certain? I'm not a deer hunter, but was it a certain style hunt for you?
I was youth hunt.
And your father, was he going with you?
Yes, sir.
And did y'all have occasion to see a vehicle on the Millsfield Highway?
Yes, sir.
And will you just tell me what you observed as you approached the vehicle?
On our way to town or on our way from town?
Did you see it on the way to town?
Yes, sir.
Just tell me what you saw.
SUV. It looked like somebody had left it there overnight, honestly. You know, like it had been parked there for the night.
And you recall what time of the early morning this was?
Probably like 4-ish.
Okay. And if you're going deer hunting, again, I've only been like once, and it wasn't a very good experience. Did you go? Is the idea to go early or what?
Before daybreak, yes, sir.
Because at daybreak they get out and move around more.
Yes, sir. They start moving.
All right. And so on the way going to Walmart, you're saying you saw this vehicle?
Yes.
And you saw the vehicle on the way to Walmart?
Yes. Yes.
Now, did you just see it on the side of the road?
It was just parked in like a little gravel area. It was just parked right there
in front of the Walmart. And coming back after you went to Walmart, did you see the vehicle again?
Yes, sir.
And did you notice anything about the vehicle that was different this time?
Yeah, there was another vehicle there this time.
And did you see a person there?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what type of vehicle it was that you saw besides the vehicle on the side of the road?
It was a dark blue truck.
And did you see a person?
Yes, sir.
Were they outside the truck?
Yes, sir.
Where were they? Were they near the other vehicle, or do you recall?
He was on the passenger side of his truck at that time. Like here was the van, and then here was his truck, and he was on the passenger side of his truck.
Was he near the vehicle that was sitting there?
He was. Here's the hood, and there's the back of that one. So yes, he was close to it.
And what did you notice as you and your father drove by?
We was we thought maybe he was hunting, so we slowed down. And whenever we slowed down, he put a pistol on the roof of not the roof, but the hood of the car or truck. And
we just, we kept going. We didn't, want to have no problems with the guy. If somebody shows you a pistol, you don't, to stop and see why,
Did you get a look at the person?
Yes, sir.
And is this, as you drive by, is he on the passenger, or you're the passenger, I guess?
Yes. Yes.
And the person, how would you describe him?
He was tall, and he had dark hair. I was a kid. I can't really tell you, facial features or nothing like that.
Did he appear to look anything similar to the person sitting here?
No, sir.
And after that day, did you see pictures on the news of different people involved with Karen Swift or related to Karen Swift?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an occasion at that time, back in 2011, to see a picture of David Swift or not?
Yes, I seen pictures of him back then, yes.
Did that person you see on the side of the road look like the David Swift you saw in the news then?
No, sir. No, sir. Not at all. Now,
you and your father, where were y'all heading? Where did y'all go after you saw this person on the side of the road?
About 300 yards is where our house is, and we went there, and then in the backyard, there's a bunch of woods. And if you go in the woods back there, it takes you, if you go straight behind where her car was, it was probably, in the woods directly behind it where it was hunting, just about.
Now, when you and your dad were coming back from Walmart, were you at Walmart very long?
15 minutes maybe, just long enough to grab the vest and, get out of there. Was trying to rush back out to Newsfield, to get set up.
Were you trying to get set up before daylight?
Yes.
And I guess, what do you recall about, was it daylight or right before daylight when you saw this person standing next to them?
It was daylight. We was running late.
Okay. Was it completely daylight, or do you know?
It was, just about.
Okay. All right. And did you and your father go on and proceed with what you were doing, the hunting?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there something about seeing that person that upset you that made you remember it?
Me and my dad, we just, over the years, it bothered him, and he just...
Well, wait a minute. I'm talking about that day. Did you react because of something about hunting or hunting in your area?
I was, upset because, people, I thought, they were going to be hunting at first, but,
Did you... Let me make sure I understand what you're saying. You don't want to hunt in the same area with other people?
Yeah, exactly. Like, we thought they was going to be hunting in the same area. We was, that's why we was stopping to talk to them.
Right.
So yeah, I was upset because I thought they were going to be hunting right there where we was.
Right.
But, after that happened, we really didn't care. We just, like I said, we went on and done our thing.
Right. Later on, did you see police cars or hear that something was going on?
Yes, sir, later that day.
All right. And I guess you've been hunting for a while that morning?
Yes, sir, a couple hours. We didn't stay too long because, we was late getting out there,
Okay. And after that, in the days after Karen Swift went missing, did you and your father contact law enforcement?
My dad did, yes.
All right. You did not?
I did not, no, sir.
Okay.
Or objection to what his father did, unless he can establish he has personal knowledge of that.
Well, I'm not going to ask you what your father said because... Yeah. All right. The prosecutor may have some questions. Thank you, sir.
Let's see how they cross him here. He was 11 at the time. I think it would have been younger, like 8 or 9. If he's 23 now, it's 13 years
Okay,
ago.
Mr. Butler, you were actually 11 years old when all this happened, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you said it was 4 o'clock in the morning when you first saw the car?
Around that time, yes, sir.
Okay, well...
Not on the dot, now I can't tell you the exact time. I said it was around, yes, around
How
4.
close to 4 o'clock?
It could, it was definitely a little bit after 4 probably, but 4 to 4:30 maybe. It wasn't, just a big time difference,
Okay.
But it was, around 4, yes, sir.
Okay. How long did it take you to get to Walmart?
10 minutes at most.
Here's the trap.
Okay. And how long were you inside Walmart?
Like I said, 15 minutes at most.
Okay. And then another 10 minutes back?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that would have been around 5 a.m.?
Yeah, that's about, day break, yes, sir.
Okay. And you said when you were on the way back, you saw a dark blue truck.
Yes.
What kind of truck was it?
I'm not sure. Me and my dad talked about it, trying to, could just, over the years, after it got all brought back up, we talked about it a lot. But I thought it was one thing and he thought it was another, so I'm not sure what kind of truck it was.
Okay, all right. So this is not just information that you know. This is stuff your dad's told you over the years.
I mean, I know the same information, but I don't know what kind of truck it was, no.
Okay. Was it a large truck, small truck?
It was a big truck, yes, sir.
Okay. And it was dark blue?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw the person on the passenger side of the truck?
Yes, I was standing outside, yes.
Okay. Did you see him by the car?
By the car. Like I said, the car was right here, the truck was right here.
Okay.
On this side.
And where was he standing?
On the passenger side of the truck.
Okay, not the car.
The car, the truck was, the car was in the same area as the truck.
Which way was the car facing?
Like this right here, and then the truck was like this right here, like I just said.
Okay, I don't understand. So you said the car was on the side of the road?
Yes, sir.
Was it setting even with the road, or was it at an angle?
It was at an angle, and then the truck pulled in, and it was at an angle.
Okay, so the car was setting at an angle in the gravel road?
Yes.
Okay, it wasn't setting straight in the gravel road?
Yeah, it was not setting straight. It was at an angle.
Okay, at an angle. Okay.
Yes, and then the truck was at an angle.
Okay, would you be surprised that photos were taken that day and the car was setting straight even with the road?
I mean, if I got it mixed up on that, I mean, do I remember 100% what way it was facing? No, sir. But I know how the truck was pulled up beside it.
Okay, so if you don't remember 100% about that, you don't remember 100% about everything else either, do you?
I mean, no, I do. I mean, I remember seeing the vehicles there. Yes, sir. I remember seeing the man there 100%. Now, telling you what the car looks like 100%, no. What angle they were facing, no.
Okay. What color was the car?
White. Or is it a white or a silver color? I'm not sure which one, but it was one of the two.
Do you know what color the truck was?
Yes, sir, I do know what color the truck was.
Okay. Do you know if that guy was just there checking on the car to see what was wrong with it?
I object because he's asking speculation of the person out there. What he's thinking.
What was your question?
I'll rephrase it. Okay. It was possible that person just stopped to check on the car to see if anyone needed help, wasn't it?
I mean, if so, yeah, but the guy pulled a pistol up. I mean, that's why we kept going,
Okay. Did you call the police when you saw a guy with a pistol?
No, sir, we didn't.
Okay, so you weren't concerned enough to call the police?
I mean, like I said, we just kept on going. We weren't going, we didn't want no trouble with them, so we just kept on going, minding our own business.
Okay, so if you thought it was going to be trouble, why didn't you call the police?
Because we minded our own business.
Okay. All right. And you said you watched the news?
Yes, sir.
And you saw Mr. Swift on the news?
Yes.
Did you watch the news a lot when you were 11 years old?
No. I mean, sometimes, whenever we be playing.
Okay. All right. You sure?
But I wouldn't just, run down there, let's see what's on the news.
Okay. So what makes you remember seeing that then?
Because, I mean, the Karen Swift stuff was real big. I mean, I live right there where it all happened. I mean, everybody and their mama was, watching everything about it.
Okay. But you didn't see anybody actually do anything, did you?
What do you mean?
You didn't see anybody do anything to the car?
No.
Okay. You didn't see anybody, Karen Swift out there?
I don't know. Okay. I did not see her.
So when this gentleman was out there, Miss Swift wasn't out there, was she?
No.
Okay. So he couldn't have abducted her if she wasn't there, could he?
I mean, no.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if anybody was in the truck. I mean, I just know, I don't know if she was getting abducted then,
Okay.
I don't know what was going on.
All you know is you saw a truck?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I saw a man in a truck, and then I saw him pull a pistol on the hood, and we kept going.
Okay. Mr. Butler, you've actually had criminal convictions, haven't you?
Yeah. Guess what? This is fair game. Oh, this is fair game. Generally, it's brought up at the very beginning, and it's agreed upon by both sides. He said, "You actually have criminal convictions, don't you?" If he has a criminal conviction, that's one of the things the jury can use to consider the truthfulness of their testimony. A lot of times you'll hear the two sides will talk about it, and they'll say, "Okay, we've talked about it with the judge. We know what the convictions are. It's brought up like this. It's brought up. You've been convicted of a crime before? Yes. How many times? This many. And that's the extent, right?" And I'm very surprised that the defense, with it being their witness, didn't go there first. Didn't just knock this out and get it out of the way and say, "Look, let's call a spade a spade. This is the situation. It has nothing to do with this, hopefully. But if it's a conviction for a matter of truthfulness, goes to the character of the witness and believability. You're right, Cheryl. Hopefully it's not dating back to when he was 11. No, he's 23. So if they're talking about criminal convictions here, do you think it's juvenile? The only relevance I see is the crimes revolve around theft, falsification of legal documents. Yeah, that I don't know if he was like shoplifting at age 12 and he stole like a dum-dum from the corner mart. That's different. First of all, don't press charges. Talk to the kid's parents; they'll sort it out.
Okay, Mr. Butler, you've had criminal convictions, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you've been convicted of theft, haven't you?
No, sir.
Okay, you haven't been convicted of theft under $1,000?
No, sir. Never been convicted of a theft. No, sir, I have not.
Okay.
What?
General, just a minute.
Yes, sir.
We're going to let the jury go out for just a moment. Okay. All right.
Some of the paperwork is not matching up. Look at this, the defense attorney. he's backing up. He's crawling into a hole right now. Because I think the answer should have been yes.
All right, let's be serious. General,
yes, sir.
When I pulled the evidence book out, it does appear that 608 is going to require a jury out hearing before the convictions are brought to the attention of the jury. So let's you go ahead and ask him about those right now.
Okay. Let me just get to it then. Mr. Butler, what have you been convicted of?
I've been convicted of assault on a police officer, a DUI, and I believe possession of paraphernalia.
Okay. You were actually charged with theft under $1,000, weren't you?
Yes, I was charged with it, yes, sir. But
what happened with that offense?
Sir?
What happened with that offense?
I proved myself innocent.
Okay, you had a trial?
I did not have a trial. No, the people, the lady let them know that I didn't do it.
Okay. You also were charged with theft over, hang on, let me get this right.
I proved myself.
The one that you just asked me about, which was what? The theft over?
Hang on.
Just a moment.
Let me get back to it.
The defense guy's like, shut up. Just stop talking.
The theft under $1,000 was this year.
Yes, I beat that. I got thrown out of court.
Okay. Okay, multiple failure to appears.
I think I've had one.
Okay.
And I got indicted and I did not know that.
What happened to the aggravated assault?
It got thrown out.
What about the theft over $1,000?
It got thrown out.
And that was in January of 2022?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean it got threw out?
That's the one I was talking about where the lady called and let them know that it wasn't me that done anything.
Okay, well, what about the one that happened this year?
That right there, I didn't do anything there either, and I got thrown out of court in general sessions.
Can I say something?
Well, I mean, he's examining him right now, and he's explaining, so why don't you wait just a moment?
That's all, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
You answered what the prosecutor just asked you.
Yes.
That's all I have of him.
If you finished examining, I mean, if you're direct?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, he'd already started.
Oh, are you just talking about for this exchange?
Yes.
They're still on cross. And so he's still on the stand. I may or may not ask questions, but I guess I'm just talking about the purposes of what the prosecutor brought up about alleged convictions without knowing that there was a conviction. You're not supposed to ask. If you want to hear an argument, I'll argue it.
Move for mistrial.
I think I understand the law there. The court's not going to permit any of the convictions or arrests are not appropriate for cross-examination in this matter. Now the question becomes, because it was asked in front of the jury, the question in my mind is what, if anything, do I need to do with the jury? Do I need to tell them to simply disregard the question about any prior convictions?
I submit you should tell them to disregard it.
And have him apologize.
And I would just ask for the record that if questions are going to be asked 608 or 609, that we have a jury out hearing. But it's convictions that are supposed to be asked about. And if you know it's not a conviction, or you don't know, you don't bring that up in front of the jury, because we want to do this right.
Move for a miss. This is not just counsel. This is the district attorney, isn't it? It was the district.
Look at 609. For purpose of attacking credibility of a witness, evidence that the witness has been convicted of a crime may be admitted if the following procedures and conditions are satisfied. One, the witness must be asked about the conviction on cross-examination. Does not necessarily require the jury out hearing that we have just done, because this is not, this is, 609 is the limited impeachment by reason of conviction of a crime. 608 would apply to evidence of character and conduct, which may apply in an accusation of theft.
Yes, sir.
There, but
Judge?
any assault, the DUI, the drug paraphernalia, those are not appropriate for impeachment under these circumstances. And under 608, instances of theft or accusation of theft should not come before the jury there. If we get into that with this witness or some other witness, I would prefer to deal with it initially before the jury hears it. If for both of you all.
And I will agree. Now, my obligation to the court and to the rules of evidence under 609, which is a conviction, is I understand that the rule is before I even ask the question of the witness, I've got to know whether there's a conviction. I've got to know myself that there's a conviction. I can't just ask, hey, do you have a conviction, and not know what I'm asking.
Court understands it very well.
And I ask the same of the state.
I understand. Okay, we ready for the jury then?
I think he's got more mileage in that complaint than he thinks. The curative instruction. The curative instruction should exonerate the witness in the eyes of the jury.
All right.
And leave the prosecutor with a bruise mark the shape of the judge's gavel on his cheek. Okay, that was bad. That was bad.
Ready? Ladies and gentlemen, just before the break, you heard General Goodman ask the witness if he had any criminal convictions. You should disregard that statement. It's not part of our trial. So please put that out of your mind and don't think about it. Don't refer to it again.
That's not
all right,
good
General.
enough.
You ready to continue?
Yes, sir.
That's not good enough.
Mr. Butler, when you came by that night and saw the vehicle, it was dark outside, wasn't it?
That morning?
Yes, sir.
When we went to town, it was, still, daylight hadn't broke yet.
Okay.
When we come back, it was not dark.
It was not dark when you saw the blue truck out there?
Yes, sir. It was not dark then.
Okay. And that was around 5 a.m.?
Yes, sir. Around that time.
Okay. Would you be surprised to know that the sun actually didn't rise that day until 7:18 a.m.?
Well, no, sir. I didn't know that.
Okay. So if that's correct, and the sun came up at 7:18 that day, it had to be dark when you came by, didn't it?
Unless it was later than that, then, when we come by.
Okay, so it may have been later in the day then, when you came by, not actually 4 in the morning.
Like I said, I was 11 years old. If I got the time of the day wrong, I apologize. But, it was, I know whenever we went to town, it was dark, and when we come back, it was daylight.
Okay, so it had to be after 7 in the morning then if it was daylight then?
It had to be after that, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Redirect?
Do you recall that day whether it was 7 a.m. at daylight or not?
No, sir, I don't.
And did you see the vehicle when it was still dark, when you passed it the first time?
The SUV, yes.
And was your testimony that when you saw it the next time, it was breaking daylight, whatever time that was?
Yes.
You weren't looking at a calendar or looking at a calendar back now is that all you saw?
Is that all I saw? Was
that day?
Yes.
All right. That's all I have.
All right, you can step down. Thank you. You're pretty good, sir.
Okay, so that seems like not an important
What was
witness.
the last name, Mr. Tucker?
P-I-G-G.
But if you can put another person with a gun at the scene of the car,
Y'all still hear me? Okay.
That isn't the defendant, that's a big question mark. I think that was dirty by the prosecution. Okay, I have to ask for every witness, hot tub, yes or no?
Just 1 second, ma'am. Are you Alicia Pig?
Alicia Myers, it was Pig.
Okay. And back in 2011, was it Pig?
Yes,
And did you know who Karen Swift was?
not at the time, but yes, I met her once.
Did you have an occasion to see her back while she was still alive?
Yes,
Was there a house in Trimble that she was involved with cleaning that you lived near?
yes,
It's a no.
Can I ask you a few questions about it?
yeah,
Do you remember when she went missing, hearing that later she went missing?
yes,
Did you see her before that?
yes,
Did you see her a day or two before that, or?
I did.
And where did you live in relation to the house she was involved with? Did you live across the street or the same side of the road?
Yes,
Okay.
not on the same side of the road, but it was hard to explain. It was kind of like a T. And yeah,
Okay. And did you have occasion to see her or talk to her?
I saw her every day, but I talked to her once.
Were you aware what she was doing at the house?
I think she was cleaning it.
Was the house a house that somebody moved out of, or do you know?
Yes, they moved out of it.
Was it a Habitat house, or do you know at that time?
Yes, I knew.
And did you know whether or not the house she was cleaning was in pretty good shape or not?
No,
Okay. Now, do you recall, was it the weekend that you saw her, or do you recall?
I don't think it was a weekend. I think it was right before the weekend.
Okay. And did you see her more than one day?
She was there every day.
Okay. And was that right before she went missing, or you heard that she went missing?
Yes, the day that I heard she went missing, she hadn't showed up.
Okay. Did you see her the day before that?
Yes,
And was she there for several hours that day before?
yes.
Now, if the day she went missing was a Sunday, what would have been the day that you saw her before that?
I saw her the Saturday.
Okay. And did you see her that Friday, the day before the Saturday?
Yeah, I talked to her the Friday, I do believe.
All right. Now, on Saturday, that day, did you see anybody else at the house besides Karen Swift or going into the house?
Her husband
And
and their daughter.
and did it appear? Did you see him going in the house, or what did you see?
When I first went outside, I just saw a car sitting there with her SUV. And then, because my parents live next door, and I went in their house. I came back out, the car was gone. And then my son wanted to go back outside after a little while, and the car was back, and I saw him get out of the car and go in the house.
Did you see him bringing food or some items to the house?
There was a bag.
Okay. And did you notice anything about him, how he was walking or what he was walking with?
He was walking on crutches.
All right. Did you see any children with him?
Yes, his daughter.
All right. And did you see him just go to the house that she was cleaning?
He attempted to. There was a dog that got loose.
Okay. Was it their dog?
Yes.
Okay. And did they try to get the dog?
The dog ran to my yard. My son got the dog.
All right. Did they get the dog back?
Yes, my son gave the dog the leash to his daughter.
And did you you saw the person?
They were in my yard.
Okay. And did he have crutches or crutch?
Yes.
All right. And did they go on to the house that his wife was cleaning?
As far as I know, I went back in.
Okay. And was that the extent of when you saw him that day?
That was it.
Okay. And the next day would have been a Sunday?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. They may have questions.
You're welcome.
No questions.
Morning, Ms. Pegg.
Good morning.
Was anyone supposed to be at the house other than Karen?
No.
So Mr. Swift showed up anyway?
I assume, yes.
You saw-
He was there.
I object to I assume.
Did you
Unless
see?
unless she has personal knowledge of who was supposed to be there or not, I object.
That's not what she said she assumed to, Your Honor. She assumed Mr. Swift was not supposed to be there.
Unless she had personal knowledge and thought who was supposed to be at the house or not, it's an improper question. Lay the foundation.
Foundation has not been laid for her knowledge, basis for knowledge, so the objection will be sustained. If you lay foundation, everything's good.
Do you know Mary Claire Hopper?
Yes.
Who is she?
She's the woman that was over the Habitat.
Okay. Did you ever talk to her about the house?
Not directly.
And do you know if she, did she ever tell you whether she wanted people there or not?
Your Honor, I object. She said not directly.
She can answer the question whether she did or not.
I think it goes to the weight. I think the jury can hear and understand what's been said.
Did she ever tell you that no one was supposed to be at the house?
No.
Okay. Did anyone tell you that?
Yes.
Who was that?
Karen Swift.
Okay. Karen told you no one was supposed to be at the house but her?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Swift showed up anyway?
Yes.
Okay. And he showed up on 2 different occasions?
The same day.
Right,
Yes.
but 2 different occasions?
Yes.
Okay. And did you notice anything odd about the crutches that he was using? Did you have an impression about it?
My impression was he had them, but he really wasn't using them.
Okay. Didn't appear that he needed them?
I didn't think he did.
Okay, thank you.
I guess instead of asking you about your impression, did you see him use his crutches to get out of the vehicle and to walk around?
No, not to get out of the vehicle.
Did you see him use them to move around?
When he walked from where the house was to mine.
Right. But you saw him use them when he left your area, didn't you?
Yes.
All right. So you're just sort of guessing. Is that right?
For my opinion, yes.
Okay. And we don't want guesses. We just want what you saw or observed.
That's my opinion.
Just ask a question.
All right. And as far as the vehicle, the prosecutor asked you about Mr. Swift being over there. You're saying you saw the vehicle that you believe that you saw Mr. Swift and his child get out of, go up to the house, and then are you saying that it left and then came back?
Yes.
And you saw Mr. Swift get out with his child with a sack?
Yes.
Did you see him get out with his sack?
Yes.
It could have been food items to bring to his wife?
Could have.
Okay.
I don't know.
But you just saw a sack?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
Maybe you can step down before you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have, I'm not sure what evidence we have here.
Ashley Swift.
Whoa. Ashley Swift.
Show you something before she testifies.
This is the daughter.
Yes.
This is the daughter, right? She's an adult now?
That's something I need you. What do you want to show?
We need a jury out.
All right. We need the witness in or the witness out?
Probably witness out right now.
Okay, well, let's let her stay outside the courtroom now. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break. Remember, and I say this when I can remember to do so, don't form or express any opinion. You should not deliberate or talk among yourselves about the case at this time, okay? Thank you all. All right.
Stephen says at this point, I'm starting to believe I was in the hot tub too. It seemed very familiar. I can see it in my mind's eye, Stephen. I think you were there. It's hard to see from the vantage point on my side of the fence.
All right, we may say.
Your Honor, the state intends to use, if needed, intends to use a forensic interview of Ms. Swift. It happened just a few days after Ms. Swift went missing. I've given a copy to the defense. I've advised them, but I think they want to see the actual video.
I mean, we need to make sure it's admissible and that the foundation's been laid. And obviously the state objected to me asking the officer about his reports and stuff. And so it's probably best to have a jury out hearing and view the video and then state whatever objections we have, if you were willing to judge. All right.
You want me to listen to the audio? Is that what you're, or is it a video?
The video.
Okay.
Your Honor, as far as laying the foundation, I'm just going to ask her, is that you? Did you give that interview?
As far as, I'm just saying the foundation has to be laid in the rules of evidence. And if he's going to try to introduce it as extrinsic evidence, it has to be, those things have to be determined.
I'm not following, I'm not following what you're saying. I mean,
he's going to try to introduce the video as extrinsic evidence, I guess, of a prior inconsistent statement.
Right.
And so it was a forensic interview after.
You're saying forensic interview, that has different connotations.
It's right. It's done.
What is it? What do we mean when we're saying forensic interview?
Well, it's like the Carl Perkins child abuse. So
this is not a situation where the witness has been accused.
I know. That's the problem. And we just need to make sure about the video. If he's going to try to use it, we got to make sure it's relevant and it's the correct forum. And so
let's watch the video.
Yeah.
How long is it, General?
The part I'm going to play is only 2 minutes.
Okay.
It won't connect to the system though.
You're going to have to play the start where we know who's doing it and all that.
I'll be happy to play the whole thing, but
okay.
Well, here's the thing. If he's using it in cross-examination, Mr. Taylor, you know, he doesn't have to play it all, but you're entitled to play the portions that will make that passage appropriate or complete. It's not that we need an entire interview.
I agree, Judge, but if it's a forensic interview, which you know what a forensic interview is, And we just need to make sure that.
We're not dealing with we're not in a trial or dealing with a defendant who's accused of sexual assault or this week.
We're not.
No, sir. No, sir, it's not.
Okay.
You know, this will not connect. I'm going to try to restart my computer to see if that makes a difference.
Take your time.
You try turning it off and on again. Judge is like, take your time. No rush. We got the jury on ice. You're good. Paul Mack. I can grant that authority where I can say, yes, you can retire. Unfortunately, as it comes to like the financial aspects of retirement, that is entirely on you. I cannot help there anyway, in any degree. Tired of working the day job. I hear you, Paul Mack. Got the retirement fund. These should be good to go. Tell the boss I said it was okay. Write a nice little note. Say, it's been fun knowing you. And then draw a little, middle finger. I don't know. How do you retire? What's the proper way to retire?
Even if it can't show it on the screen, if that's the time.
Yeah. We're going to need it on the screen eventually anyway.
So I'm still trying to figure out how to expand the company, and I think having trained camera people in all parts of the globe, or at least the country, is the next step. I just don't know how else to do this. Problem is, you have a court case coming up, and you're all excited. It's like, hey, we're going to air this on this date, and then 30 minutes before the case goes live, they move it. And now if you've actually had to fly somebody out there with equipment and everything, and it gets bumped for 2 weeks, you've still got all the expense, but not any of the revenue-producing product.
At least we can get it to connect, because if he allows it, I need the jury to see it.
Yes, I'm employed by you, Robert. I think so. I think that makes sense. Take this job and shove it. I ain't working here no more. My woman done left and took all the reasons I've been working for. It's a good song. Better not try and stand in my way, 'cause I'm walking out the door. Take this job and shove it. You guys have all heard that, right? I don't remember who sings that one. Nosy Rosie, hey. Welcome. Adam is here. Adam is here. He might be hiding. There goes monetization. It's gone. So if we're employed by you, then there are minimum wage laws, and I'm thinking I'm due some back pay. It goes the other way, Robert. I'm filing a wage claim. Whether watching RA needs a karaoke night podcast episode. I like Thomas as a podcast partner, and I think he would dump me if I made him do that. You see, the thing is, he has other options. We're waiting for the audio to come back from the court. Nosy Rosie, good to have you back. We've missed you. Well, now the judge left. Kathy. The man part. Camera person is the correct term I should have used. There is zero evidence that a man is better at running a camera than a woman. Zero. Now I could probably compare two individuals and say this particular man is better than that particular woman, but it's a general statement. Gender is not a qualification. A specific gender is not a qualification for running a camera. They're watching the video outside the presence of the... It's on the laptop up there on the judge's bench. I thought Defendant was cuddling with the judge for a minute, but no, it's he's just putting his good ear closer to the computer. I do the same thing. Lenova, before you run it, just check that seal on the bottom. Look for a little hair or lint or string or something like that. That's all the full seal all the way around. Usually it's on the bottom, but that's where it is. I'm telling you. Cheryl, that's terrible. Another year and a half.
Now, this is a forensic and a call abuse. It's not a forensic case. No. But I don't object. No objection?
No objection. This is a forensic video. They're going to use it to impeach the witness, who is Ashley Swift, the daughter of Karen.
All right, then I'm hearing the objection been withdrawn.
Yes.
Okay.
That's rare. That's rare.
I know.
All right.
All right, let's be seated. You know you beat me down. Does it make you feel good? Victory's good. All right, I think you had called Ashley Swift.
I did, Judge.
Okay, let's get the witness in now. Then.
Johnny Paycheck's a singer. You guys put it in chat a million times.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. If we could just take it off the screen in front of the jury and let Okay. Well, I'm talking about, if you're not going to do anything more than that, you're okay. Just keep Danny's seal off of there too, if you can. All right. Would you tell everybody your name?
Ashley Swift.
And are you related to David and Karen Swift?
Yes, I have no daughter.
And how old are you now?
I'm 22. I'm sorry.
It's all right. We're going to take our time, okay? It'll be okay. Let me just ask you a few questions.
Okay.
Would you like some water or something?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. You're not used to testifying, so let me just ask you a few things, okay?
Okay.
Now,
You remember when your mother went missing?
I do.
How old were you back then?
I was 9.
And were you close to your mother?
I was very close to her.
All right. And were you in school at that time?
I was.
About what grade was that for you?
I think 3rd or 4th grade.
And you lived at the house with your mother and father?
Yes, sir.
Was your sister living there at the time?
She was.
Is she older or younger than you?
She's younger.
How much younger, can I ask?
About 4 to 5 years. She's 18 right now.
Okay. And when y'all lived there, was your father working out of town?
He was.
Were you aware then where your father was working?
Yes.
And was that out of town?
It was. It was about 45 minutes away.
Would your dad be gone during the week, or was he gone during the weekend working?
No, it was just the week.
And your mother, do you remember, was she working sometimes during the period right before she's missing?
She would do like odd jobs as like landscaping or cleaning and things like that.
Now, where y'all lived at the house, y'all lived there, I guess, a few years before your mother went missing?
Yes.
And you knew some of the neighbors or aware of some of the neighbors?
Yes.
Did you know who the Nafies were?
Yes, they lived the house before us.
And did you know where Mr. Hogshooter lived, or you aware of him?
I was.
And in fairness, you were pretty young at this time.
I was, yeah.
And are there things that you don't have a real good memory of, details?
There are some things, but there are some things that I definitely remember.
Well, let me ask you about those. Do you remember a day or two before your mother went missing, going to stay with a friend at their house?
I do.
Was that the day before or a couple days before?
It was the Saturday.
And you remember what friend you went to stay with?
Yes, I do.
Was it Dyersburg?
It was like New Bern right there, where Dyersburg and New Bern.
And were you intended on spending the night?
Yes, sir.
And is there some reason why you didn't spend the night?
So it was me, the girl's house that I was at, and another girl. And I feel like whenever you're young and you get in a situation with 3 girls, somebody feels left out, and I felt left out and just wanted to go home to my mom.
Was there something about a pimple or something that you...
I think I just kind of used that as an excuse to get out of there, but I really just missed my mom.
And because of that Saturday evening, did you call your mom?
Yes.
And what did you request of your mother?
I asked her to come pick me up to take me home.
And did your mother respond?
She did. She came and got me.
And of your own knowledge, did you know where your mother had been when you called her?
No, I didn't know where she was. I just knew that she was out with friends.
Did you know which friends, or?
No, but...
Did your mother always explain to you where she was going, or tell you where she was going?
Not always.
Were there some times that your mother would just leave and you would get upset?
Yes, there were many times where she would leave and I would beg for her to stay because I knew she was gone all the time.
And did your mother come pick you up that Saturday night?
Yes.
Or early Sunday morning? Are you sure which?
I'm not 100% sure which, but I know that it was later into the night.
And then when your mother picked you up, did she pick you up in her car?
She did.
And where did y'all go after that?
We went home, back to our house where my sister and my dad were.
And do you recall getting out of the car or going to the house? Or do you recall everything about that night?
Yeah, we came into the house and we went to sleep in her bedroom, the master bedroom. Me and her went to sleep in the bed.
You slept in the same room as your mother?
Yes, sir.
All right. You know exactly what time it was that you got there?
I don't know the exact time, but I know that it had to have been into the night, past midnight.
As you and your mother come in the house, do you either hear or have contact with your father?
Yes, I remember him checking on us, making sure we were okay and that we got inside, and checking on my mom to make sure that she was okay.
And did you and your mother go to bed then?
We did.
And did you go to sleep pretty quickly, or?
Yeah, I fell asleep pretty quickly. I was tired, so being home with her.
Now, after that, did you aware of being moved or your mother getting up?
Yes, I remember her moving me in the middle of the night to my sister's room, in the bed with her.
In the bed with your sister?
Yes.
Is that on the same floor as your mother's?
It is. It's the bedroom right beside.
You recall it being your mother that moved you?
I know it was her. It was just instinct to know what your mother feels like and how that felt.
Okay. That's your best recollection?
Yes, sir.
And did you open your eyes and look, or?
I feel like I briefly, foggy, opened my eyes and just knew that I was being moved into another bedroom with my sister, but I didn't fully wake up.
Are you, do you know what your mother, whether she left or not after that?
I don't.
Now, after you got in bed with your mother and you got moved, you don't know if she went out and did things on the computer or downloaded pictures, do you?
I don't know.
All right.
Wow. They went there.
And I guess, did you wake up sometime the next morning, that Sunday morning?
I did.
And what did you do?
I remember it was a little bit late because I was going to go clean the house with my mom that morning, and I knew that it was a little bit later into the morning than she would normally go do things because she was always up at 6, 7 a.m. going to do things, so I knew it was past time for that.
Did you feel like you had missed her?
Yes,
All right. Were you aware she was going to go somewhere and clean a house?
I was.
And were you intended on going with her?
I was.
Now, was your mother there when you woke up?
She was not.
And was your father there when you woke up?
He was.
And I guess after some period of time, on into the morning and on towards lunch, is your father at the house with you and your sister?
He was.
And did y'all leave at some point?
Yes, we left to go see where somebody had told him where her car was.
And did you have any idea yourself who called?
Not at that point until he took us to that person.
Who was the person?
It was the Lambs, Jennifer Lamb.
All right. And before, you don't remember exactly what time that was that day, do you?
I don't remember.
Or that afternoon?
I don't recall.
Do you recall getting in a vehicle with your father and your sister and driving away from your house?
Yes.
And you recall where y'all went?
We went to where her car was, and me and my sister stayed in the car.
Did your father get out?
He did briefly.
And did you observe him going up to the car, or did you observe him going in the car, or did you really notice or remember?
I didn't really pay attention. I think I was just talking to my sister in the car.
And y'all were there for a period of time?
It wasn't a long time.
Right. That's fair. Whatever you recall. And after your dad got back in the vehicle, y'all's vehicle, where did y'all go?
He took us to the mall to meet Jennifer Lamb.
And did she keep y'all or just entertain you? Or?
She just kept us for a little bit until we went back to her house.
And when your dad took you to the mall to Miss Lamb, did he leave y'all with her?
He did.
And he drive off in his car?
Yes, sir.
Now, at some point that day or that evening, did you go back to your house?
I did later on. First, we went to her house and waited because there was a search being done. And after they conducted the search of our house, we went back.
That's what you recall?
Yes, sir.
All right. You talked about you stayed with Miss Lamb until it was okay to come back?
Yes, sir.
Did your dad come get you, or did she drop you off, or do you remember?
I don't remember.
You got home somehow? But
I did. It was walking distance, so.
Okay. Now, after that day, you were aware that your mother was missing. Let me ask this. After the day your mother went missing, were there things going on at y'all's house that involved law enforcement coming in that you noticed? After that day, were there things going on at your house that involved law enforcement?
Yes. They would come do searches at the house.
Did that happen more than once?
It did.
To your knowledge, did it happen that Sunday or that Monday?
I don't recall.
And I only want to ask what you recall, okay? And then the days after that or the weeks after that, do you recall law enforcement coming to the house again?
Yes, there was a time where we were getting ready to leave, and I heard a knock on the door, and I looked outside, and there was a line of police officers with rifles lined up in our driveway.
And did y'all leave the house after that?
We did.
And where did y'all go?
I think we were planning on going to eat dinner, so we just went ahead and went and had dinner.
Did you know the neighbors, the Nathys?
Yes.
Did y'all ever go to their house?
We did.
Okay. Maybe, are you sure how many times?
I'm not 100% sure.
You were pretty young, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And you did sit down, and a lady did interview you, didn't she?
She did.
And she asked you some questions?
Yes, sir.
Now, did y'all at the Swift home at the time before your time your mother went missing, did y'all have dogs?
We did.
How many dogs did the Swifts have?
We had 2 before she went missing.
And was there an accident or something that happened to one of the dogs before your mother went missing?
Yes, sir. My mom accidentally backed over the small dog.
And was that near or around the garage area?
I don't recall 100% where it happened, but I do know that we brought the dog up and said our goodbyes close to the house.
And you had another dog?
We did.
Now, was there a swimming pool at your house?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall at that young age swimming out there?
I do. We had pools all my life growing up, and that's how we spent our summers.
And was it a in-ground pool or above ground?
It was above ground.
And did your mother use it a lot?
She did.
And did your mother, to your knowledge, clean the pool or?
Yes.
And
Did other members of the family help with that?
I'm sure.
After your mother went missing, well, at the time, around the time before your mother went missing, were you aware that your father had a leg injury or not?
Yes, he did.
And I guess, did you see him on occasion before your mother went missing with an injury or notice an injury?
Yes.
How did you notice him?
He had crutches and a brace.
And months before that, did you yourself know that he had injured his leg or not months before that?
Yes.
And that he had an operation months before that?
Yes, sir.
Since your mother's been missing and since these years, have you continued with your education?
I have.
Yeah. Your father raised you and your family?
He did.
Did your father raise you and your family?
He did.
You have a brother?
I have 2.
Did they go on to school or college?
They did.
Your sister?
She's about to start college.
Prosecutor may have questions.
Good morning, Ashley. I'm truly sorry about your mother. You were 9 years old when your mother went missing, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that time, your mom was sleeping downstairs, is that right? And your dad slept upstairs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you usually sleep with your mother?
Most nights.
Okay. Did Keely sleep with your mother?
Some nights.
Okay. Did she also sleep with your father?
Some nights.
Okay. And the night that you came home on October 29th, or maybe early morning, October 30th, Keely was actually sleeping upstairs with your father, wasn't she?
I don't recall.
Okay. Where was Keely's bedroom?
It was downstairs by my mother's.
Okay. Did she ever sleep by herself?
Rarely, but there were occasions.
Okay. So would you agree that it's a good chance she was upstairs with your father then?
She could have been, I don't recall.
Okay. But she rarely slept in bed alone?
I mean, there were times, but
But it's pretty rare.
I don't know how often.
Okay. How old was Keely at that time?
She was 5.
5 years old? Okay. And you said that you went to bed with your mom. Do you recall how your mom was dressed?
I know that she just had like some sort of t-shirt on before we went to bed.
Okay. Anything else?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you recall being moved sometime in the night to the bed with Keely?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Which was downstairs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you really don't know who moved you, do you?
Oh, I know it was my mother.
How do you know that?
It's instinct to know your mother versus somebody else. You have that bond with that person and you know who it is.
But you didn't actually see her?
No, but I felt her.
Okay. All right. But you didn't wake up?
I didn't fully wake up, but I was in that foggy phase where I could tell that it was my mother and I felt her.
Okay. So you weren't completely awake and coherent about what was going on then?
No, sir.
Okay. So you actually don't know for sure then, do you?
I mean, I have a pretty good instinct to feel what my mother feels like.
Okay. When you got home, where was your father?
I don't remember exactly if he came downstairs or stayed upstairs.
Did you see him?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you know if your mother talked to him?
I know that he checked on us and made sure we made it home.
What did he say?
I don't recall.
Do you know where your mother was when she talked to him?
In the living room.
Okay. And he was upstairs?
I don't recall.
You don't know? Okay. How did your father get upstairs with an injured knee?
There would be times where he would sit down backwards and scoot up the stairs.
Okay. That what he typically did?
I think so.
Okay.
Welcome, bakers and foxes.
The next morning when you
Good
woke
to have
up,
you here.
was your father already awake?
I don't remember.
You don't remember if you went and woke him up or if he was already up?
I don't recall.
Okay. You said your mom ran over a dog?
She did.
What happened to the dog?
It passed away.
What kind of injuries did it have?
I have no idea. It was a small dog.
Did you see it?
I did.
Okay. Was there a lot of blood?
Yeah, it was bleeding out of the mouth, and
Okay. It wasn't inside the garage, though, was it?
I don't recall 100% where it was. It was either right there on like the edge of the gravel garage area.
Okay. Which would be not the smooth part of the garage, it's the gravel part.
Well, right there where they meet.
Where the gravel and the garage meet.
Yes.
Okay. And you had a swimming pool? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you swam in it often?
We did.
Okay. You didn't swim in it in October, did you?
I mean, I don't know exactly when the pool was closed.
Okay. If it was 50 degrees outside, you wouldn't have been swimming, would you?
No, sir.
Okay. So there wouldn't have been a need to clean the pool if it was wintertime or it was in the fall where it was cold, would it?
Well, if we were closing the pool down and cleaning it.
Okay, that would be the only reason.
Yes, sir.
Okay. One moment, John.
Is he going to try to impeach her with this forensic interview video? What's the statement that she would have made?
It's all yours.
Yes.
Regina, thanks for gifting 5 memberships. That's super generous.
The morning you woke up after your mother brought you home that Sunday, did you have occasion to look around the house or be in the house? Were you at the house before you and your dad left with your sister?
Like, once I woke up,
Mhm.
we were.
Yeah. It's funny how we ask questions, I know. Did you hear anything at night, or did anything wake you up once you went to sleep about a fight or a disturbance?
No, sir.
Did you hear anything out of the ordinary?
Cold case trial.
Did you hear a fight or a struggle in a room where somebody's clothes were being torn off?
No, sir.
Did you hear anybody yelling or saying help or anything?
No, sir.
When you got up, did you look in your mother's room sometime that day?
I went to look and see if she was in there.
Did it in the room that y'all both heard, the room she stayed in?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything that was out of ordinary or looked like somebody had been fighting in the room?
No, sir.
Did it look consistent with what you saw before the night before?
Yes, sir.
Did you smell any bleach or strong odors when you got up,
I did not.
or around the house when you walked around that mid-morning up till after lunch?
No, sir.
The next day,
No, sir.
or in the days following?
No, sir.
Just one second.
Thank you, Megan, for gifted membership.
What kind of housekeeper was your mom?
What kind of housekeeper?
Yes.
I don't understand the question.
Did she keep the house clean?
Not always.
What did it usually look like?
I mean, it was messy most times.
Do you remember how the bedroom was the night that you got home?
I don't remember everything about it, but
Okay, that's fine.
No more questions.
Okay, so they did not confront her. Whatever it was that she was going to testify
She
to,
just asked me if she could sit in the gallery, and I said that she could.
whatever it was she was going to testify to,
Ladies
she
and gentlemen,
didn't.
lunch is here, so we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break.
Okay,
now remember, don't discuss the
we're
case.
catching up on
You have
this.
not heard all the proof.
So
You
we're
have
skipping
not heard
lunch. This is today's
the laws
testimony.
applicable to the case. Do not form or express an opinion. Have a good lunch, and we'll see you back about 1 o'clock. Okay? All right.
Okay, so while they're at lunch, while I skip lunch, I should say, let me catch up for those who just joined us. What is going on? This is the David Swift trial. David Swift is accused of killing his wife Karen Swift. This is a 13-year-old cold case, and you've got to say, why do we have a case after 13 years? There must be some development of some sort, some breaking discovery. We retested some evidence and have new. No. There is nothing, there appears to be at this point, and I say at this point because the state has already rested, there appears to be nothing new that the state was able to retrieve from the evidence from back in 2011 when this happened, and it was not prosecuted. So this is not a second trial, this is not a mistrial, this is not a prolonged battle that caused court to be years and years down the road. Instead, he was arrested for the first time in 2022. And this is the first time he's going to court. And as you can imagine, 13 years, people's memories get a little foggy. The one thing they can remember, and you might want to go back if you haven't heard of this trial, apparently his wife was, I don't know how, I'll just say it. His wife appeared to be somewhat active on the swinger scene. And there were hot tub parties, sans clothing, that he was not invited to because he objected to that, but she was a part of. And this, the state has presented this as a motive as to why he would want to get rid of his wife. But there's only circumstantial evidence at this point. Only circumstantial evidence that's brought us to this point. And that, I mean, that can be enough. Circumstantial evidence can be considered just as strongly as physical evidence, and it should be. There's no discrepancy in the law between the two. But a lot of times we want something tangible that we can hold on to and say, here's the smoking gun, or here's the piece of evidence. And It's sort of not there. Was this guy a creep? I think so. Did he do some really weird things? Yes. Is the jury going to look at that and say, based in totality, we have enough that we can convict? There's no hesitation on our part to convict? I don't know. We don't know. But lunch is over now. You've given me sufficient time to fast forward through it. So we're going to rejoin the proceedings here as they are about to join. Anyway, it's about to start. Here we go. And we're back. The audio's not the best in this court. They have a huge fan to try to keep it cool. And I think that there's a microphone in front of the fan. So when it turns on, it's rough. As the jury's coming in, we had some amazing gifts, membership gifts here really quickly. Regina Crawford gifted 5. Thank you. Megan Easton gifted 1. Thank you, Megan. Vicky McCollum gifted 1. Adam Wellnusky gifted 1 as well. And Kim R. all gifted memberships. Congratulations to those who received them. And thank you. Thank you to those individuals who gifted memberships and got people out of slow chat or slow mode Hades. I believe he did it, but they haven't proved it. Also, the judge silenced the victim for too much of my liking. Yes, there were several things the judge ruled were not admissible that would have been very enlightening for the jury, but laws being what they are.
All right, everybody feeling all right this afternoon? Everybody feeling good?
Not admissible, according to him.
All right, then. Hope you had a good lunch. I did. Mr. Taylor, we're ready to proceed, sir?
We are, Judge.
Oh, you finished?
Dustin Swift.
Special K, thank you very much for a huge super sticker. I love it. I've never seen that one before. Thank you. Last name Swift. This will be another one of the children. Oh, this is one of her children. I don't think it's his children. His child. Think. I don't know. We'll find out here. The sons were older. The daughters are younger. I'm not sure if they're from different.
Are you Dustin Swift?
Yes, sir.
How old are you now, Mr. Swift?
31.
And are you the children of David and Karen? Are you the child of David and Karen Swift?
I am. Those are my parents.
There you go.
Now, you remember the time when your mother went missing back at the end of October of 2011?
I do.
How old were you back then?
18.
And were you in school back then?
Yes, sir.
Would you just tell us where you were in school?
I was over at University of Tennessee at Martin in the pre-vet program.
What year were you?
It was my first semester.
Of your freshman year?
Yes, sir.
Now, before you left for college, did you live home?
I did.
Did you live with both your parents at their home?
Yes, sir.
And up until you left, I'm asking, up until you left for college, did you live at the home?
Yes, sir.
After you started college, what time of that summer do you recall of 2011?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
When did you start college back in 2011? Do you remember around what time frame?
It would have been fall.
Was that a month or two before your mother went missing?
A couple months, yes.
Now, how did you learn that your mother went missing?
We had woken up first thing that morning, and my best friend had received a phone call, and he didn't tell me anything, but he was instructed to drive me back to Dyersburg.
And did you go back to your mom and dad's home that day?
Yes, sir.
And was that a Sunday, or do you recall what day of the week it was, or weekend it was?
It was the day that her vehicle was found that morning.
And when you arrived at the house, do you remember around what time? Was it morning or afternoon, or do you recall?
Late morning, afternoon.
And when you arrived at the house, did you walk around or notice anything in the house?
Of course, I walked around. I didn't notice anything in particular.
Did you smell any strong chemical smells like bleach?
No, sir.
Did you notice anything that was out of the ordinary in the garage?
No, sir.
What about in the house, around your mother's bedroom?
I noticed nothing at all in any region of the home, anywhere, out of particular.
Oh. Now, did you stay at the house that day? Or did you have occasion to leave sometimes?
I would leave every once in a while, but when I came home, I stayed.
Was there a lot of things going on that day?
Yes.
And did people come over to your house, to your knowledge, or do you remember?
I don't recall if anybody came over. It was
40 days, Ivy.
Later,
40 days.
did you notice law enforcement come over to the house, or either that day or in the days after that?
I do remember one time.
Would you just tell us what you recall?
It was late in the evening. The sun was down. I don't recall if it was Ashley or myself that noticed someone knocking on the door, and they presented AR-15 assault rifles. Multiple people in the garage, decked out like they were going to war.
And did y'all stay in the house, or did y'all have to leave?
We were asked to leave.
And you recall where y'all went after you left?
It was the Navy's next door.
And was this a few minutes or a few hours?
It was several hours.
All right. Now, were you aware that your father had injured his left leg before your mother went missing?
I was.
Do you remember some months earlier that your father had a surgery to his leg?
Traumatic surgery, yes.
Now, you had been gone to college for a little while.
Yes, sir.
When you came home, did you notice anything about your father and his leg use or getting around?
Nothing in particular.
Did you, when you came home the weekend your mother was missing, you had been gone a week or two before your mother was missing, is that right?
Yes, it was a week or two before she went missing that I came for the weekend or the day.
When you came home after your mother's missing, did you observe anything about your father and his walking around with his leg?
It's the same as before. It's injured, on crutches, and a stiff leg brace, I believe.
There are allegations he was faking it. That's why they're asking this question.
Let me ask you about before your mother went missing and when you were at home. Do you recall whether or not you knew that your mother, in the months before she got divorced or after she got divorced, had more than one phone?
I believe I was aware of that, yes.
And do you recall around the time frame that your mother went somewhere and filed for divorce?
She called me late one night.
Is that how you learned?
Sir?
Is that how you learned of it?
She told me that she was filing for divorce.
All right. And before your mother went missing, in the months or weeks before that or days before that, were there dogs at your house?
At that time, there would have been, in the last 6 months, I think 3 dogs total that were there.
And was there an issue about one of the dogs being injured, or?
Actually, there was 3 different instances where all 3 of them were injured.
Now let's take them one at a time. The most recent one, what was that? The one closest in time to when your mother went missing.
That would be my current living dog.
And the dog that was injured in 2011?
He was poisoned in 2011, yes.
And obviously, do you still have that dog?
I do.
And what about the one before that?
The one before that was a smaller dog that was more so both my little sister's dog. Her name was Mia. Mom accidentally ran over her while she was checking the mail.
And were you there when it happened?
I was.
And just describe what you observed about the dog and if the dog was moved or where the dog was brought.
She was ran over right by the mailbox. She liked to chase cars for some reason, and Mom didn't know she was out there. And she was a smaller dog, so she was instantly killed when she was ran over. I remember Mom bringing her up. I believe Ashley and I were outside at the time, bringing her up, and we were obviously weeping. And
where was the dog brought to, or can you say?
I know that we stood over and prayed over her. It would have been right inside the garage or right out front of the garage.
All right. And was there another dog before that?
Yes, there was a dog that got shot He was previously my brother's dog, and he didn't have a place for him, so he came and lived with us, and one of the neighbors shot him.
Did were those dogs outside or inside dogs?
The one that got shot was an outside dog. The one that got run over was typically an outside dog, and Jack, my dog, was an outside and inside dog.
Do you know whether they stayed in the garage or had access to the garage when they were outside?
We've always left the garage door cracked for dogs.
Did y'all have in the months before your mother went missing, did y'all have a pool?
Yes, sir.
Was it an in-ground pool or above-ground pool?
It was an above-ground pool.
And did y'all use it a lot?
Yes.
And do you know did you ever participate in the cleaning of the pool?
Absolutely.
And did others in your family, to your knowledge?
We all did.
And typically, just explain to me how you would clean the pool when you did it.
We've always had a pool growing up my whole entire life. We would always use a mixture of shock and bleach.
Shock, is that a chemical or?
Yes, sir. It's a pool chemical.
Is it something you buy that's in a bottle?
I'm
not aware of it.
Shock is typically purchased in like a bucket or packets.
And did you say other things besides shock was used?
Shock and bleach.
And how would you do it?
We'd walk around and pour a bunch of bleach in, and then we'd toss and empty the packets the same way, and we'd stir it up, and wouldn't be able to swim in it for a couple days.
Is that a way of cleaning an above ground pool?
Yes, sir.
Now, were you at home when there was an issue about the dog being poisoned?
I don't believe I was home at that time.
Well, then let's not talk about it. Your older brother, in the months before your mother went missing, was he in school or not, to your knowledge?
My older brother at this time?
Yes, sir.
He was in college.
And where did he go to college at the time?
At the time, I believe it was Conway, Arkansas.
To your knowledge, did your brother come home from time to time on the weekend?
Rarely.
Okay. After your mother went missing, did you do things to look for her or on your own?
Absolutely.
Would you just tell the jury what you did?
When she became missing?
Yes, sir.
I was obviously in college, had later classes. It's a habit to stay up late at night. So when I came home after getting the phone call, I would often go out and drive around with my dog and look for her and call for her. And I just wanted my mom back.
Well, let me ask you this. While you were out looking around before your mother was found, did you have an occasion to observe something at a cemetery?
I observed something that was out of the ordinary.
And just tell us in your own words what you observed.
I had been out with my dog Jack, looking for her, and in the wee early hours of the day, the sun had just come up, and I was on the back way of harness, and I noticed somebody randomly standing in the ditch with a metal detector.
Can I ask what location near harness or any landmark?
I could point you exactly where it is on a map. It's in between the cemetery and 78, I believe, is that highway.
Is there something in the, like some fixture sticking up out of the ground around this?
Big cross.
Around the area?
Yeah, not a tree, but like some religious symbol?
Oh, that's what I said, in between the cross and 78.
Okay, I'm hard of hearing, so I'm sorry. And I just tell us what you observed and what you did.
I passed by. I took a second thought and thought it was out of the ordinary, so I turned around and I pulled up next to where he was standing. I rolled my window down.
Well, you saw somebody standing there. Did you know this person at the time?
I've never seen this person.
Was it a male or female?
A male.
All right, go ahead.
I pulled up next to him and rolled my window down and had a conversation with him.
And did you notice anything about him?
I believe he told me he was exercising and he didn't look like he'd worked out a day of his life.
Anything else?
I told him that, I asked him what he was doing out of curiosity. You know, at this point, my mother is missing. She's not dead, right? He said he had lost his watch. And if I'm not mistaken, when I looked down, he's got a watch on his wrist. And I thought it was very odd. But I told him, you know, my mother is the one that's missing. If you see anything, be sure to tell someone.
And did you drive on?
I did.
And were you later interviewed and told that to the investigators?
Several months later, I did, yes.
Now, in the days after your mother went missing and before she was found, was there a lot going on at your house with people coming in and going out?
Yes.
And was there a vigil at your house?
Yes.
And after that, your mother was found. You recall that, hearing about that?
Yes.
And did you go back to school?
No, sir.
And I guess did your dad continue to raise you and your two sisters?
Very well.
All right. And did you continue on with school and your education?
I did.
Did you graduate from school?
Yes, sir.
How are you employed now?
I am a federally licensed aircraft mechanic. My company does avionics upgrades for general aviation and also defense contracts.
And when you weren't in school, did you continue to live at home with your father until you did go back to school?
Yes, sir.
All right. The prosecutor may have some questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Swift. I'm sorry for your loss. When your dad originally injured his knee, that was in the springtime of 2011, is that right?
I don't recall exactly when it was, but...
Okay. Was it several months before your mother was missing?
Several is a broad term. I'm not sure exactly when in that year that he originally...
Okay. Was it at a soccer game?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is soccer typically played there in the spring?
I don't know when soccer is played, sir.
Okay. But he had to have surgery for that?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. Did he use crutches continuously after that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There was never a time that he was not using crutches?
Possibly, but all the times that I recall, he was on crutches.
Okay. All right. So that would have been even months before your mother was missing, he was still using crutches?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that you knew your mother had a second phone?
Yes, sir.
How did you know that?
I believe my father told me.
Okay. And when did he tell you that?
I don't recall.
Was it before she was missing or after?
It was before.
Okay. So your father knew before your mother was missing that she had a second phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that your mother ran over your dog, Mia. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Or was Ashley's dog, I think?
Ashley and Keely's dog.
Okay. When your mother brought the dog up, did you say it was like on the edge of the garage and the drive part?
I don't remember exactly where it was. I know that we were in the garage at one point praying over and weeping.
Do you remember when that happened?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Was it close in time to when your mother was missing, or was it a few months before?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. You said that y'all typically left the garage door cracked for the dogs. Did you ever just leave it up?
Sure.
Okay. Was it left up often?
I don't recall exactly how many times it was left up, but...
Okay. It wasn't uncommon for the door to be up?
Left open or
yes,
cracked?
Yes, left open.
Sir?
Left open.
There were times, I'm sure.
Okay. And you said you saw a gentleman near the cross. I think you said between the cross and Highway 78?
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know where Bledsoe Cemetery is?
I am aware now. I was not aware at the time.
Right, but now you know where it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He wasn't near the cemetery?
He was... I mean, you're from Dyer County.
Yes. Yes.
Down the hill, it curves to the left.
Okay.
And on that straightaway before it gets to 78.
Before it gets to 78?
Yeah.
Okay. So he was away from the cemetery. You had Bledsoe Cemetery. If you're driving towards 78, you would pass Bledsoe Cemetery, then the cross. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And he was past that?
Yes.
Okay.
That is still by the cemetery.
Right, but it was past the cemetery and past the cross.
It is 200 yards from the cemetery.
I love the directions we've had in this case from several different
And you
witnesses.
stopped and talked to him. Is that right? And he said he was exercising?
Yes, sir. I can still tell you what he was wearing.
Okay. What else was he doing? Just exercising?
Well, he claimed he was exercising, but he had a metal detector. He claimed he was looking for his watch.
Okay, all right. But you said he had a watch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember telling officers in your interview that you were about 60% sure he had a watch?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you wasn't 100% sure that he did?
60%.
Okay, all right. Also, when you talked about that, this was an interview and a statement you gave officers in July of the following year, correct?
Your Honor, if the witness needs to refresh his memory, he can hand him a document of court law rules.
I think you can ask him if he gave a statement in July of the following year to law enforcement. I don't see a problem with that question.
Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. Why did you wait until July of the following year to tell anyone about that?
I believe the answer to your question is a lot of the way my family got treated when my mother went missing. There was one time I had walked in there and I was mocked and laughed at and told that, oh, that never holds up in court.
Okay. So
because of the verbiage that I used.
Okay. So you chose not to tell anyone?
For a couple months.
Okay.
Yes.
And when we talk about a couple of months, we're talking about 8, 9 months before you told anyone?
If that's the distance between the date on the interview and the time between mom was missing and found.
Okay, all right. So you didn't think it was very important then?
No, sir. I believe my mother was still alive.
Okay. Even after your mother was found in December, you still didn't tell anyone, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. And 7 months later, you decided to tell someone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you were talking to officers, did you tell them also that you had been out all night looking for your mother and you were extremely tired?
Yes, sir. Okay. I explained that I had different hours and I would stay up late at night often.
Okay. Did you also tell them that things were heavy on your mind and you couldn't get it off your mind?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you also told officers that, let me see specifically. Okay, you told officers that you were driving and you were zoned out. Correct?
I don't recall exactly word for word. 12 years ago.
You also told them that you had this feeling that was kind of like deja vu and you remembered this man.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it was a weird feeling and all of a sudden you remembered that you had seen this guy.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Ricky, thanks
you didn't know
for
who it was,
membership.
did you?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you find out later who it was?
I did, after mom was found.
Okay. And you actually found out because you went home and told your dad you had seen an older man down there, right?
No, sir, it didn't happen like that.
It didn't happen like that? Did your dad pull a video out that had Darryl Sells on it and show it to you?
The news had released an interview after mom passed.
Right.
It was on the TV.
Right. And did your dad pull out a copy of that video and show it to you?
I'm not sure if it was a copy of the video, but I thought I had seen it on the TV.
Okay, so if you told officers you got home and let's see, got home, asked Dad if older people could be involved with your mom's missing case, and he pulled a video out of Darryl Sells and asked you, was that the guy?
He did not ask me, is that the guy?
But he pulled a video out of Darryl Sells and showed it to you?
Yes.
Okay. That's it.
No, I do have some questions. In the months before your mother went missing, did you notice a difference?
And my mother?
Yes.
Yes.
Were there times that you would get up while you were home and she would either always be there or not?
She would either be there or not. Yes.
Did your mother have habits or routines then of how she would get up or work during the daytime?
She was a very early riser.
Were you aware that she was going to the gym pretty actively?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware in the evenings that sometimes she would go out?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that sometimes she would do that without your father or after your sisters were in bed?
Yes, sir.
Were there times that you had to watch your sisters in the evenings because of that?
I don't recall in the evenings, but during the day sometimes, yes.
Okay. All right. That's all I have.
When you say your mom was an early riser, what time did she typically get up? Okay. And you say she would go to the gym early. Didn't she usually go after she dropped the girls off at school?
I did not know my mother's current schedule.
Well, I thought you just testified that she went to the gym early.
She would go to the gym early at times, yes.
Okay. What time?
I know that she would be gone sometimes before 6 o'clock.
Okay. And you watched the kids quite a bit, didn't you? Ashley and Keeley?
Off and on, yes.
And your dad asked you to watch them a lot, didn't he?
I don't remember a lot.
How many times did your dad ask you to watch Ashley and Keeley?
I don't recall.
Once? Twice? More than 5?
It's the same answer. I don't recall.
Did your dad ask you to watch Ashley and Keeley so that he could go look for your mother?
At what point?
In the year of 2011.
While she was missing? Or?
No, prior to that.
I don't recall.
You don't recall your dad asking you to watch them so that he could go to Walmart and wait for your mom?
That I do recall.
That I do recall, yeah. Body language.
That's all I have.
Sir, we can step down, thank you.
He can remain in the forefront if he
You
wants.
can stay in the courtroom if you want.
So Ashley and now Dustin, 2 children have testified now. For the defense, not called by the state. Lenova, thanks for the super sticker. There's some cake for Adam.
Next witness.
Is that who it's for, Lenova?
David Williams,
It's his
John.
birthday today. State has rested already. Just a fun fact, this trial has been moved, got a change of venue. Out of Dyer County, moved up about 50 miles north, and we are in Tennessee on this one.
Just 1 second.
Everyone remembers
In front of the Walmart.
Walmart. Adam says, I donate all my super chats.
Are you
to
David
Recovery
Williams?
Addict.
Yes, sir.
And how are you employed, sir?
I have my own consulting and forensics engineering company focused on mobile location, communications networks, and computers.
A rare on-camera zoom.
Just a tad.
Sure. What's this?
We want to be able to hear you, so if you can't hear, let us know.
Microphone moves.
And I guess where do you reside?
St. Louis.
And I guess let's talk about your education and background. Would you just briefly tell us about your education?
I have a bachelor's in electrical engineering focusing on computer engineering from Purdue University in 1983 and a technology MBA from the University of Texas at Austin in 1987.
Do you have a background in mobile location?
Yes, very extensive.
And when I say mobile location, what does that mean?
It's essentially finding, using, or transmitting the location of some sort of device that has some sort of mobile aspect to it. So whether that's a phone or a fighter jet or a car or your Google Watch or whatever, that kind
I
of
hate
thing.
it when I misplace my fiber jet.
You have
fighter jet.
a background in computer design or technology.
Yes.
When I say computer design, what exactly, would you just explain that to us?
I started out in 1983 in working on the digital redesign of the F-15 fighter radar, and so that involved actually designing a brand new computer as well as tying it into the plane sensors and communicating with the ground and doing target acquisition and targeting and all that kind of stuff. So that's actually an example of all 3 of those.
I'm pretty sure you can't talk about that based on the
And
security
I guess
clearance.
Computer design, CDR, when I say CDR, what is that?
Call detail records.
Okay, do you have some experience with that?
Yes, in particular, I helped design and implement the first generation of location-based services and the enabling location networks for then Nextel as well as AT&T.
Okay.
This guy made the internet.
And do you have any patents that related to location and communication technology?
Yes, I have 9 patents granted and several others pending. For example, I have a couple patents that use mobile location, communications networks, computers, sensors arrays, even artificial intelligence to detect and hopefully preempt parole violating behavior in the criminal field.
Have you been employed in the mobile communications location profession for a number of years?
I've been focused on it for my own company since 2002. Prior to that, I was essentially focused on it as an associate partner in Accenture's communications and high-tech strategy practice since the mid-90s, and then I, in various forms at different times, including going back to the F-15 radar days as early as 1983.
Have you been employed in also duties involving computer design?
Yes, the location, the patents, for example, but everything from the F-15 work to essentially all sorts of computers, which essentially smartphones are computers, but as well as earlier mobile devices from that involve computer design using microprocessors and associated integrated circuits and that kind of thing. So it's all really tightly integrated together.
Have you written or published anything regarding mobile location communications?
Yes, I've written 4 books.
Have you been consulted involving mobile communication location?
Yes, I've consulted for all of the major wireless carriers, many of the major technology companies. I've also consulted with the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office, the City of Houston Police Department, and various state entities, including the state of Tennessee.
Have you testified in court before?
I've been deposed on about 65 matters. I think this is testifying in court number 14.
Has that been civil court, criminal court, or?
It's 7. This will be the 7th. Most of those are criminal court, ranging from, one's the City of Houston Police Department, but there's also the state of Ohio, the state of Tennessee, the state of New York, and as well as Canadian court.
Have you testified in the last few years in West Tennessee criminal court?
Once.
Okay. Can I hand this to the witness and hand it to you, Mr. Williams, and ask you to review this?
It's probably his CV.
Do you recognize that, sir?
It's my CV.
There it is.
Or is that the one that you provided to us?
Yes.
And does that list
It's an
the
abbreviated
things that
version.
you just testified in detail about your background and education and experience?
Varying levels of detail. For example, my Accenture work was 9 years, but it's only like a paragraph or two in here. So
yeah, well, we can only have it so long.
Right.
Okay.
If I had everything, it frankly would be 10 times as long.
All right.
It is abbreviated.
We asked that be admitted as exhibit. It's his CV.
It's a Cliff Notes version of his CV.
You wish the board
It's only
hour
80 pages.
Hang on just a second. That's going to be admitted as number 42.
Judge, we're going to tender the witness as a mobile location communication network. Is an expert in that
And
area.
fighter jet finder.
Mobile, it's a long term. Mobile location communication networks.
Expert.
And computer design.
Oh, they're gonna double. They're gonna double dip. Pay him once, use him twice.
Did the state want to board out a witness? No. Okay, the court will accept
The state's like,
an expert in mobile
yeah, we'll
location,
accept.
communication,
He's an expert.
network, and computer design. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I just want to get it correct.
Defendant, I
Let me
believe
go
he's
on
out
and
on
ask you some
bond.
questions.
But
Did you,
might have been
you were
revoked.
present when the other gentleman that testified about the cell phone data and the lady, you observed their communication about the computer data?
I was here for the gentleman agent, and then I watched the female agent from last week on court TV.
All right. And did
On
you
Recovery
receive
Addict.
some discovery material with some of the material that they testified about?
Yes.
Several months back or a year back?
Various times over a long period of time.
And the items you reviewed, were they some of the telephone data and computer data that was testified about by the state's experts?
Yes.
And did you use that to sort of examine and give an opinion that would be in this case?
I examined it and consulted on various things that I observed or analyzed.
All right. Did you do that to give advice so you could help the defense lawyers understand the data?
Correct.
All right. Now, some of the things that were testified involving the telephone communications and cell towers. Let me start out, just in simple terms, a cell tower. Is there anything that you want to explain about that? That some things were said about it in their testimony, and I just want to make sure it's not confusing. A cell tower, how does it operate?
Well, the first agent did a partial picture of the cell tower, focusing on the antenna array that actually communicates with mobile devices, but that's not the only part of the cell tower. There's also essentially a big computer system at the base of the tower that is called a base station or base transceiver station that essentially has all sorts of different equipment for helping collect and process and route or reroute information, voice or data calls throughout the rest of the network. There's also what's called backhaul capability, which is essentially a high capacity communications capability to and from the tower, from other towers or from other nodes in the network. Those can be connected to the tower either via fiber optic or cable, or if you ever look at the cell tower and you see kind of like this little satellite thing sticking out of the middle, that's a microwave transmission that helps in transmitting large quantities of data from one tower onto the next tower.
Now, you said something, and when you talked about it, you said something about a network node. What exactly is that, and is that important?
It is important for my analysis. A wireless carrier network, Verizon, predominantly in this case, has literally tens of thousands of nodes, of which the cell towers could be one or actually different pieces of equipment, could be individual nodes within that cell tower. And as you're transmitting or receiving a voice call or you're doing a search on your phone, it's connecting at some point to a cell tower that then connects to all sorts of other nodes throughout the network to finally get to your destination. What's related important is each one of those nodes has a specific address. It's called an IP address or Internet Protocol. And that helps determine where and how the data gets routed from your phone to Facebook or Google or whatever. And it's kind of like the road system, though in this case, every single node has to have an identifying address to know where the data should go in each part of the network to finally get at the end destination.
Now, they're expert, and the term IP address was brought up. What exactly is that, just basically?
It's essentially the mailing address for the node. So in contrast to like the postal system where you just know the sending address and the receiving address and you kind of hope that the mail carrier knows how to get from A to B, so to speak, every single node in the network has to be known so that as you connect through these literally tens of thousands of nodes, of which there is literally many hundreds of thousands of possibilities if you think about all the different directions something could go. So the data knows exactly where to go, particularly when you're sending data information that's broken down into tiny little pieces called packets. And literally you can have, in just a Google search, you can have literally dozens of packets flying all over the place in different directions, but it has to know ultimately where to get to, as well as being guided along the way to ultimately get to your end destination.
Now, the term network extender, you heard that explained by the state experts.
Yes.
Do you want to just tell us in basic English what that means?
Basic English.
I'll tell you what it's not. It's not this thing sitting in your house that is like this amplifier that your phone connects to and then broadcasts out on giant volume to the nearest cell towers. That's not what that is. Instead, it's much more of a piece of computer equipment where the phone connects to the network extender. The extender is connected to your home computer router, and then your computer router goes kind of back through the underground, if you will, through the underlying computer network to the appropriate cell tower within the Verizon network. So in that kind of path, nothing is actually transmitted over the air except the original communication to and from the network extender and your phone.
So it doesn't function as a repeater.
You had a chance to look at the slides
and the
presentation by the state's experts. Because of that, did you prepare some notes or something to use to aid you in your testimony?
Yes, 2 slides.
And if I could hand these to the witness.
Most expensive PowerPoint ever coming up. 2 slides. I need to know how much this guy got paid.
You get a clean copy, sir.
Imagine it's only about 10,000. It's rare to see experts get paid more than that in a public defender
Thank you,
case.
sir. Can I ask, would you just take those and look at them and tell me if you recognize those?
Yes.
And I guess, would you just take one and hold it up and tell me the one with the map? Don't show it yet.
So the first agent testified towards the very tail end of her testimony about the data points that occurred after, as she said, the Karen Swift phone disconnected from the network extender at 4:38.
Did you prepare that diagram or map?
I did, to illustrate that if what she said was accurate.
Well, let's not get into interpretation. Is that a true and accurate copy of what you prepared?
I'm sorry, yes it is.
All right. I asked that that be made an exhibit.
Number 43, and that is the map.
Matt, how would you characterize that?
It has the title Cell Towers Involved.
Towers Involved.
Karen Swift phone, 4:38 a.m. to 5:09 a.m.
And if you give that to the bailiff and he'll... If you will. Thank you, sir. Judge, I asked to publish that to the jury if I could, on the screen.
You want on the screen?
Yes, sir.
If technology's our friend this afternoon.
May not be.
Not a power
Sure
outage.
wasn't this morning, but
Do you have a copy of it?
I'm sorry?
Mr. Williams? Yeah, you have it.
I have a copy.
All right. We're going to put it on the screen so the jury can see it while you're talking about it.
Okay, cross our fingers. We might be able to see this.
Things worked right today. All right. Now, I know that is what's on the map. Is that what you're testifying about in that exhibit?
Correct.
And so the jury can see it on the screen. Would you just tell us what you think is important about what you prepared?
So in the agent's testimony at the end of last week, at the end of it, she made reference to the signals that happened after the phone supposedly disconnected from the network extender at 4:38, and she kind of waved those off in a way to just kind of saying, well, there's one southwest of the house and another southeast, and then there was another one at 5:04. And what the point of reason for doing this is all of that supposedly happened within a 31-minute time period, and in particular the last four happened within a 12-minute time period. If, as she implied, that the phone was essentially moving around in order to connect to all these cell towers, in my opinion, that does not pass the reasonableness test, particularly given how low density or how few cell towers there are in this area. Particularly as the agent particularly also said, she thought at 5:09 or the 5:04, excuse me, the phone ended up near the house. So essentially, if she was right, in this period of 31 minutes, and particularly 12 minutes between 5:37 and 4:57 and 5:09, the phone was traveling all over the place to connect to all these other cell towers to wind up just nearby the house. In my opinion, that did not seem reasonable.
And is that because of the way the cell towers or the network extender worked?
That was kind of the end result observation, and then to essentially dissect that, I then looked at the technical detail, including how the network extender works, to see if what I thought was an unreasonable interpretation was supported by the technical data, and it was, in my opinion, supported by the technical data.
All right. Did you prepare another slide to use as an aid to your testimony?
Yes.
Can I pass this to the witness? Yeah. I know, but I got to introduce this as an exhibit, so.
Yes, this is it.
True and accurate copy of what you prepared?
Yes, it is.
All right. Your Honor, I asked that what I just handed, which is, what would you title this?
Well, the actual data is
an examination of the data.
Is the examination data of the 731-377-5549 CDR 3G report.
Is 5549 the cell phone that was identified previously, Karen Swift?
Yes.
All right. I asked it to be made an exhibit.
And now we can put it up.
Do you have a copy of what I just handed you?
I do.
All right. Judge, I asked that that new exhibit just be published to the jury. All right. Can everybody?
I think it has.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we're supposed to ask permission. Can everybody see that? You may not be able to see all the numbers. Would you just kind of explain to us what information you've arranged on this slide that you think is important in this interpretation?
I will do so in as non-technical manner as I can do. First, it needs to be pointed out that this data, the spreadsheet portion of the data, not the highlighting or the annotations, was provided in a separate file from the rest of what I would call normal call detailed handling records. And all that was in this file was this one 5-line spreadsheet in one tab, and then in the second tab was data about the network extender only. Who owned it, what switch it was connected to, where the latitude and longitude was. It was only about the network extender. It was not a typical CDR, call detail handling record. It was only information about the network extender. So that's kind of point number 2 added to my reasonableness test. There's other information on here that points to the bottom line, which is Karen Swift's phone did not disconnect from the network extender until 5:09, not as the agent said at 4:38. The reasonable test, the source of the file. Also, if you look in the middle, the home router, it's called home agent, it's called HAIP, it's home agent IP. That is the router that the network extender was connected to. As you can see, that is the exact same address for all of those line items.
When you say address, do you mean like IP number?
That's the reason I introduced the concept of IP. It's an IP address specific to that home router. And it's the same for every one of these line items. That very strongly implies that every one of those line items was connected to that home router, meaning through the network extender. Now, I've highlighted in red what's called network extender EDVO with an IP address underneath it. In my opinion, that is what the prosecution was relying on to say the only network extender line item was this, what's labeled number 1 that ends at 438. To me, that is a misinterpretation of that line item. That is under a column called PCFIP, which is called Packet Control Function. And like I seen here, it's true that the network extender is the only one labeled for that 438 line item. But that's not an identifier for the network extender. All that is doing is saying, okay, you need to go to this IP address in order to get more information about where the data that's involved should be sent on to next. And the reason why that might be different from one line item to the next is because of the service option that is involved in the last column. As you can see, only the last line item is labeled EVD. That's evolution, voice, and data. It's a certain kind of data-voice combination that there's a zillion. You can literally spend days on it trying to understand it. But the point is, it's a distinct service option from the other line items, which, with the other line items being EVDO, which is evolution data optimized, which is high-speed data, and then 1X, which is actually the earlier generation 2.5G data. Point being is those service options were different than the last one. Therefore, it is very logical for them to have different PCIP addresses. All of them being routed through the network extender, however, as an initial entry point into the network.
This was layman's
terms. And then
terms,
finally, the cell tower ID. The cell tower ID, as described by the original agent, she was using that essentially for this first slide, saying these were just additional data points. They're not really important, and they were connected to these other cell IDs, cell towers, and really that's kind of the end of it. Well, in my interpretation of this data, the cell tower ID was really just going to the specific cell that had the necessary equipment for the service option involved in order to be appropriately routed to its next destination. And so it had nothing to do with over-the-air transmission from the phone directly to the cell tower. Instead, it was going from the phone through the network extender, through the router, through the back of the Verizon network, routed to the specific cell tower where it had the appropriate equipment to then process the data service option type to ultimately the next stage in its destination.
Now, you prepared and labeled all this data on this slide?
Yes.
You had a column marked when. What does that signify?
Because these line items were in kind of reverse chronological order, with the earliest one being at the bottom, I labeled them 1, and then consecutively 2, 3, 4, 5, and then that corresponds to the original map. That essentially, if you interpreted the cell being communicating with the cell tower, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 was bouncing all over the place, which is, like I said, not an appropriate interpretation.
So did you inputted the data that you received and put it on this slide as to what you thought was the important information to demonstrate the different items that you have listed on here?
Correct.
And is there anything else you want to say about this slide or conclusions about your interpretation after examining all the data, hearing the state's testimony about this?
I should point out that in the gray box is Karen Swift's phone address. As you can see, that's the same IP address. A phone has its own IP address. That's the same one for all 5 of those, and there's lots of material within the discovery that confirms that specific address was for Karen Swift's 5549 number. So I just wanted to confirm that last piece.
So basically, let me ask you this. You mentioned the 504. What is your conclusion or opinion about the significance of that?
There's a line item at 504 that showed up in various places in the prosecution's testimony. And it's my view that the prosecution conflated that over-the-air call with a different call that just happened to be at 504 that went through this back hall through the router processing that was done. And the reason I believe that is first and foremost in the time. The time is 5:04. Start time is at 5:04. The end time on this piece of discovery material for the network extender is also at 5:04. In the normal call detail record where this other 5:04 data session occurred, it started at 5:04, but in that record it has seconds. It starts at 5:04, 54 seconds, and ends at 5:05 and 9 seconds. If it was exactly the same, one and the same call, it would have shown up, in my opinion, as 5:04 to 5:05 on this document. It didn't. It was just a coincidence. And if my interpretation is that there was a data that the phone wanted to communicate. It started on the network extender. The phone fell off the network extender and happened to be within range of the cell tower that it could then over the air connect to and finish off that data transmission. So it was kind of back-to-back data sessions as opposed to conflating them as being one and the same.
Okay. Now, when, in your opinion, do you believe Karen Swift's phone was left the network extender for the final time?
509. That's what he means. That's the whole testimony.
And that's upon examining all the data?
Yes.
And listening to the state's testimony?
Yes.
Now, as far as, is there any proof of David Swift's phone leaving the house?
No.
So all that testimony was just to say that...
As far as the computers, we talked about computer
this
design.
This expert thinks Karen's phone never left the house.
Did you hear the testimony about the gateway laptop?
Yes.
And you heard the state's testimony about that.
Here's part 2 of the expert.
As far as usernames, you heard the testimony. Are there any conclusions or observations you make about that? Is it common for people to have more than one username or one username?
It is my experience that on a shared computer, most people do one username, and that even extends back to my days of installing early PCs and for various companies, and PCs were expensive and so on and so forth. They did not want to mess with having individual usernames. They wanted just something to have a little bit of a security, so the janitor can't log on or whatever, but make it easy to just anybody who needed to use the computer just know what the login was and get to it, as opposed to having every individual one that then you have to worry about people forgetting or losing the password or whatever.
Now, a common area, and you have no personal knowledge of where this gateway computer was located in the house.
No, I don't.
But a common area could be in a kitchen, on a table, or at a desk in a living room.
Yes.
All right. There's been some testimony about an iPhone and a passcode and a password. Are those different things?
A passcode is generally it can be 6-digit number. A password can be really anything you want, numbers or letters or special characters.
And is that something that to download items on pictures that the person would know or would have to activate their passcode, the 4 digits, and also the password, or not?
If they already had a passcode or password on their phone, they would have to enter it. If they plug it into the computer, before you can do anything, you need to enter the passcode. Apple's has always been extremely security conscious in that respect.
And I guess photos could be downloaded. Back then, photos could be downloaded from an iPhone.
Yeah.
It would involve the phone being hooked into the computer, or could it be done some other way?
At that point in time, I'm almost certain that you needed an actual cable. You couldn't do it via Bluetooth or other wireless techniques.
And if the testimony was that whoever had this iPhone changed the passwords and just changed the passwords and the information, would it be reasonable to think that the person that had downloaded these pictures had that information in order to access the iPhone?
Yes.
Just 1 second, I'm almost finished.
I do want to know how much this guy is getting paid. He's testifying both about cell phones and about computers.
Remember, I guess we talked about the passcodes, and would there be some data from the iPhone identifying if it was downloaded on a computer or not back then?
Frankly, I'm not a photo identification expert.
Okay.
That said, when you're downloading data of any sort, or I should say transferring data from any sort from one device to the next, there is all sorts of what's called metadata, and in my experience, the majority of the time, there is some identification information included in that metadata, but I couldn't speak for certain if that would be the case in this situation.
And if there's some possibility or testimony that there were common users on that laptop, these photos could be downloaded from an iPhone or camera to the laptop?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
Here comes the cross.
I noticed there are no sectors. You identify on your map towers, but you don't identify the sectors from which the phone connected to those towers. Is there a reason for that?
Yes, because there were no sectors in that data file, and the phone wasn't connecting directly to those cell towers.
Okay.
And in fact, that's another indicator that that communication was going through the back route as opposed to direct.
Okay. And so is this what you examined to determine this? Oh, yeah, I mean, they're your...
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You looked at this to figure out that.
Wait, one at a time, please.
Yeah. So there was, as I believe the agent testified, when Verizon records, there are many files that come in, they're called detailed records. I imported all of those files into my tool, and those had the cell site ID and the location of those cells in that. In this particular file that you've got there, it had the cell ID, but it did not have the location.
Okay, so did you hear Agent Rexing's testimony about the RTT session at 5:04, which is, I believe, line 2?
Yes.
And she described that as a 15-second session?
Yes.
Okay, and you think she was incorrect?
No, it was from
Okay.
5:04:54 to 5:05:09.
Okay, and she drew and she utilized the sector that tower was being accessed with, and you're saying that's not true, that she was incorrect?
That was for a separate call from what's on this phone.
And you're saying that this phone was still on the network extender at 5:04?
I'm saying there was a consecutive set of data sessions. There was initially one that started at 5:04 and ended sometime in 5:04. We don't have the seconds to specify that. She fell off the network extender. The phone fell off the network extender. Presumably, well, I shouldn't even say presumably, a scenario supporting that would be if she was getting ready to leave, went outside, fell off the extender, but could see the actual cell tower and connected to that tower over the air. So the first session was through the network extender and home router, and then as she moved away from the extender, she was able to get a connection to this tower that in effect completed that transaction.
So she was on the network extender until 4:38. You're saying she went outside, connected to a tower, and then came back inside?
I'm saying that there were multiple data sessions where her phone was connected to the network extender. Listed here, originally 2:08 to 4:38, then the next several ones are a minute or less, I believe, which means that she was wandering in and out of, having trouble essentially maintaining a connection to the network extender. By the way, relevant to this, the agent testified that the range of the network extender was 50 feet. Well, the user manual for this says 40 feet, and the communications with Verizon, when asked specifically what the range of the extender was, said 30 to 50 feet.
Did you have something with you to verify that?
It's part of the discovery material. Not with me, no. I'm sorry, not on me.
It's part of Discovery Media. It's your materials.
So Verizon just neglected to, when they were asked to provide a 3G report, and they gave us this information about the network extender time, they just forgot, you're saying, to send us this other network extender connection information?
This is what was provided by Verizon, and as they stated in their communications, which I don't have, is generally they don't support the network extender. That is a responsibility of whoever provided it, which is in this case Mr. Swift's company. But they provided what they had, and this is what they had, along with a second tab that provided specific information, including the 911 location for that, who the company was, even what's called the MAC address, Media Access Control, which is a very specific address for the network extender. So in my opinion, that file was only for the network extender, but the additional data provided here, in my view, directly supports that interpretation.
And your opinion is that this phone went off the network extender. You're saying that number 5 on there, that it went on and off the network extender at 5:09.
Yes.
Now for the final time, you're saying, so she's leaving the house for the final time at 5:09.
Again, it's a short range, 30 to 50 feet, so she could have been just wandering in and out. That's not very far, frankly, but wandering in and out of the range, but the last data point is at 5:09.
Right. Isn't it convenient that you testified today that her phone went off the network extender for the final time, the exact same time it quit accepting data?
No, I wouldn't say it's a coincidence. It's probably either the phone was turned off or it was destroyed shortly thereafter.
So your testimony is you think it's probable that Karen walked out of her house off the network extender, threw her own phone down and smashed it?
If there was no additional communication from the time she left the range of the network extender to 5:09 to when it was either turned off or destroyed, it didn't have to occur immediately. There could have been some time gap.
But if she, for say, were to get in a car and start driving somewhere, wouldn't it be reasonable to expect her phone to start hitting more towers at that point?
You have the voice calls, you only have the tower-related call detailed records when you're making or receiving a call, making or receiving a text, or sending or receiving data. The actual last data transmission associated with the network switch that I examined on this ended at 5:07. So that means to me that whatever things that were being done by the phone, either initiated by her or transmitted for part of the system, ended at 5:07, and there was no additional immediate reason for the phone to reconnect to the network once she left the extender at 5:09.
So when Agent Rexing was testifying that your phone is constantly looking for towers to connect to, and if you're moving, say in a car, and you move out of the vicinity of one tower into the next, it automatically searches for the next tower. You're saying she was incorrect?
the call detailed records do not track your every single movement as you go from one tower through the next tower throughout the day. That would be trillions of records over the course of a day for everybody's phone. It captures the data when it needs to. In the case of the network extender, when it gets on or falls off. In the case of regular over-the-air towers, it's when you are receiving or transmitting a voice call, when you are receiving or transmitting a text call, or you are receiving or sending data. It's not 24/7.
But you would expect her phone to contact the tower at some point after 5:09. If she left the network extender, wouldn't her phone naturally search for a tower to connect to?
It doesn't mean it would be reported through the CDR process unless she was doing a voice, text, or data session.
Or because her phone was destroyed at 5:09.
Or the phone was turned off or destroyed shortly thereafter.
That's all I have, Mr. Williams. Thank you.
Sir, you step down. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Williams, wait, tell us how much you earned for today. Very animated witness. I followed what he was saying.
Did I introduce this as an exhibit? Yes.
It was excessively technical. He is staying in the courtroom. He will listen because he's got billable hours when he sits in the courtroom. Watch the prosecution be like, go home. We're not going to pay you anymore. Or the defense, sorry. The testimony about him about the cell phone countered what the state brought in. You remember the lady from, I thought it was TBI. She did the cell phone tower. She had those cast charts. She was incredibly dull to listen to. Not nearly as animated as this, but she says that those were pings of the cell phone bouncing around and it connected different places. He is saying no. He's saying no. All those were her home connecting through the extender, and it was bouncing the signal to those different towers.
Our afternoon 10-minute break, the usual 10 minutes. So, again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Do not form or express an opinion, okay? We'll see you back in about 10.
The state did rest already. We're in the defense's case on this one. We're still catching up from today. This is today's, but we're catching up. So give us just a second here. We're going to fast forward through the breaks because you guys have to work through the breaks. I told you that earlier, right? Told you all have to work through the breaks. Let's see, where are we at? Okay, fast forward just a wee bit. Okay, here we go. All right, and we're back. That was a fun break, wasn't it?
Y'all ready? General, you ready?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, are you going to call any additional witnesses, sir?
I am not. The defense is going to rest.
Okay.
Defense rests.
So let me hear once again from Mr. Swift about his decision not to testify.
Judge, I have talked to Mr. Swift about the decision to testify and what that means and the benefits and the pluses and negatives. It is entirely his decision. After discussing that, I believe his decision is that he is not going to testify. Is that correct, Mr. Swift?
Correct.
All right.
I think that's all we need to do in light of what we've done before.
We did have a brief conversation with him previously. But no testimony from the defendant.
Once he rests, you're going to call any rebuttal proof?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
No rebuttal?
Well, let's talk through for just a second. Timing-wise, we need about 15 or 20 minutes to sift through the charge together.
Yes, sir.
You all have had the charge should have had it by email. Well, probably maybe a long time ago. Nothing changed about that, except I've added a couple of potential that I want to go over with you, and we need to agree on what to take out.
Judge, just for the sake of being the most accurate, can we get another copy of the charge?
I have the one that I have, and that's all I have. We'll go through it. It shouldn't take. It's not a lengthy charge.
No objection.
Okay, and we'll get through it. If you want me to get you another copy email, that's fine. But thinking about whether or not we ought to go on, and once we accomplish this, we're going to charge a jury this afternoon, then adjourn, and you all proceed with closing arguments tomorrow morning, first thing. Any thoughts about that?
That's a schedule we can work with.
We can do it today, or we can do it tomorrow.
What's that?
Do closing arguments.
I think this morning we said nobody would be forced to be ready for that this afternoon, and that'll take us. The charge is going to take 40, 45 minutes to read through.
I can be prepared to do it today or tomorrow.
Okay. I think that's what we'll do. We'll do closing arguments tomorrow.
We're going to go ahead and do the charge today.
I think I will. I think I'd like to get that part out of the way. We're clean, and then you all can argue, and then tomorrow, then the jury can get the case at that time. Okay. I think that's what we'll do.
Well, we can do a poll now that all the evidence is in.
I hate to bring them out for 2 minutes for you to rest and for you to tell me no rebuttal, but I think we probably need to do that.
Yeah, we need to do that.
There, and then I'll tell them we're going to take about a 15 or 20 minute break so that we can review the jury charge.
Or you're going to give them the charge after that today?
Yes, we're going to do that. That'll be the last thing I do today.
No objection.
Okay. All right, well, let's... hang on a second, Jim.
Can we just tell them it's going to be a little longer and just go ahead now and review the charge, and that way when they come in, it'll be 2 minutes,
Okay,
and then you can start.
that's fine with me. That's why I said it seemed like a shame to bring them in and
rather than coming in and going
move
right
them
back out.
around. Okay. Yeah, Jim, would you get Gavin? Let me tell him what I want him to tell them.
Okay, I've got the poll up is a little different than normal. Has the state proven the case against David Swift?
Mr. Taylor, at some point, did I give you a form for waiver of jury set to fine? You can find an executed copy. If you'll tell them we are reviewing the law, and it's going to be about 15, 20 minutes, we decided to go ahead and do that. Okay, have a conference about the law, and that they can just relax if they won't go outside. Okay, got plenty of time. Please, sir. Thank you. Okay, the court's received a written waiver of rights for the jury to set the fine in the matter. Mr. Swift, you signed this document, sir?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Taylor talked to you about it before you signed it? Yes. Okay, very good. Thank you. We can have a report file, I guess. After the introductory charge, we've got the standard charge for first-degree murder, premeditation, and I also kind of cross-checked the charge against the version of the statute that was in effect in 2011. There weren't any changes that I noted there. First lesser would be attempted first-degree murder. Then after the first lesser included offense would be attempted, then second degree, then attempted second degree. Voluntary manslaughter would be the next lesser included offense. Attempted voluntary manslaughter. Reckless homicide.
I'm going to say
criminally negligent homicide.
This seems like an all or nothing. I can't see them go with any lesser if they can't find for the maximum charged. Yeah, if he's found not guilty, he cannot be tried again.
There's a portion of
for his
that
crimes.
Criminally negligent charge that says if you find the direct cause of death was an act of the victim or a third party, before you can convict the defendant, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that the act of the victim or third party causing the death was a natural and probable cause of the defendant's criminal negligence. That's really not, I don't think that charge is applicable in the fact circumstances that we have now. I'm going to delete that one. If either of you have a thought about it, let me know.
See, I think the
next lesser
state's
would be
expert was
intentional aggravated assault.
2 days ago, so part 5 or possibly part 4. She was cell phone expert was
then attempted intentional
blonde-haired lady
aggravated assault.
from the TBI.
Reckless aggravated assault, the next lesser. Then reckless endangerment.
One thing that might, while they're working this out, I'm going to turn this down a little bit and talk over it a little bit.
Assault.
One thing that might really count against the defendant here
misdemeanor assault
is you have to take into account the area this is. This is in Tennessee. This is as we've heard from many witnesses, this is an area where religion plays a very strong role in their lives.
have the charge where the defendant has not taken the stand.
And we have
to
a ton of
testify, and
testimony
the jury's placed
about-
no significance on that fact.
about activities that aren't socially acceptable generally there.
Can I just say a couple things?
Sure.
All right.
Thank you.
In here, it has first degree murder, it has some suggested or listed possible lessers. You mind if I pass it to the judge and ask him just to compare that with what he's going to be?
The metal detector.
I'm just trying to, these are confusing.
It's just, it could have been this guy because he was some shady dude down by where her body was found with a metal detector. That's it. It's just putting doubt out there without any evidence. This is current. Well, we're a few minutes behind what is current, but this is what's happening today.
Did you say facilitation of first degree murder?
I did not say facilitation.
I don't think that applies. So.
I don't think it's applicable either because there's there's got to be an additional actor or something involved, and there doesn't seem to be any proof.
Judge, whenever I'm in a trial and we come to the part where we're talking about possible lessers, I just ask for the ones that are
About possible what?
lesser included offenses.
Yes.
I've used it as a reference for years. I'm just, as this book by retired Judge Mark Ward, it does have a listing in there. Can I just, would you mind if I just pass this to you?
I'm pulling it up.
Okay, all right, you have it online.
Which, remind me which.
It's 26.6, Judge. It's under submitting the case to the jury. I know you judges have a book that the administrative office gives you. We don't have access to that, but I'm just submitting this as a list and just asking Your Honor to...
The court has considered the facilitation in preparing the instructions and did not believe it to be applicable. And I still don't, after having heard both the state's case and the defense case, I don't think facilitation is appropriate to be charged in this instance, although it would be a lesser included offense where appropriate there.
Yeah. And all I can do is ask the court to give the appropriate instructions.
Right. And I think I hit all of these. You know, child abuse is in there as well, and it's not appropriate to charge. He indicates that aggravated assault and assault are not, but I think if we look at the footnote, we're going to find out that that's because
she was found 40 days after she went missing, basically Halloween night after attending a party.
Where attempted first-degree murder is charged, aggravated assault would be a lesser included offense. That's
home.
in his footnote, so I think I've got it right.
She was found 40 days later, a couple miles from her home, near a cemetery down by the river, by the Mississippi River.
Anything else? You and I are looking at the same resource.
Yes, sir.
There. I like his ready reference chart for how to do that. It's helpful to me. I do have a separate list as well, and there was nothing different about that.
All right. Just wanted to submit it for comparison's sake, Judge.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so last thing I was talking about was the instruction on the fact that the defendant is not taking the stand there.
That's appropriate. That would be appropriate.
Yes, sir. And so I'm going to eliminate the version of credibility that includes the defendant having taken the stand. I have two versions.
Yes, sir.
Getting alerts on Twitter that a couple major
There are
networks,
two versions of the basic
cell phones are
credibility
having major problems in 24
charge.
states
One of
right
them
now.
includes a paragraph
AT&T
or
and
sentence on a witness's credibility being attacked
on the basis of reputation for truth and veracity. We have not had that kind of testimony.
No, we have not.
In that trial, and so I'm going to take that one out. And then we have the charge on direct and circumstantial evidence, which I think in this instance is entirely appropriate.
Yes, sir.
I love detecting old land, but you have to have permission. You have to have permission. Anyone who metal detects needs to know where they are at all
There's
times.
also the
and have
charge
permission.
on admission against interest here.
And graveyards?
I don't think
Don't
that
detect the
there have been prior statements.
Babs, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that.
The charge that I think is appropriate in this instance is the one that indicates the court instructs you if there is evidence of an oral or written statement given by the defendant. In this case, you may take it into consideration with all of the other facts and circumstances. In considering the statement, it is for you, the jury, to say what weight you will give to the statement. I think that's much more appropriate than the admission against interest charge there. Anybody disagree with that?
No.
That's the one I added that you would not have had originally. Had it prepared during.
I'm going to close the
Have
poll
the
here.
basic identity charge there, that the identity of the defendant must be proven.
75% say no, not proven. 25%
There's
say
several.
yes.
There's an expert witness charge. I'm going to have to go back and add a list of the individuals that have testified as expert witnesses. I list them along with their area of expertise. I'm going to do it in one charge and identify all of them in one charge there.
There was nothing
Anybody
after
object to that?
509. Nothing.
That's going to take me a minute to go back and siphon through all of that. There are no prior crimes. There's no accomplice testimony in this matter.
Verizon and AT&T are having major network issues reported in
There's the
24
instruction on evidence
states
of
right
good
now.
character of the accused. There's not been any of that kind. There's no confession been offered in this case as well. There really haven't been any stipulations, have there?
I don't think so.
And pretty much the other direction on that. And then I'm taking out the charge that includes the range of fines, since I have that. I'll take that out as well. Chart summaries and diagrams.
There were some, Judge.
Beg pardon?
There were chart
Yes,
summaries and
I'm going to leave that one in. Take out computer-generated animation. I have not heard any testimony on an alibi. Take that one out. Flight is not appropriate.
Nothing about flight. His kids seem to be on his side. Greeners did call in, pranked me. Knew it was a prank, didn't know it was him until later.
There's the charge that begins before the defendant can be convicted of any degree of homicide. The state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the death of the deceased was proximately caused by the criminal conduct of the defendant. I think that charge is appropriate in this case.
For me, I'm putting it at 50-50, 50% that the jury's going to convict.
That's it.
Because we've heard a lot of testimony that this guy was a creep. He was controlling. He was.
I have one verdict form. You want to look at it? You all want to look at it together. Jim, you just hand that to
Judge,
them.
did you mention the burden of proof?
Green's called first
Yes,
thing this
that
morning.
is introductory.
Right
That's
after the birthday
before I
song.
get to the elements. I have a.
Or before, I forget.
Yeah. It's a charge that begins, you are the exclusive judges of the facts. Then the next paragraph, our law presumes defendant is innocent, and talks about the burden of proof. And the third paragraph talks about the state has the burden of proving guilt. The burden never does shift. The burden remains on the state. A defendant is not required to prove his innocence. And then it talks about what reasonable doubt is, and then ends up, the state has the burden of proving all the elements of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. I think that's the appropriate burden of proof charge.
Yes, sir. Is that, what TPI number is that, Judge?
She takes them off when she
okay.
prepares it.
Well, it is a lot of trouble.
All right, I know
that there's two
I'm
burdens.
leaning towards skipping the jury instructions tonight, the charge. 45 minutes of the judge reading the law. Keep in mind, tomorrow we have Karen Reed. So we'll have Karen Reed for 2 days, and then we'll come back. So we're gonna miss this. We're gonna miss the verdicts live. We might do a late night.
Objection to the form of the verdict?
No, sir. No, sir.
We might do a late night.
Okay, that charge
watch.
includes 2.01,
So tomorrow might be a very long day.
2.03, 2.04. And that's it. It encompasses all 4 of those. That's why there are 4 paragraphs in the charge. I guess actually there are 5 paragraphs in that charge because it includes a reasonable doubt definition.
Well, Nova, this happened about an hour ago. We're about an hour behind right now.
Yes, sir.
And that includes that does include 2.01.
Yes, sir. That's the first paragraph of my version of that tracks 2.01. Anything else?
No, sir.
Anything else you can think of?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's take a recess. Give me a chance to fill out this, how I want the expert witness list to be for that, and then I think we'll be ready to come back and resume, at which point you'll announce that you're resting, you'll announce that there's none, and then I'm going straight into it at that point. Straight into that charge, and then we'll adjourn for the day. Does that sound like the plan?
Okay, so we're going to skip all that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, very good. Okay, well, let's be in recess. I'm just going to sit up here and work, so let's be in recess.
All right, so with that, we are going to bail on court for the day. We're not going to listen to the jury charges. Little B, welcome to the jury again. Thanks for your support. Love to have that yellow courthouse by your name and see your name in green. Thank you. Okay, so here's what we have. Creepy defendant, some weird activities, some really, really weird 2 interviews at the police station. Just like it gives you the vibe that's like, wow, what a type thing. Yeah, some of that, but no direct evidence linking him to the crime. Everything that could be evidence seems to have a plausible explanation. The bleach, we've got the pool, or we've also got the dog throwing up, possibly the dog that died. We've got all these things sort of matched up. Yes, he's. We know, the jury doesn't know, that there's all sorts of stuff on his computer that's not related to the crime. It's more prejudicial and probative, so they didn't get to hear about that. There's a lot that we didn't get to hear about from the victim in the crime that would point the finger of blame at him more so. But just like in the Mark Jensen case, where in Mark Jensen's case, his wife wrote a letter that basically said, if I'm dead, if you find me dead under suspicious circumstances, it was my husband. Okay, she died, and the husband was charged and found guilty, but he won an appeal because her writing was brought in, and in that case, the appeal was because he was not able to cross-examine the witness, with her being a witness used against him. In this case, they're not allowing any of that stuff in, and it sucks in a lot of ways because it does sort of silence the victim, but the law being what it is, you can get a conviction now and appeal later. Not sure. So, for what it's worth, that's where we are. A couple of rulings the judge made I wasn't a huge fan of, but overall I would say he's been a good judge to listen to, and I think a fair judge for the jury and definitely for the witnesses. So that's where we are. So tomorrow, Karen Reed, then I believe Karen Reed again, and then we're one of those 2 days. Well, I guess tomorrow. Yeah, man. Okay, we've got a call coming in. Let's see who this is. Hang on. Hello. No, it declined. I don't know why. I tried really hard to answer. If we do Karen Reed tomorrow, you'll be ahead of Brandy. Karen Reed's back in court tomorrow. We'll be a day behind the live trial. We're not doing it live, so we're not going to catch up to the live. Okay, closing arguments when jury instructions, then jury discharge. Okay, so what's going to happen is jury charge happens tonight. Then closing arguments start tomorrow. In this case, in the hot tub cold case trial, and then after that we have closing arguments. So closing arguments tomorrow, and then probably the last little bit of the jury instructions, and they go deliberate. So probably a verdict tomorrow is my guess, because they're starting the closing arguments first thing in the morning. And what we're going to do is we're going to go with Karen Reed first thing in the morning, catching up from what happened on Monday. When we're done with that, we will then go to this trial and do a late night stream.
Call from
Braxton.
Braxton, hello. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good. Hang up on me. I see how it is. Just decline my call.
You know, it takes like 6 buttons to answer. My finger's not as talented as the McCabe's butt. I guess that's what it boils down to. I cannot answer a phone very well. Maybe if I had it in my pocket, I could answer it a little better. But
or just sitting on your nightstand,
yes.
like 2 feet away.
Yep. Have it in bed with me. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Braxton, what's on your mind?
All right. What is your opinion on 1, the state's expert, and 2, the defense's expert?
The state's expert was so boring it was hard to listen to. Yeah, like monotone, straight data. She started out very good, but as soon as she brought out that cast report, it's like she flipped a switch and the lights went out and everyone just went to sleep. I'm trying to remember exactly how she explained the different points, because there were those, that one little outlier ping in the timeline that sort of puts her back at the house and then back out. But what did I say that got clipped? Did I say something wrong, Braxton?
Oh no, I have no idea.
Okay, Amber, you're in trouble. Anyway, I would say that the defense's expert, as far as phones go, wasn't much of an expert for computers. He did testify to a little bit about, but honestly, that his computer testimony almost made me laugh. It's like, oh, people just all use the same account. You're in IT, right? Granted,
oh, yeah.
11 years ago, in a home situation, maybe I can see that being more likely than not. I have different accounts, like this computer right here that I'm looking at. I've got a different account for my son. So when he logs in, it brings up different programs. I don't need Minecraft on my login, nor do I want it on my screen. He uses Visual Studio all the time. I don't need a hot link to that on my desktop. But he was saying everyone just shares the same password. That's what people do with computers. Like, well, no, I don't think so. But as far as his cell phone testimony, it made a lot of sense. And watching him break down that report, it was it's a condensed report. They extracted those 5 lines out of everything, and that's all he had to go on. And based on that, he made some amazing findings in favor of the defense. But it makes sense, and it explains the pings and why they would be that way. I don't know the back end of why the cell phone extender would connect to all the different towers that are all in the same area, other than they're basically very close to each other. And the connection to one might be faster at one time and it connects there. The connection to the other might be faster. This one might be busier. That one might be busier. It makes sense, but...
I would say 100%. The one thing that puts me off of that is that for that to happen, I'd expect to see the network extender for just a second. Just like 5 pings maybe, and then it would route you outside immediately. But I'm looking at the data, and it says that the phone was connected to the extender for 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
And I'll personally, I'd expect it to immediately start pinging to other cell towers.
Yeah, to me, all I heard is that it makes sense that her phone did not leave until 5:09 to the house. To me that clicked with his testimony, where I did not, really glean useful information from the state's witness. If it didn't leave till 5:09, I would say right around 5:09, it probably got destroyed. It got shut off and then destroyed.
Yeah,
and it probably wasn't her doing it. That's just a safe bet. She has 2 phones. She has phones. Okay, communication is key. She calls people all the time. She's always texting. You don't just destroy your phone and then up and leave. right? It's that
No.
that would be unreasonable assumption. Oh, that's the part. Oh, good.
Yeah.
That's going to live in infamy.
That
Okay.
the phone address is interesting. So
Her phone IP address stayed the same, right?
yeah, it did.
Now, oftentimes an IP address is granted by the DHCP server, which is, depends on which network you're on. I would expect to have a different IP address for my phone when I am at home as opposed to when I'm somewhere on the network. But I've never done that. Does it just I know my home network remembers my home address, and my phone always has the same IP. As long as I don't refresh the tables or renew my lease or something like that on my IP, it's I don't know. Anyway,
So that would be interesting. The only way I can think of that is if her cell carriers, if that's her external IP. If it's an internal IP, then the DHCP server handles that.
Right.
If it's an external IP, that's handled by the service provider.
The public facing. As a static
now,
IP.
would that change depending on the cell tower you're connected to?
Probably
that I'm not sure.
Probably not. I'm thinking that would just be a mess. It seems
100%.
seems more likely that you have a static IP for that device. And this is back in 2011, so they're still using IPv4 instead of IPv6.
Yeah.
But
that is interesting.
see, what did IPv6? IPv6 started around 98, right? That's when they first came out with the idea that we needed more addresses. We needed like 350 trillion addresses instead of the few that were available, because the IP addresses we were running out and they were becoming a hot commodity. But
yeah,
dynamic IP with standard time. Robert, if something gives me the impression that you have some great knowledge on this area, some cell phone knowledge. Maybe you're a court expert in disguise. Do you have red hair? I'm just asking for a friend, Robert. Just kidding.
Yeah, I do have to say I'm not an expert in cell. I know a lot more about Wi-Fi, but I'm going to be watching the state's testimony tonight, and I'll go ahead and take down some notes. And I will also rewatch the defense's testimony and see what I can find from that. Yeah. With ChatGPT, you can actually take a screenshot of. I just took a screenshot of the live stream when they had that table up and fed it to ChatGPT, and it's like, yep. So this is what everything means.
I tell you, 5 years from now, we will not be able to fathom going without AI in our lives. I kid you not. It will be so ingrained into so many different areas where our vehicles, it will be ingrained into our phones, home technologies. And right now we're like, we have this AI thing. I'm not sure if it's going to stick around. Invest in it now, guys. It's going to change the way we live. I kid you not. So there's my hot tip of the day. Invest in AI. But, of course, invest in the ones that are going to go up, not the ones that are going to go down. Is NVIDIA? They're on the up, right? They're on the up right now.
NVIDIA is going to keep going up until there's another company that comes out with a card, a processing card that is better than theirs, and I don't see that happening for
I think I have to say, for legal reasons, that this is not actual investment advice, and I'm not an investment representative.
No.
But anyway, I have zero training, and more especially, I have zero track record with successfully predicting stock moves. So take that with a grain of salt. But you heard it here first, in case it goes that way. Braxton, I'm ready to call it a day. We've been live for about 9 hours now, and I have not had a break.
My work day's over. I'm heading out as well. So you have a good one. I'll call in tomorrow with my findings.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Braxton. Appreciate you doing the homework for us.
Yep. Have a good one.
We'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
Adam with a great Jim R.A. I like that. That was funny. That was nice. You guys are quick. Let's do this. Let's call it a night. It is Tuesday. Tomorrow, hump day, first thing in the morning. That's exciting. We have some excitement. I'm gonna check in with Brandy and make sure we're on the same page, so that so she's cool with where we're at, because that's who I have an agreement with. But also, I'll check in with her. We'll see if for some reason we're not able to follow Karen Reed tomorrow. We would then follow this one live through the Verdict and be on Verdict Watch tomorrow. But either way, we're gonna have something exciting to watch today as we finished for the day. We finished almost 2 days. We skipped a little bit. We finished almost 2 days of the hot tub cold case trial. So yes. All right. It would be fun to hear a Verdict live again, right? Oh, it's all good. It's all good. I'm still waiting for some news out of a Florida courtroom, for some other court cases that are coming up. We've got stuff happening in Arizona. We've got stuff happening in Utah. I want to hear some more. I've got some, let's see. I think we're due a couple more hearings coming up within the next week or so in the Brian Koberger case, especially change of venue is the big one there. Let's see, we've got new lawyers working for Corey Richens in Utah, so we want to hear what delay that causes in the case and maybe get a schedule for that as well. We've got the Treehouse murder trial down in Key West coming up. Lots of good stuff coming, so stick around. We'll see you tonight when you go home. Please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning around 8:30-ish, which means about 8:45. 8:45. That's what I'm going to try to commit to. Just like this diet, starting times may vary a little bit. Results may vary. Guys, have a good night. Be good to each other. We'll see you. Bye.
I object.
There's a lawsuit.